time. Y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife pussy, incredible edible dime. Patron said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
Yeah, he talking about that money.
I'm excited to say this. First time we got him in the studio to do it, ready to blaze these mics. I'm going to stand up while he do this one. I didn't even bring my sonnies today. I don't know. I might have to put your shades on for this one. Have to be representing Berkeley, representing Oakland, representing Cali, representing the world. He goes by the name of Simba. Tom, drop that beat on him. Sway in the morning, Shade 4-5. Welcome to the Valley of the Hyenas.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Check. Hey, abracadabra. These haters about to make me grab the cannon. Hey, I've been doing damage and now they want me to vanish. I can't throw in the towel cause niggas took me for granted. They knew I was down to earth and thought they could take the advantage. And that's when being humble's gonna turn you into a savage. I set the bar so high I could never lower my standards. This is God's flow, damn it, I'm playing pool with the planets. 8-ball corner pocket, trying to turn a profit. They like he's so confident. I've been ready since I was watching. You niggas popping, who had it lit, now it's a new day. I fell asleep and woke up with money, it's like we roommates. Touche, in the Bay, every day feel like doomsday. Niggas beefing over chicken, fucking up the food chain. Shit, I can't deal with grown men with mood swings. I'm at the SLS with just getting high as my room rate. I'm losing more niggas than money, this shit don't feel right. Cause saving money's easy, but it's hard to save a nigga's life. Scared to go to sleep, man, y'all should see the shit I dream at night. Courtrooms with white folks handing out 25 to life. Going broke and not being able to feed my son at night. A dime before I get to see everything that I want in life. Shit, I was about to get the Billy with frog lights, but mama said, why buy it once if you can't buy it twice? I told her she was right, and right in that moment I put a pack on the flight. When you getting money like Mitch, you gotta watch for your Uncle Ice. Envy comes with a price when niggas know that you're nice. When it comes to this mic, you better believe the hype. Swear the shit I write and make Jesus Christ say Jesus Christ. Me and Heather B feel like all you niggas are hype. What's happening?
What's happening?
Come on.
Come on, Simba.
We outside, man. Results take time. On the way right now, September 16th.
Get biz to bust the jam. I might not be the man, but yo, I still proceed to slam my cram. To understand why these rappers try to face me, there must be grace, messing with the books and Tracy. Pick up to Jersey and my people's out in Ella. Swell out, hella, can never catch a sweller. Cause you can tell I get biz like Mark. No matter what the weather, son, you never wanna spark me. I'm kicking rhymes and getting minds on the regular. See me in the black Benz just blowing up the cellular. We high as shit, the sky is it. You know the suicide, yo, it's fly as shit, so grip. You keep them buried cause you're never coming near it. So fear it when you hear it, cheer it, but don't compare it. I still be schooling, fooling them when I'm speaking. Kids be peeping, they love the way that we be freaking. My super style will cause disaster. So when I ask you better answer who's the microphone master. The microphone master, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, super rhyme maker. I'm the microphone, I'm on the rock. The microphone master, come on, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, it's the super rhyme maker.
Well, yo, it's the humdinger. I'm bringing a new style of things. The rap singer with the fat flow, so lo and behold, I higgity hold and strike these for rants. It's all about expansion. Stocks of skunk crops and my pops get a mansion. By the age of 16, had dreams of big screens, mad rubbers to keep my dick clean, chrome tools and rent. And I only go downtown to buy jewels and 10. Jabot, guess, old golden sets. I check the mic, 2-1 and chew gum to ease the breath. My style is wild like the cats in Villanova. The heat on the street and keep my 40s spilling over soda. Skunk and tie keep me high when I'm focused. And I don't sleep, just take naps with one eye open. See, I believe it be the weed in me, it's feeding me the inspiration. So riggedy rock the nation, from white folk to Haitian, Boricua, Jamaican. Burn the seas like degrees of Mason. Because you're fake, I'm on point, exclamation with the cape. The flavor misbehaving from the super duper rhyme maker.
The microphone master, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, and it's the super rhyme maker. I'm the microphone, I'm on the rock. The microphone master, yeah, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, yeah, super rhyme maker.
I got to give a shiggity shout to my mans, my fans at the shows, friends, foes, stiggity stunts and hoes, drats, I'm freaking it rather fat. Oh shit, my crew was shake, rattle, and roll. Thicker than your blunt, cause yo, I be's a Brooklyn trooper. And I got more spunk than that punk from Punky Brewster. Bust the lingo, Ringo, stiggity star, bingo. I run shit like Kunta, break bones like Mandingo. I'm starstruck like Starbuck, the bad bro with mad. I'm all that, small cat like Tonka or Hasbro. I have no stiggity fear, yeah. It's me and mine, masters of the microphone, makers of the
well, yo, this shit sound clever. I'm down for whatever, like nothing nice. Big up to DJ Dice, wrecking shot when he cut and slice. These 20 MCs, please, I never heard of some. We need to murder some like Colin Ferguson. But now you heard us from the under, so feel the thunder. You best to come clean like J. Rue or Felix Unger. I'm bugging like Whistle, see I sedition, dismiss you. My style's official and that's the issue. I show the flow, I go until it's time to leave. Believe, I'm packing more rhymes up my sleeve. The microphone master, yeah, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, come on, super rhyme maker. I'm the microphone, I'm on the rock. The microphone master, come on, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, yeah, super rhyme maker. I'm the microphone, I'm on the rock. The microphone master, come on, super rhyme maker. The microphone master, super rhyme maker. The microphone, I'm on the rock. The microphone master, yeah, super rhyme maker.
Taking my own life into my own hands. RBG, refine, be a grown man. See, that's what I'm doing, cause I know it's inside of me. All I gotta do is just bring it to reality. It's fuck the government, but still I gotta pay the rent. So yeah, I'm for the caper, most definite. Keeping it militant, focused, intelligent. Pimping the system is basic common sense. It's still fuck the bid. Black power ain't dead. All that red, white, and blue shit be going to y'all head. See, we break bread, it's like a game or a sport. Gotta train every day to keep your team on point. Cause still, to this day, our reparations ain't paid. And you can see it in the poverty around the way. It ain't even our own people on BET. So they gotta get it from somebody, it might as well be me. Besides, a nigga gotta eat when he hungry. You see how they send troops to war for their country. Niggas worldwide need an army of one. It's revolution to the fullest, put the bullets in the gun, nigga.
These the last days. These the last days. These the last days.
Alright. Can y'all hear me? Okay, there we go. Alright. Peace and Black Power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. Now I mean, with another Wake and Bake Bill. What's really, really hood out there, family? Now I mean, let me get some ones out there. Make sure everybody can hear me clear. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Now I mean, let's see. Shout out to Starseed, Anika, what's going on? My dyslexia kicking in. Shout out to Stephanie, was good. Shout out to Juicy, what's going on with you? H. Baz was good. Sweet D was good. Let's see, B1 for Life, what up? See, the Master, what's up with you? Yes. There was some fuckery going on this morning. I might touch on that a little bit. I don't know. Let's see, did I say Al already? If I didn't, my fault. Let's see, Black Light was good. Rozzy, what up? G24Ds, what it do? Let's see, who else? Who else up in here? Juicy, what's good? Ron, what up? Who else? Who else slid up in here? Carolyn, what's going on with you? Mika, was good, sis? Who else? Let's see. Did I get everybody? Shout to everybody else out there might be listening slide through. Said Karal was good with you. Ebony was good, sis. Lord Bell was going on. Skinny Boy, what up? Shatira was good. Back to Love was going on. J Cal, what it do? Again, shout out to everybody else out there might be listening, come through. Black Lion Supreme was good. Yeah, family, yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I was slacking this week, man. Monday, I totally overslept. And Thursday, Renee didn't get off till late. And I just kind of scrapped it because Renee got off so late. I didn't want to do another late show, extremely late show. And it would have been an extremely late show. And so I was like, we'll just wait to pseudo. Me and Renee do pseudo Sunday. We're going to be earlier on pseudo Sunday tomorrow. I promise you, we're going to try to be a little bit earlier. I mean, I was like, I'll just wait for my Wake and Bake and pseudo Sunday. And we'll just wrap everything up there and everything. Plus, I didn't have nothing drastic to really talk about, really. It's been kind of a slow week. Ain't really been a whole lot going on. You know what I mean? So, I again, it's stuff I always can talk about. Y'all know me. I can talk about anything, but it really wasn't a whole lot that was mandatory to talk about, so I skipped it. But yeah, what's good, family? I might as well go ahead and just go into this morning, man. A lot of stuff. I've been working on a lot of projects too. I got I got about 6 projects I'm working on currently at the same time, and I'm breaking my neck trying every time, and I keep adding on another project before I finish the other one. So I need to pump my brakes and just finish the shit that I already got before picking up new shit. But anyways, let me stop. I'm up here dumping my problems on y'all. Let me stop dumping my problems on you, which kind of leads me to what I want to talk about this morning. The mentality of feeling like you should take your personal real world issues and get online and dump all these said problems on everybody else. And then try to make it the onus on everybody else to fix said problem. This is a mindset that's perpetuating itself throughout this online community of YouTube amongst everybody. This ain't even black exclusive, right? Because brother like me, I ain't just confined to black spaces. I done been all over YouTube, multiple different quote unquote sectors, right? Because it's all different types of sectors. You got the gender banging sector. You got the conscious community. That's a whole different sector. You got all the little relationship shit, and then you got it's different sectors. The political spectrum. You got that sector. You got the gaming sector. You got a sports sector. You got a hip hop sector. You got sector where they just talk tech and STEM. You got another sector over here where they talking about pregnancies and everything else. And you got this sector, feminine sector. It's all different type of splinter groups, right? And sectors here on fucking YouTube, right? Like, I don't want everybody thinking everything that happens in this side of YouTube is exclusive to here. No, there's a mentality within social media that is kind of problematic, and I've always spoke out against this. If you're familiar with this channel, you ain't probably about to hear anything you haven't already heard before, but I need to elaborate a little bit more because there's new people that be popping up in here, and they might be a little bit confused what's going on around this bitch. And I'm here to shed some light, some enlightenment to the motherfuckers who don't know, right? So at least they can be at least a little bit more informed, right? Because what you have a lot of times up on here, right? Now, every sector does not focus on what I'm about to talk about. But there are certain sectors here on YouTube that are hyper-focused on one particular narrative that really isn't helping anything, and it's actually doing more harm than good. And that is the sectors that form on the sole purpose of trauma bonding. Trauma bonding is not a good thing online. Some people think it's good to get online and just let it all out and air things out and vent and this, that, and the third, and that's fine. You can feel like that, and in that moment it might feel real good when you letting out all your frustrations and all your issues and problems and real world issues going on, whatever the case may be, just espousing all your personal information and everything, just letting it all out, right? Some people will, try to prop this behavior up as a good thing, right? Which always fucks me up. Now, again, in that moment, you might feel like you're doing something that you needed to do. You needed to tell your truth, right? The infamous, air quotations, your truth, right? The popular statement that, people love to throw around. I hate that term, by the way. There is no such thing as your truth, motherfucker. There is no such thing as your truth. It's just the truth, right? Your true shit and my true shit and everything else. Like, no, you got your truth, my truth, and in between is the truth, right? Give me the truth, motherfucker. Fuck all that your truth and my truth bullshit. Anyways, people be getting on here feeling like that's a good thing, when ultimately that is not a good thing, because what you're going to get is one of two things, right? One of two things. Actually, one of three things. Let me correct that. One of three things is going to happen. You're going to have your set of people that are going to take everything it is you say and weaponize it against you. Pretty much, taking your words and throwing them back at you. They back there taking notes. You back there sitting there trying to, display your trauma all over the internet, all over the interwebs. You know what I mean? For any and everybody to sit back and take notes, jot shit down, put shit in the back of their memory bank, store that shit for later. These motherfuckers, they remembering everything it is you're saying, right? I tell people all the time, never get online saying anything that you do not want to hear repeated. Because anything you say about yourself, you best believe the interwebs is going to repeat exactly what it is you're saying. And if you don't want your real life to be repeated online, it's probably best to keep your real world problems and issues offline. That way you will never have to worry about hearing people repeat it online, right? Because again, one of the three people that are listening to you when you're doing this are the people that's going to do just that and weaponize your words against you, right? Then you got the other group of people, right? The second group of people that's listening to you doing all this venting and, you know, letting all your frustrations out, bullshit, right? You got this other group of people that are pretty much going to be overly sympathetic to your plight, you know, pat you on the back, tell you everything's all right. You know, everybody in the world wronged you. You know, you don't do nothing wrong. You know, everything was everybody else's fault. And basically, these are what motherfuckers like to call flying monkeys, right? You're going to have the flying monkeys that are going to be out here enabling this narcissistic mindset that I went through some things. I'm the only motherfucker who ever went through something, and therefore the whole world must stop because of me, and everybody must pat me on the back and tell me that everything's going to be okay so I can feel better. I must shame a bunch of avatars online who don't know me from a can of paint, only hearing my side of every story. Not like I'm hearing the other side of the story to even know what you're saying is valid. But I'm only hearing your side of the story. And I'm supposed to sit here and just become a flying monkey and tell you how everything in your life was right and exact according to what you've done, and everybody else fucked you over. Even though I don't know none of these people that you're talking about to even validate if what you're saying is the fucking truth. Right? I mean, shit, you're talking to a motherfucking atheist over here. I can't speak for everybody else. You're talking to an atheist over here. Gullible, I am not. Right? I'm a motherfucker don't believe shit stink until I smell it. Right? I'm not saying that people up on here lying. What I'm saying is, I can't validate if what the fuck they saying is actually the truth. And neither can you flying monkeys. You flying monkeys can't validate whether or not that shit's true either. But they will get emotionally invested in this narcissist motherfucking backstory, take everything in face value of what this narcissist is saying, even though this narcissist has probably lied on other people in the past, which ultimately kills this narcissist's credibility. But yet, no, we're going to ignore all the lying from before and take everything this narcissist is saying at face value because that's the quote-unquote right thing to fucking do, right? This is what motherfuckers... You're supposed to be a flying monkey. And this is what everybody... This is the second group of people that are going to listen to you venting. And this is the people they trying to tap into when they doing all this venting shit, right? When they get online, espousing their whole life story, looking for all this sympathy and empathy about everything they went through in their past life, like everybody don't have a story. Like every single person who's listening to me right now don't have their own personal stories, including me. Right? But we supposed to sit here and just become a flying monkey for these people. Well, I don't do flying monkey-isms. Right? I really, no, I'm not going to be that. Some of this stuff needs to be called out, right? For what it is. And the third set of people that is going to hear you doing all this venting These are the people like myself who just don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck. I hate to say it like that. I hate to be as blunt and direct as I'm being right now, but I gotta keep it a buck with you. I don't care. Right? Listen, I'm saying this because they picked the wrong time to talk about this shit. Like, if you got a platform and you want to do all this venting shit, by all means, do what you do. That's your platform. I can't tell nobody how to run their shit. I can make suggestions, give advice, but I can't ultimately tell nobody what the fuck to do on their platform. It's their shit. Talk about what the fuck you want to talk about. My issue is this. You cannot go on everybody else's platform and try to hijack the conversation to make it about you and shit you went through in the motherfucking past. Again, like everybody else ain't go through shit in the fucking past. Right? This is insanity. Now, mind you, there was, the situation that was mentioned at hand had to do with molestation, right? Molestation that this female, let's just say that, this female went through, right? In her lifetime, right? Now, that's a messed up situation. We speak on this type stuff. Contrary to people's belief, we have spoke on this many times. Right? On this channel. And when you hear people talk about this, right? And I heard people talking about this morning. I felt it, like weird, because when they was discussing the whole molestation thing, they was discussing it from the aspect of all these evil black men in the community that people don't want to talk about and blah, blah, blah. Typical feminine talking points that I always destroy up on here, because this is why I don't even like having these conversations, because these conversations are not real. You know what I mean? These conversations are not real, because while they sitting here complaining about all these men, these evil men that molested everybody, I find it hilarious. I should have mentioned this, but I didn't really want to go down this route when I got on the panel, because I was just trying to just, express my frustrations that this is even being talked about. But why motherfuckers acting like this ain't a hot story right now? I mean, they ignore the fuck shit that these women do and get away with. Not only are women also molesting boys, but they are also getting away with it. Can y'all show me the man that got caught molesting, a 31-year-old man who got caught molesting a little girl who actually got away with it? She ain't even a black woman, so don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming. I'm talking about women and men, period. This ain't even a race thing, right? This ain't even a race thing. But this article right here that you see, you would never, ever see a article saying a 31-year-old man impregnated a 13-year-old girl and motherfucking boy jail time. What the fuck is going on here? Right? But I was sitting here listening to a whole group of feminists and fruitcake supporters pushing this narrative about the evil man being the first demon, being everybody's first demon. Well, that depends on who you talking to. Because if you talking to that 13-year-old boy, that 13-year-old boy, his first monster in the community was not a man. As a matter of fact, I'll do y'all one better. I'll shoot y'all one better because people on this channel who've been here for a while already know what the fuck it is. Right? Give me 1 second. Because, again, we're not going to play these little silly games. We're not going to play these little silly games because, again, we discussed this in full detail. Everybody want to talk about, oh, y'all don't want to talk about the molestation problems in the community and blah, 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 blah. Cat. There's whole sectors who talk about this shit 24/7. You got whole channels and sectors dedicated to talking about nothing more than what evil molestation that black men are doing throughout the fucking community and the history of it. You got motherfuckers who will go back 150 years to find a black man who touched a little girl and talk about it. Where are y'all? Who are y'all sub to? Do y'all need some help finding these channels? Do y'all need some help finding these misogynist channels that hyper focus on all the evils of black men? Because if you need help finding these channels, I can help you out. Because I know where they at. They're not hard to find. They're everywhere, right under your nose. I can give you some links if you need it. Right? Because this was just anti-black men bashing what I heard. I heard a bunch of heterophobia, people trying to shame motherfuckers for not getting down with a particular lifestyle. This is what I heard. And trying to use past issues, right? Trying to use past issues to justify it, right? But again, there's a time and place for all this, right? Because in the past, I have actually discussed the very topic of black boys being molested. And when I was discussing this topic about black boys being molested, guess what? I wasn't talking about being molested by motherfucking men. I was talking about black boys being molested by grown ass women. You know, the topic that nobody wants to talk about. Everybody talks about the little girls that get molested. That's talked about all of the time. If y'all say that this isn't talked about, y'all some lying motherfuckers. And again, I got links to whole channels dedicated to said topic. Can y'all please show me that one channel? Just one. Give me one channel that is dedicated, speaking out against black women molesting black baby boys. Give me that one channel. I'll wait. Email me, SYKOPATHeist@gmail. Email me all the links of these channels. That is not a video. I'm talking about a whole channel dedicated to said topic. Show me. Huh? Because while people are sitting up here trying to push the narrative that black men are everybody's first demons and all this other shit, well, that depends on who you talking to. If you're talking to a feminine, yeah, she will tell you that. Try talking to some of these black men. Because when I did this stream, I told the story about me and who my first demon was. Since we playing that game. 6 years old. Go listen to the stream. Told the whole story. 6 years old. Wasn't no black man taking advantage of me at no goddamn 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All the way up to now. No black man took advantage of me sexually. You know who did? Yeah, motherfuckers. So again, it depends on who you're talking to. And guess what? You go back and watch that stream. Look at the chat when you're watching that stream. You'll see a whole slew of black men agreeing with me and telling their story. Oh, we had a whole trauma bonded stream. We had a whole trauma bonded ass stream about how the first time we motherfucking had any kind of sexual interactions was with grown ass fucking people. Nobody talks about that. Everybody wants to talk about the black man. This is misogyny. This is LGBT fuck shit. Huh? And I'm listening to all this crap and I'm sitting here just shaking my head. And I don't even know why I'm even listening to this shit on the channel I was listening to, given the day this is. Because this happened on Chris Harris' stream. Shout out to Chris. Chris did live early this morning. And the title was about him and Captain Desariat, who's having a debate today. Pay-per-view later on tonight on Side Netters. Right? Let me give them a little plug. Right? And so when I saw the title and everything else and me knowing what day this is, I went in there to go shout Chris out, right? Went in there to go shout Chris out, wish him some luck. You know, I'm expecting to hear, you know, talk about the topic and shit, right? Because the topic is whether or not Christianity was stolen from Kemet, right? So I was sitting there expecting to hear, you know, some shit about, you know, people's flawed methodology, you know, certain scholars that, you know, isn't credible, whatever the case may be, or, you know, certain, you know, the historicity of Jesus and, you know, certain things about certain texts or whatever, you know, I'm expecting to hear some intellectual shit, right? Man, I click on this shit and I hear this goddamn narcissist, this fucking victim, this perpetual victim. I mean, this chick is a perpetual victim. I mean, every time I hear this person, she's always been victimized by somebody. Somebody always wronged her. Like, it's disgusting. Like, somebody always wronged her. Somebody always did her dirty. And it's always somebody different. I mean, it don't matter. I mean, literally, like in the last 2 to 3 weeks, she has beefed with about 15 different people. And like through like a month. Like 15 different people in like a month. And everybody's wrong about you? Everybody's wrong? Really? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Everybody's not wrong about you. Everybody can't be wrong about you. At some point, you got to look in a fucking mirror and understand you're probably doing something wrong here. You're probably doing something wrong here that everybody from different avenues that don't even interact with each other like that is all saying the same thing about you. At some point, you got to start looking in the mirror. You can't just brush this off as 1 or 2 haters, you know, just hating on you because they ain't you, whatever the case may be. You can't run that card when it's everybody saying the same shit. It's crazy. Just being messy for no fucking reason. Just every stream got to be about you. Every time I see her the stream immediately turns about her. I don't care what the topic is. If they talking about some religion, whatever the case may be, all of a sudden, boom, she enters the room, conversation about her. Talking about black men and black women relationships, boom, she enters the room, kicks over the table, everything's about her in the LGBTQ. I mean, go over here to this motherfucking space, they over here talking about, you know what I mean? They over here talking about scholarship, and she comes in, kicks over the table, stop. I had an argument the other day on a whole different platform that ain't got shit to do with what's going on right now, but we need to talk about this because my feelings is hurt. Man, if you don't stop playing with me, dog, like stop. We all went through shit. The world don't evolve around you. We all went through shit. Stop killing everybody's streams and everybody's panels with your problems. Seek help, yo. Seek help. You are obviously traumatized by shit that happened to you in the past. And if what you said happened, I feel bad for you, all that. But I can't help you. I can feel as bad as I want to feel. Ultimately, me feeling bad is not helping you with your trauma. That's not a cure for your drama. That's not even medicine. Fuck the cure. That's not even medicine. That shit is a fucking band-aid on an open, gaping wound. A band-aid that ain't gonna fix shit that needs to be stitched up. You need to get your shit together. And I'm not saying this trying to be funny, I'm dead ass. You need to get your shit together. Stop trying to blame everybody for your fucking problems and address what's really going on with you. Your confusion. And what caused your confusion. If you're saying this is the catalyst of your confusion, then you need to go to a professional, not no ultra-liberal fucktard that's going to sit up here and do mental gymnastics with you and convince you that you some kind of hero because you're a part of a different community. No, they ain't helping you either. These ultra-progressives are not helping you fuckers. They're not. They're not. They actually are part of the problem. These ultra-progressives are just flying monkeys for these traumatized people. That's what these ultra-progressives are. These ultra-progressives are nothing but flying monkeys for these traumatized narcissists. That's what they are. So stay away from them ultra-progressive motherfuckers, and they just gonna pat you on the back, tell you you're a hero because you're a part of a different fucking community. Like that's helping something. Which brings me to the whole concept that people was trying to push over there, that somehow or another trauma bonding on YouTube is a good thing. What? Bruh. Trauma bonding on YouTube is not a good thing. Never has been. It's nothing good about trauma. I have seen a large, very large sample size of these community sectors here on YouTube that's centered around and formed based off the sole purpose of trauma bonding. And none of these shits actually help any of these individuals. These shits are nothing more than echo chambers, confirmation bias, and just enabling bad fucking behavior and lack of critical thought. Basically what I'm saying is these trauma bond sectors are nothing more than motherfucking coats. Let's get into it, family. These trauma bond sectors ain't nothing but fucking coats. People in my chat can back me up on this. They know all about it. You go look at these sectors that are centered around trauma bonding, like these gender banging sectors. Look at the black manosphere. That is a whole motherfucking cult over there of passport bros, incels, motherfucking pickup artists. You know what I mean? Bunch of pick-me-ass Negroes and self-loathers. The whole code over there. Are you shitting me? Motherfucker like me go over there, I get called all kind of fucking simps. I get called all kind of simps. Gynocracy drones. You know what I mean? They try to give me that work over there. I be having to clap back at those fucking pick-me-ass Negroes. I be having to clap back at those motherfuckers because they be talking hella shit. Why? Because I'm not a part of their fucking cult. I don't agree with they bullshit ass trauma bonding. None of that shit is real. It's all bullshit. Right? And then on the flip side, you got the other cult, you know, the Bloods to they Crips. You know, the Yin to they Yang. You know, the Republicans to they Democrats. You know, you got the other side of things where you got these goddamn batshit crazy feminine ass, I don't know what, the divested birds that's over here with they coonery, they own form of coonery, and they trauma bonding, echo chamber ass cult. That again does nothing, does absolutely nothing but enable more bad behavior. Right? I see what these extreme ass echo chambers do. I see what the LBGTQUV WXYZ community. I see what that cult has done. That's a whole cult as well. Another cult. If you can't be around those motherfuckers and disagree with them. You can't point out the errors in their very, 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 very flawed logic. That does not stand up to rhyme and reason. Right? It only stands up to emotionalisms, shaming tactics, and bullshit ass mental gymnastics. That shit don't stand up to reason and logic. It doesn't. That's why those ultra progressives stay far away from me, because they know I see through the bullshit. I'm gonna cook those little bullshit ass talking points y'all have, that y'all been programmed with. I don't give a fuck what studies you took in college. Those shits get cooked. Right? But they're a cult, and I understand this. You know, flat earthers, cult, abos, whole fucking cult. You know, like you got all these little cults running around here. You know what I mean? Trauma bonding. You know what I mean? They either trauma bonding off of some past experiences they had, trauma bonding over their self-loathing. You know, it's a whole bunch of reasons why these motherfuckers be trauma bonding, right? But this shit, none of this shit works. None of these people leave these sectors a better person than they was before they got there. I only see these motherfuckers regress. I see motherfuckers enter these spaces and regress. Why? Because they're in the echo chamber. That's telling them they ain't saying nothing wrong. Everything they saying is legit and on point. Right? This is what I be witnessing. And I've been seeing it for years. I got a large sample size to tell you that this trauma bonding that motherfuckers think we're supposed to be doing on the internet is cap. It's all cap. If you got that much trauma going on, seek professional help. Can none of these fucking avatars help you with your issues? Near none of these avatars. If your issues is financial, yes, maybe the avatars can help you. They can donate, you know, you GoFundMes, everything else. They can help you financially if your issue is financial. But if your issue is psychological, can't none of these fucking avatars help you with shit on a psychological level. They can't. Only thing because the motherfuckers who could help you on a psychological level, you won't listen to them. You won't listen to them. The only people you're going to listen to are the people that already agree with you. Because you're a cult member. That's why it's the only motherfuckers you're willing to listen to. Because the motherfuckers who's really trying to help you, will let you know that you're fucking up. They will put the mirror up and tell you what you're doing wrong. Right? Because the one thing this community hates more than anything is when motherfuckers put the mirror up. Everybody ducks the mirror. Everybody tries to escape the mirror. They don't want to see the reflection because they don't like what the fuck they see. They want to just be finger pointers, point the finger at everybody else, wag their finger at everybody else, and don't own shit they do. They don't look in the mirror. That goes against cult logic. I.e., they don't listen to motherfuckers who put the mirror up. And those are the motherfuckers you need to be listening to. Because that's the only way your trauma will end. You have to address your actions, how the trauma affects you in your everyday life. Because you can't change other people, you can only change yourself. That has been my motto on this channel from day one. You cannot change anybody else. You can only change you because you only got control of you. You only can control your actions. You can't control what other people do. All right. But I found it funny that motherfuckers try to put the onus on other people to fix their problems that happened decades ago, that had nothing to do with the people that you're fussing at. I mean, they literally was yelling and barking at people like they're the ones who molested this girl. You would think the one who molested her was actually on the panel. You would think the motherfucker who actually molested her was in this sector. The way everybody just made it, oh, we got to stop and talk about, stop. There's a time and place for all that. That was not the time. That was not the place. But you narcissists and you flying monkeys don't seem to give a fuck because y'all weird and y'all make everything about y'all. Frankly, it's disgusting. How y'all would just hijack that man's platform on the day of the biggest debate he's had, maybe ever. Right? Probably the biggest debate he's probably ever had. And y'all hijack that man's platform on this day to talk about this nonsense. This nonsense that happened on a completely different platform. Ain't had shit to do with what he was talking about. And just hijack that man's shit. And y'all didn't even think to get it. Motherfucker said Chris is the one who brought it up. Okay, let's roll with that. If I went through some bullshit and Chris was live this morning and Chris happened to bring up the bullshit that I went through, I'm not even going to join the panel. Or even if I did join the panel, I'm not going to join the panel to discuss said bullshit. Right? Me being conscious, right? of what this day is to Chris, I would not want to even take focus of what he got going on to discuss bullshit, random YouTube bullshit that I'm going through. Right? I would straight push all that shit to the back burner. Don't even worry about that shit, dog. I'll address that on my platform. Right? Don't even worry about that shit today. This is about you. Good luck with your shit. I hope you cook that motherfucker. And this, that, you know, a bit about. I would completely move the goalpost to get right back on the topic that should be talked about. I wouldn't even want Chris talking about that shit today. If this was a different day, if this like 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks in the future, and he wanted to address something about that, then we could talk about it. But on this day, on debate day, I would not allow Chris to make it that stream about me on this day. I would put the topic back on the fucking debate. Maybe because I'm not a narcissist. Maybe that's because I'm not a narcissist. Maybe that's because I don't have an agenda that I'm trying to push. Maybe it's just because I got common courtesy. Right? To me, that's just common courtesy. Understand that the world ain't about you. Understand that the world is bigger than you. You want to cry about this stuff on your platform? That's what your platform's for. Go cry about it. You got every right to do that. I wouldn't stop you. Wouldn't even try. But when you try to dump all this shit on everybody else who ain't got nothing to do with nothing, ain't even heard the stream you're even talking about, can really care less, didn't even click on that stream to hear this nonsense, you are hijacking that man's shit for foolishness. Let's keep it a fucking buck. Right? Shit's ridiculous. All right, I've been ranting for about an hour. I guess I'll go ahead and get ready to put the phone lines out here so people can call in and sound off. I'm sorry, family. I just had to go in on that because that just happened this morning and I was tripping. I was totally tripping. Right? But anyways, I'm about to get ready to play this commercial real quick, family. And I'll put the phone lines out there and I'll be right back. And yeah, y'all can call in and sound off. Let me know what's good. What y'all opinion about anything. Trauma bonding. If you saw this shit this morning, you can talk about that, whatever the case may be. But let's get into it. I'll be right back.
Today we're going to tell you why we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
So, let's talk about how the Roman Catholic Church contributed in the transatlantic slave trade. First, they instructed Portugal and Spain to invade, murder, and subdue all sub-Saharan Africans. They identified us as black Gentiles, in which took away our rights, and they created laws that told people how to treat black people unfairly. Let's also not forget how the Roman Catholic Church benefited from the transatlantic slave trade. One, they had a huge increase in tithes. Two, they had a big gain of political power. Let's also not forget how my ancestors' land was acquired by the Roman Catholic Church to build more Catholic churches like this one.
And let me tell you how my ancestors were affected during the transatlantic slave trade. One, they violated our rights and privileges. Two, they stole our lands and our resources. Three, they destroyed our family culture and our family structure.
And you can't forget how black people are still affected by the transatlantic slave trade to this day. One, we don't have access to our own land. Two, we can't trace back our own family lineage. And three, we can't connect with our own people because our identity is lost.
And after hearing all of that, we're here to tell you that we need restitution and reparation from the Roman Catholic Church.
Right now!
Right now! Yeah.
All right, family. There you go. Phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Call in Call in, let me know what's good. Y'all want to sound off by anything y'all heard today? Let me know if you want to sound off about anything. You know what I mean? Let me know. Maybe you want to chop it up with me about some other stuff. Again, I've had a busy week, family, doing these been working on projects all week long. Oh boy. Trying to get back into the flow of things. But I had a productive week. Cube, what's going on? Who else stepped up in here? Dina was good. Lions Time, baby, what's going on? Zadugu, what up? Water Sniper was good. Let me see. The Master was good. I think I said what's up earlier. Aaliyah, what's going on? I got a cousin named Aaliyah. Not spelt the same way, but I always thought that was a pretty ass name. Like I always liked that name, Aaliyah. Third War Colombian was good. Who else? Pookie, what up? Shatira was good. Who else stepped up in here? Unsunken One, what's going on? Let me see. Who else? Anybody? Rasta Baby, what's good? Who else? Anybody? Chris came up in here. Peace, Chris. What up? Who else? Look like I missed a bunch of people. Let's Troll was good. Yeah, I missed some people up in here. My fault, family. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Who else? Who else came up in here? Did I miss anybody? I think I got everybody. Shout out to everybody else out there might be listening. I slide through. If I forgot you, my fault. Wasn't purposely. I mean, I was just busy just ranting. When I be ranting, I try not to hyper focus on the chant when I'm getting in my rants and shit, because I'll get distracted and I'll lose my train of thought and my whole monologue's destroyed. Destroyed because I'm too focused on the chat. So I've learned to get my monologue out first and then look at the chat, because I'll start sidebarring and I'll fuck around and miss half of the points I was trying to make. So my fault, family, my fault. Jay Haru, what up? Heather, what's going on? If I missed you earlier. Eric B was good. I mean, peace to everybody out there. Phone lines open, family. Call in. Let me know what's good. Sound off. Let me know what's going on. Y'all want to talk about the LBGTQUVWXYZ? We can. I be wanting they defenders. Like, I never, these motherfuckers never pop up over here. I tell all these left, like these gay community defenders, pop up. Let's have the conversation. Motherfuckers be, I hear them other places and they'll say certain things. I'm like, I don't agree with that. And they be like, yeah, we can talk about it. But they never pop up to talk about it. Like, y'all really don't want to talk about this, do y'all? Y'all really don't want to have this discussion. I know smart individuals. Y'all very smart. Pretend like you want to have the conversation, right? I know. Because I'm telling you, y'all know that shit y'all talking don't hold weight. That shit is mental gymnastics. The vast majority of the shit y'all talk, mental gymnastics, and I can prove it. The vast majority of that nonsense y'all be talking. Y'all be talking some straight nonsense. That shit don't even be making no fucking sense. Fuck. It's crazy. I hate me a motherfucker who's a perpetual victim. I can't stand me a perpetual victim, family. Motherfuckers who just always been wronged by somebody. That shit is kind of disgusting. Like, no, man, you ain't always no fucking victim. You done stirred some, you be popping off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you be talking shit. Like, everybody ain't complaining about you for no reason. Like, stop playing. These motherfuckers sit up here, boy, everything is a victim. Everybody fucking with them. You shouldn't be beefing with that many motherfuckers. You shouldn't be. Not at the same time, motherfucker. You be with that many motherfuckers at the same time, something wrong with you. I don't give a fuck. It's one common denominator there. You. At some point, 1 + 1 is going to equal 2, motherfucker. And that 2 is you. Real talk. Yeah, exactly, Zadugu. They sympathy thugs. They try to shame you into being sympathetic to everything they went through and all. Like heterosexuals don't go through shit. You gotta hear about their little whiny ass motherfucking problems all the fucking time. It's disgusting. And that one dude, boy, don't you get me starting this one dude. That one dude that was on Fox Soul that time, that motherfucker, he popped up again. Don't even get me started on him. That motherfucker, he always defending them goddamn boys. Why is my phone freezing up? There we go. My phone acting up. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from? All right, Jay Haru, what up? You already? What's the word? Yeah. I wasn't expecting all that. You know what I mean? When I called in, I was like, again, I was expecting Chris to be discussing the debate. You know what I mean? But I clicked on this and I see motherfucker. Like, first thing I saw was old boy that was on Fox Soul. I was just about to start talking about him. That dude from Fox. I don't know if you saw that episode. I covered that show over here on this channel. But apparently he's cool with Neo, and he was over there defending her, and he was the first motherfucker I heard. I was like, what the fuck is this about? And why is this the topic? Like, not her again. Like, again? Yeah, I think that's him. Yeah, he had his camera on. He had his camera on. Yeah. And he had that's him. Yeah. He was on Fox Soul one time defending the LBGTQUVWXYZ, and I was like, and he was getting his ass tore up on that debate. And but I noticed that he's cool with this Neo chick Shaka, because he rides hard for these LBGTQUVWXYZ, and he claimed he's not gay. And it's like, bruh, if you ain't gay, you sure is wearing that fucking uniform. You wearing the gay uniform, boy. I swear, because every time I see a gay topic popping up, you right there front and motherfucking center. You right there trying to take bullets and all this other. Like, you're a little too emotionally invested in this conversation for me not to believe you got, a little sugary your goddamn self. You're a little too emotionally invested in this. Like, every time there's a gay conversation, he's there. It's like, what the fuck is this guy up to? Like, what's up with him?
Yeah. Let me say this, man. And I agree with you. I don't think it's, to me personally, I just don't think it's a good way. If you're heterosexual, right? I don't think it's a good look for you to be advocating with them. If they're going to do it, let them do it on their own.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wait 1 second. 1 second, hold on. They say they can't hear you. I don't know why. Keep talking. I'm gonna see if I can fix it. I don't know why they say they can't hear you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Try it again.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's another guy, man. He's on YouTube, he advocates for, LGBTQ or whatever. I don't know if you might know,
Nah, not off the top of my head. Maybe if I see him.
Right. Well, he's another one. He advocates for that. You know what I'm saying? And I think what Christians want to do, man, but I don't know. I kind of take your side on that. Like, it's just not a good look.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Do me a favor. Call right back in. Hang up. Call right back in. Right after you hang up, I'm gonna try to fix this sound because they say they can't hear you, but it's looking like they can't. I'm gonna try to fix this. Call right back. All right. I don't know what's going on, family. I'm trying to fix this. Y'all hear me clear, but for whatever reason, y'all can't hear him. That's weird. I don't know why y'all can't hear him. Let me try to fix this. Let me see. Wait for him to call right back. Because I wanted y'all to hear what you guys say. It's my bad, family. Technical issues. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm trying to fix it right now. Waiting for him to call back. There you go. I'm going. Fuck. All right. That ain't work. All right. Peace, Black Power. That's you? For real? All right. Try again. Let's try this again.
I just don't know why, heterosexual people, whether it be male or female, I don't know why they feel a need and they have to go and advocate for them. I feel like you let them do that on their own. You know what I mean? I kind of look at that kind of, suspect. You know what I mean? I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely seem like they got an agenda to push. Because like I said, why is every conversation getting turned into this? Every time these motherfuckers are around, we gotta discuss that lifestyle. Like if y'all say it's not an agenda going on, you say that this is all in our head and we just paranoid. But every time y'all around, the topic shifts into talking about this crap. Every time. Like if it's like if you're saying we shouldn't be worried about your sexuality, then why are you wearing it on your sleeve and keep talking about it and keep trying to shift every conversation to that? It's disgusting. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have no idea. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know what's going on. They said they still can't hear you? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
What I was talking about, there's a guy, man, Aaliyah Money, and I like a lot of his content, he's one of the ones, he supports the LGBT community and different things like that, and he's been, siding with Neo lately as well, so like, I've seen some stuff on his page where he has, there's this book, right, it's called Boy Wives and Female Husbands, and he's doing a review on it because, I think the topic came up a few weeks ago when all that stuff happened with the other guy, the guy with the wig on, the hair, long hair and all that.
Yeah, that weirdo. Yeah.
Right. So, the topic came up with it was saying that, it's been done in Africa in ancient times, and, it was going on in these ancient civilizations and things like that, and a lot of people push back against that. And so now he's because he's an advocate, right? So now he's doing a book review. But the book is called Boy Wives and Female Husbands, right? And he's going to use that to try to advocate LGBT and saying that this it's always been going on. It's going on in ancient times and stuff like that. And it's like I don't get it. Like you really got to go that far, to try to advocate for them. I don't know. how does that benefit, a heterosexual person? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How does that benefit the heterosexual community? That you advocate for them. I just feel like, let them do it. You know what I mean? I don't understand it, man.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, I actually do understand it. The agenda, because they always ask, what's the agenda? What's the agenda? I don't know what the agenda is. What's the agenda? Well, the agenda is what you motherfuckers are actually doing. The agenda, I got some background noise, but yeah, the agenda is you guys trying to normalize this shit. You guys trying to normalize homosexuality is the agenda. That is the agenda. Like try to make it normal. Try to make it something that everybody should try. That should experiment with, and try to make it some kind of heroic motherfucker. Make it heroic for you to come out as gay, and try to put them up on pedestals, prop them up, treat them special, and everything else. Like little kids see this stuff, right? Little kids see this stuff, and they might want to be gay just because they see all the attention that gay people get. Like gay people are getting all the fucking attention, right? They get to get treated special, right? Maybe they want to be gay because they want to be treated special. They feel like they won't be treated special unless they gay, right? Because they see all this evil stuff going on with heterosexuality. According to these motherfuckers, the narrative that they're trying to spin, heterosexual men are the most evil people on the planet. That's what these feminists push. That's what the LGBTQUVWXYZ push. That we all the most evil thing on the planet, and that is all a part of the sick ass plan. And that's to get motherfuckers to all have same gender sex with each other. It has some sick ass motherfucker. I don't want to be sounding biblical because I'm an atheist, but they want to have some big ass Sodom and Gomorrah type thing going on. They want to try to really live this fairy tale out. You know what I mean? Like it's on some other shit. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Actually, in some of the, we talk about the agenda, some of these schools, I'm not going to say all of them, but some of the stuff is being taught in schools now, man.
Mm-hmm. That's real.
Some of these schools, so to say that it's not an agenda or what's the agenda, obviously you don't know what's going on.
Right.
Because they teaching that stuff to children, trying to make it more accessible and stuff like that. When I was in school, we didn't learn no stuff like that. So what? I mean, what changed?
What changed?
There's an agenda going on.
Right. Obviously, it's sad too. It's sad to see, but it's very clear. It's very clear that there's an agenda going on, and they try to play stupid, like they not agenda adjacent. Like even if they don't realize they're part of the agenda, they are. Because all this little fighting hard and everything else, pause. All this fighting hard for the bullshit that these motherfuckers are trying to condone and push, like these little sick ass narratives. Because there's some sick shit these motherfuckers be pushing, right? Like they not pushing for equal rights. Again, they pushing for special rights. And I'm not giving these homosexuals no goddamn special rights. I refuse to. Like they want to make these homosexuals untouchable because they homosexual. Pause. You know what I mean? But that's what they want. They can't be criticized. They can't be judged. Any of that.
Right. And then what about, this is another thing. This is one thing I talk about on the show. Why do we as, homosexual men or women, why do we have to be deemed homophobic because we don't do what you do?
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's the shaming tactic. That right there is the shaming tactics. You already know. Like this is what they do on a regular basis. But I got other people trying to call in, Jay. Let me get to some of these other calls real quick and see if I can fix this audio issue. I don't know if it's me or what. I'm gonna try to fix this. All right, peace. All right. Shout out to Jay and Ru. Let me help him out. I'm going through some things, family. I don't know if that's me or him, but trying to fix this audio. I might just drop the link. You know, I should have dropped the link because I'm about to drop the link, family. I ain't gonna be on all day long, but because I'm having audio issues, I'm gonna go ahead and just drop the link and let people come up. I think that'll probably be best because I'm having some audio issues. So give me a second, fam. I'm about to drop the link. Y'all know I usually don't drop the link on. I usually don't drop the link on what you call it, but I'm about to drop the link right now. There you go. Let me pin it and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the link, family, and that way y'all can come up and we can have a conversation like this. I'll do it a little bit different this show because I'm having some audio issues. I gotta figure out what's going on. I think I know what the problem is, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix it live on air, what I gotta do. So they go to the link, family. They go to the link, and y'all can just come up, and we'll just do it that way. All right? Because I'm having some issues. I don't know what the hell's going on. Y'all still calling in? All right, I'll give him a second. Hit the link, family. Hit the link. Hit the link. We switching it up. We're going to drop links today. I normally don't do this on my Wake and Bake. Panel days are usually other days, but for today, we'll go ahead and just drop the link. That way people can just come up and scream at me, let me know what's good. But the link's out there, family. Link's out there. That way y'all don't have to call in. And we'll just do it that way. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Let me switch that up. All right, there we go. All right, there we go, family. Link's out there, so we can do it that way. So hit the link, family. Hit the link if y'all want to come up. Yeah, I know my audio is good. I don't know what was going on with the call. I don't know. Ebony, I don't know what the fuck was going on. I usually don't have that problem, but I don't know. Again, I'm having some issues over here, so it could be me or it could be him. I'm not sure, but I don't want to keep having that same issue going on, so I'm just gonna go ahead, just in case it's me. I'd rather go ahead and just drop the link and we can chop it up for a little bit. So yeah, y'all can hit the link, family. Y'all can hit the link instead of calling in, and we'll just do it that way. Let me know what's good, family. Let me see. Y'all up in here talking about. Let me see. Go over here. You switch this up over here. Okay, there we go. All right, yeah, now I can see what y'all talking about. All right, let's see. Anybody new pop up in here? Hit the link, family. Special episode, I know, right? Special episode of Wake and Bake. I usually don't do this, dropping links on Wake and Bake. I usually don't do that, but I'm gonna do it today. This is usually call-in show day. I mean, let's see. All right. Okay, here we go. Got Miss Aaliyah up here. How you doing, sis?
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How you doing? I'm good. So I wake up this morning and apparently my name is all over YouTube because of Neo. And you know, let me tell you something. I will not acquiesce my vernacular to fit what they are producing out here as dialogue. I am not afraid to say I do not support homosexuality. I am not afraid to say that my children not gonna run me, and if I have to, I will whoop their butts. They're gonna mind me. See, all this narrative that's out here is against us. We're the bad ones. The Black woman created this bad element in the communities because of single parenting. You know, all of this craziness is just taking us and driving our community insane because our spirits know that this is not correct. So Neo is a Black woman and I love my sisters. However, she came on our panel with an agenda. Let's saw through it. And then I tried to speak to her, and Nika tried to speak to her on her traumatization. I even tried to offer her the fact that we all been traumatized in one way or another. I tried to give to her, sister, mostly all Black women in America have been sexually abused or traumatized in some way at some time all across America. But you cannot make it your issue, and you cannot throw it down people's throats. You have to understand that should give you the criteria to rise up and be stronger, because I know women who have been sexually abused when they were younger and whatnot, but they didn't go out here and run to alternative lifestyles. So that's all I was trying to say to her. And she got the hooping and hollering. So, I'm not going to let no one just try to outpower me by hooping and hollering at me. If we can have a civil conversation, then that's what we'll do. But if you want to hoop and holler and get emotional, then I'm going to meet you where you're at. So that's what happened. And I'm going to tell you something. Chris Harris and nobody else out here, we got to stop letting these integers come into our community to try to think they can teach us and guide us. I'm an original Black woman. I follow the 1 in 20, as someone called, but I call them the supreme lessons of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I don't need nobody else to tell me nothing. Who gonna check me, boo? The messenger taught us well. Right over there in Chicago, where I got people, and I've been over there. I've been in Chicago so much of my life, it's like a second home. So all the knowledge and wisdom and understanding I was supposed to get from my father, my uncles, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who I look at as a father, a grandfather, and Master Farad Muhammad, which I don't care what none of y'all say about him. He was a half-breed. Y'all letting half-breeds control y'all all over YouTube. Every time you turn around, it's a half-breed trying to teach the Black community something. So what's wrong with that half-breed, Master Farad Muhammad, who came here and taught this Black man, Elijah Muhammad, some truths and opened up his eyes to the game, and then him turn around and tell all of us? What's wrong with that? But today, we can pay homage to all these other bright skin, light skin, half-breed brothers and sisters that's standing up on platform talking about, listen to me, I know the truth. Don't believe in this, don't believe in that. But we can't, give homage to our elders, our ancestors. No, I don't go with that. So I didn't try to hurt her feelings, and I'm not gonna complain about what happened, and I'm not going to apologize. Black community never, until that hip hop stuff came into being, coming out of New York. Black community ain't never accepted no homosexuality. Even if you had one in your family, it was kept hush hush. Now they out the closet, so now the Black community, we got to accept everything. No, I don't know what God most people serve. But the God Allah, I serve the Almighty Creator. He don't just accept anything. And so you're going to come correct as a woman or a man in this new era that's coming before us. We're going to get a chance soon to be able to control our own environment. But that environment not going to be including nothing that don't have no dignity, no integrity, and is not natural. And that's point blank and period. So I just wanted to get up because, you my brother and I listen to you. I'm subscribed to you and I do support you. And I know you know that. However, I couldn't believe, I'm like, why are we even talking about this? Neo has a mental problem. That is what Lex told her. That is what Sister Nika tried to tell her. You are traumatized, sis. You need some help. And I don't think she needs to be necessarily have to go to a doctor, a white man's doctor and all that stuff. We're intelligent people. We don't need always the enemy to tell us what's wrong in our community. So we see it's something wrong. I see it's something wrong because she's a woman. And I don't care about none of these lesbians, dykes, whatever. They got a whole community now. And I don't care what they say. It's wrong. You were born to be a mother, to bring children on this earth if you desire. But this is the problem we're getting. This society out here that's saying everything is everything. You do what you want to do. You can be what you want to be. It's wrong. And Sister Aaliyah Muhammad will be the first to say it. United States of America's governments and laws not going to have me accepting everything out here. And especially when I know it's wrong. So to Neo, sister, I love you. You're a black woman. But if you mad at me because I'm telling you the truth, then you just gonna have to be mad. In the new kingdom, in the new era, when we get a chance again to take care of ourselves and do our thing, it ain't none of that type of alternative lifestyles gonna be accepted. And that's all I have to say. Love everybody. Everybody have a good day. Salam alaikum.
You too, sister. I appreciate you coming up. Yes, Sankara, what's going on? How are you?
What's up, Psycho? I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I know you saw some of the bullshit earlier. What's going on? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, the most irritating thing about this situation is the level of dishonesty. That's my thing. If it was, you know, when people come to panels and talk about, oh, what agenda? I don't know. I'm not pushing it. When they do that, if it was really about somebody abused me and if it was really about molestation and all that kind of stuff, then what people would do is they get on there and be like, okay, this is a problem. You know, I got abused, molested. This is a problem in the black community, and end it there. You see what I'm saying? And then that's the, okay, then let's move on. We agree this is a problem. Let's move on. But they don't do that. What they do is then now all of a sudden, once they get that out, then all of a sudden it's, oh, and I want you guys to stop saying it's not okay to be homosexual. And I want you guys to stop saying this. I want you guys to accept this and accept that.
They try to take a mile.
Yeah, that's the agenda part of it, because that's a whole nother thing. If it was really about abuse, you would have left it at abuse. They use that to crowbar in the agenda of what they really want to do, and they want to go on pro-black platforms and wherever they want to go. What they want to do is change it up to where, oh, I want this pro-black panel to accept us. I want them to change this up and think differently in the way that I think, and I want them to accept pro-black in the way I want them to accept pro-black, the way I see it.
Right.
You know, and they trying to bogart, and it's not honest the way they try to pretend like they don't understand that's what they're doing.
I don't understand. Like, to me, you know my position. I don't feel like you can be a LBGTQUVWXYZ supporter and be pro-black.
No,
I think that's an oxymoron. You can't do it. It's wrong on so many different levels. Outside the obvious, how the fuck can you be pro-black when you're not even procreating black? That should be one of the essence. I mean, like, not saying you have to procreate, because everybody doesn't have to have kids. But if you're going to that's like, if the agenda, if part of the pro-black agenda is it, furthering the race, then I don't know what kind of, then that agenda is going to fall flat after X amount of years, right? Because there ain't going to be no more black people left that have an agenda. So you can't. But outside of all that, you can't have dual allegiances, right? Like, what they say, what the religious people say, you can't serve two masters. It kind of falls under that line, right? Like, you can't sit here and have dual allegiances and tell me that you for black people, when ultimately I see you riding more for the LGBT than you ever rode for fucking black people. Every time I hear you, you're defending them. I don't hear you defending black people. I hear you defending them. I don't hear you pushing a black agenda. You're pushing the gay agenda. So how can you be pro-black and pro-gay when all I'm hearing you talk about is pro-gay stuff? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're sexual preference first, not black first.
Right, and that's the problem, and that's my problem with all these people that hold these positions. They try to act like they can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. You can't. You motherfuckers have shown me you can't walk and chew bubble gum when it comes to this stuff. No, pick a side. Either you're going to fight their plight or you're going to fight our plight. But you can't fight both plights, because then you're going to try to intermingle them and make it seem like it's all one and the same. And no, it's not. No, it's not. I don't even understand what their plight is, because all their equal rights stuff that they was fighting for, they got all that equal rights shit. They want special rights, and I'm not fighting for no goddamn special rights for nobody. For nobody. Equal rights, I'm cool with. Yeah, y'all shouldn't be fired because you're gay. You know, you should make the same pay regardless of who you fucking and everything. I agree with all that. But when it starts getting to these special rights stuff that these motherfuckers like trying to oppose your lifestyle on everybody else and this, that, and the third, no, that's your shit. Do that shit in the privacy of your own bedroom, whatever you do. I don't care. I can't monitor your bedrooms, nor do I want to. Do what the fuck you do. But at the end of the day, keep it there. Keep it there and keep it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to talk. I don't want you trying to push it on other people. Keep that.
That's right. Yourself. May I say something else, my brother?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't get a chance to look at the chat when I'm usually speaking on the panel, because I don't know how to work all that stuff. So I just rather leave it alone. However, I do have another phone, and so I be checking it. And somebody was saying I'm blaming hip hop. And I'm going to say this. I'm a little older than most of y'all. I know some of y'all around 50-ish. Well, I'm a little older than that. And, I'm a very astute person of knowledge. So I'm always going to keep myself abreast and aware of what's going on around me. So let me be clear about something. Messenger Muhammad is gone. I stand on the true teachings, the supreme wisdom. And I was always taught by Messenger Muhammad. See, I'm not talking about Farrakhan. I don't deal with Farrakhan. I'm talking about the messenger. And Messenger Muhammad told us to keep our eyes open, our ears open, and be able to recognize truth when it comes and recognize craziness when it comes. And he shared with us some things that was going to come down in the future before he died. And so around 1980, that is when this hip hop stuff started generating, getting big, and came out and became this big thing. Because even Farrakhan was dealing with Public Enemy at one time. Professor Griff and Chuck D and Flavor Flav and them, because Flavor Flav daddy is one of our brothers, Brother Melchizedek, that's Flavor Flav's dad. So we are aware of them, and so we embraced. Now, I wasn't with Farrakhan, but I'm just saying Muslims embrace Public Enemy because of Flavor Flav, number one. And then because of the fact that Chuck D is just a downhearted good brother. And then at that time, Professor Griff too, although he kind of, to me, Professor Griffin went off the deep end. However, my point, what I'm getting to is, in 1980, a change came in America. Some of y'all probably wasn't even born, and if you were born, you were young. But a change came in America. The whole diaspora of our music, the beat of our music, the move of our music, the way we dance, everything started changing. And now I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And yes, so I'm not blaming hip hop, because I'm not an accuser and I'm not a victim. I'm saying when the hip hop nation came into being and started popping, that is when the diaspora in the Black community changed. Now, if you don't understand that, then go back and do your history. But it was not good for us, because that brought in us dealing with white people, Latinos, and all of that. When it used to be in every city in America, a Black radio station where we played our music and only our music. And then after 1980, and shortly by the time 1980 was out and we got into the 90s, the whole picture had changed. So, if y'all don't know this, do your research. But see, because y'all don't know, then you don't really understand what's going down. Yeah. But this homosexuality And a lot, all this, I'm asexual, I'm bisexual, I'm fluid. Now they calling themselves they and them. Y'all gonna sit back and continue dealing with this until your children start navigating to that stuff. See, this hit different to me. Just like all this racial mixing. I'm talking about racial mixing. Sorry, I'm so excited, bro. Mr. Muhammad, before he died, he said, don't do it. Don't do it. And then all of a sudden, 1980s, when the hip hop nation came into being, boom, there you go. Now you got more biracial children than you've ever seen in your life. Yeah. And let me say this, and then I'm gonna go. Mulattoes and biracials are two different species. I'll be watching and I'll be listening. You don't mind I come up, I will come up. I'm ready for all the heat because this is what y'all haven't been hearing. All these shucklebuck leaders and guides and teachers and channels out here, everybody accepting everything. What's going to happen to our community? We keep on mixing. What's going to happen to our community? We keep on accepting everything that they do. Okay? The messenger said this, and I know y'all ain't going to deal with it. You ain't going to be able to handle it. But the messenger taught the million brothers and sisters that he taught before he left us in 1975 that they ain't going to make it in the future. But we have a 99.99 chance to make it into the future. So why you want to keep following in behind the society that they designed when it's not going to get us anywhere? It don't work for us. Why? But that's exactly what y'all want to keep on doing. You want to get away from the old home, down home religious ways. And I ain't talking about church, Islam, people. I'm talking about what was handed down in your family. What grandmama taught your mama. What grandmama taught your dad. Right. See, we done threw all that under the bus. And guess what? Elijah Muhammad was like all of y'all granddaddy or great-granddaddy or great-great-granddaddy, depending on how old you are. Because he loved us. He put his life on the line for us. And he was the only black man ever in this world that we know that stood on their television stations and told them to their face, you are the devil, white man. Leave us alone. Let us go for ourselves. Let us do our own thing. Nobody else has went there and said that. Now they didn't do it and they won't do it. But then the question is, and I'm going to leave that, is what should we do now? And I'm tired of people like Chris Harris going around talking about, well, black people, the Quran, the Bible, and this ain't did nothing for nobody. They ain't supposed to do nothing for nobody. They books. But if you get the instruction, then you can go out and make some stuff happen. And that's what the Nation of Islam did. Y'all don't know. We had everything you need to run a society. Not only did we have our own flag and our own national anthem, we had our own stores, everything that you need to survive peacefully and happily in this America. It was the nation within a nation. Then, post 1975, it's not nothing. I wouldn't advise none of y'all to go over there and deal with Farrakhan. But I will advise you to do this. Get the Messenger's books. Listen to the Messenger's audios on the YouTube and get that divine knowledge he was talking. Because all of y'all have gotten it wrong. And just like you accuse him and us of killing Malcolm, and now the truth then came out, and you don't hardly hear a word no more. But it used to be on all channels. The nation killed Malcolm. The nation killed Malcolm, but now you don't hear nothing since all the truth that came out. The same thing gonna happen when it comes to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Because I'm talking, Chris, because unlike everybody else, he was not teaching out of the Bible. He was taking the Bible and interpreting it that we will understand where we are in the Bible and the fact that we are not in the Bible. He was taking the Bible to show us the true interpretation of what is really being said and what's going to happen in the future. The Quran, he did not teach out of the Quran. So Chris don't know what he's talking about. We need God. If we don't have God, we are all doomed, because World War III is going to settle it all. Love you, psychopath. I don't sit on those panels with people like this. So I'm going to go and y'all do y'all thing. Love y'all. Peace.
Okay, Sister Aaliyah. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, we got Brother Rob and Chris Harris up here. What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the sister. Yes, I say throw the Bible away. It's a Bronze Age concept. It's stupid. We don't need to be teaching that slavery is moral, because the Bible condones slavery. The Quran condones slavery. The Quran condones the assassination of polytheistic people. Therefore, you cannot superimpose the Quran upon African peoples, because African peoples are in fact polytheistic. They believe in proponents of ancestral worship, animism, and naturalistic worship. That's what we believe. Those are Bronze Age concepts. And last time I checked, Islam and the Bible and Christianity are invasive cultures upon the continent of Africa. Bottom line. So we don't need it. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to yell at the top of my lungs. I don't have to do that. I'm educated in these matters. Did you know that Farad Muhammad himself was mixed? He was Elijah Muhammad's teacher. So what you're saying, it doesn't really make any sense. I think you should get a little bit more educated before you become to try to insult me based on my educational level. They taught us something totally different that went against us. They taught us that we were from the tribe of Shabazz. Where's that at? What language was that? What God did they worship? Where's this tribe of Shabazz at in Africa? Where's this ancient tribe of Shabazz? Slitting polytheists, their throats neck to neck. Where's that at? That's all in your Quran. Sleeping with women, beating women with sticks. That's all in the Quran. God wants us to do that, huh? That's what God wants us to do. Are we serious? This is where we're stuck at. Yelling at the top of your lungs does not work with me. I'm way past that. That's played out. Just explain to me why God needs slaves. Why does God get mad? If he's all knowing, what is he getting mad for? Why is he cursing people for some things he already know gonna happen? Why is he upset? Can't y'all see that's a man that wrote these texts? And we can't get past it.
Yeah, the concept of how they view God, him being omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, and everything, it all contradicts. It's incoherent. He can't be all these things and be the same person that I'm reading in these books. Like it's not lining up.
Yeah. So don't get tired of me. She gonna be huffing and puffing then, because I'm gonna still be here. And I have to try and teach our people, look what's in the text. Stop believing it. Belief is just the absence of facts. This is not a belief I'm showing you. These are the facts, family. You don't know what's on the other side. Jesus raised Lazarus from the dead. But then Paul turns around and says, every man is appointed to die once. So Lazarus lived, Lazarus died, Lazarus was raised from the dead. Where's he at today? Oh, he died again, huh? Well, that contradicts Paul's entire stance on Christianity. Christianity is a brainchild of Judaism, true. But that was during the Hellenized period. I've been telling people, like, man, have y'all ever been educated yourself on these religions and how they were created? Man, I ain't got time for that, man. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, psycho-atheist, man. I'm with you, psychopathist. I'm with you all day long. You know what I'm saying? But man, like, yo, man, we gotta get it in tune with these arguments here, man. This yelling at the top of your lungs stuff, man. This shit played out, dog. Like, real talk.
Yeah, I would. I try to be the, the devil's advocate, if you will. You know what I'm saying right here in this. I believe, that they are trying to kind of echo the sentiments our master teacher John Henry Clark, where he say, we don't throw the Bible away, but what they are advocating for is that they pull the principles that are solid out of the Bible, that are solid out of the Quran, the way that people wouldn't be vulgar, if you believed in, what the Bible teaches. You wouldn't be inappropriate. You would honor your elders. These are principles that are in the Bible that we could use, and I feel like it would make it even, it would strengthen the belief system, if you will, if people would lay down the fairy tale part of it and pull out the empowering parts of it, to where, principally you could be a better person by following the principles, the statutes. Can
I peacefully interject? Can I peacefully interject, brother?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Psycho.
No doubt, we have
a
convo.
Does those proponents of the Bible that we should be adopting, when you say it'll make you a better person, what about the elders who are polytheistic? What about the elders that are not? Excuse me, just listen. What about the elders who are in fact polytheistic?
This is why psychopath.
They come there yelling.
This is what I'm talking about. He is so rude and arrogant. He won't let nobody complete a thought because he think he know everything and he's smarter than everybody. So that's why I got off the panel, because he wants to accuse me of hollering and screaming. But what I won't do is acquiesce to his insanity. And he's so rude and nasty. He think he know everything. And I want to ask you a question. Are you truly a 100% black person from America, Chris?
Yes, I am.
100% black. Your father is a black ex-Negro. Now, let me finish the question, brah.
Listen to her. I told y'all that's what they do. They yell over you in order to prove their point. I'm very articulate when I speak. I'm sorry. And I wasn't rude because Brother Rob did not say that I was rude at all. He never said that. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Can I finish?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
You have all the solutions. I'm asking a question.
Moving the goalpost now.
Okay, now I'm not moving anything. I'm asking you a question.
You just said that I claim to have all the solutions. I never said that.
Oh, you sound like you do. You interrupt everybody.
Well,
like
whether I sound like I do or don't.
I thought you don't holler and scream. So can I finish talking, sir?
Go ahead, sis.
Well, you kind of cut in between me and Robert's conversation.
No, you know what?
No, you cut in between me and Rob's conversation.
You cut in at first.
No, you left.
Brother Rob don't mind because
hold on. One thing I don't do. Hold on, sis. No, I didn't. I said, excuse me. See, there we go. One more time. I said, may I interject peacefully?
May I speak, sir? May I speak, sir? When I finish asking him a question.
How are you going to speak rudely to me and then say you want to ask me a question?
You speak rudely to everybody.
I haven't spoken rudely to anyone on the panel at all.
You speak rudely to everybody.
Okay, wait. All right, everybody calm down.
So may I finish, psychopath?
Okay.
You see how she cuts in?
I came back up. May I finish?
Yeah, Psycho, I don't do that when you over there on my channel, Psycho. You know that, right?
Oh my God!
I don't do that when you're over there on my panel, right?
No, I would say like she's gonna ask.
Now we got to play favorites, huh, Chris?
Wait 1 second. I can't promise she's gonna answer, but you can go ahead and ask the question. I can't promise she's gonna answer though.
Thank you, sir. Now, what I was saying.
No, I'm not going to talk to this old hog after she sat here and insulted me. You talk just like a man. You act just like a man and you attack Neo-X.
This is what he do to
Fuck out of here, man. I'm out, y'all. Hey, Psycho, thanks, dog. Thanks, dog, for showing yourself, man. Thank you, dog.
Then he get personal. Mr. Smartass gets personal. Yeah, thank you, psychopath. That's what we need to do with all them types like him. Run them off the panel because that nigga don't. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna call him a nigga. He don't even deserve that.
Everybody calm down. Everybody just calm down.
Okay, but let me finish. I'm not upset, bruh. I knew he was going to do that. I came back here to show your panel and to show your chat that Sister Aaliyah don't run from nothing. I choose who I want to be on the panel with, and he is not one of the people. So this is all I got to say. He got all this hatred for the ancestors, for God, for the higher power. But what solution does he have that's going to gather all of us collectively and be able to give us some instructions that will take us to a higher level? I haven't heard that yet. And then yet, you want to put down all our ancestors. You want to put down all of our elders. I ain't just talking about the messenger. Then you want to sit up and come up with these crazy questions and statements to try to belittle our ancestors and leaders and elders, but you ain't got no solution. I've been watching this boy for a couple of years now. And haven't said a word, because it's not up to me. I don't think I'm the police of YouTube. But what I'm saying is, first of all, I already said on your program, if you run back the tape, that Master Farad Muhammad was a half-breed. Did I not? Did I not say that earlier?
Yes, you did, yes.
And I said he a half-breed, but y'all have let a lot of other half-breeds up in y'all circles, and you listen to them, but you can't listen to Master Farad Muhammad through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for the science and math and truth that he brought us. Okay, now we can save all that for another, because I can go down the list A to Z.
We put down a rabbit hole, like
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
We could definitely have that conversation about the nation and
everything. And we should with people who got some real knowledge. So everything he asked, I can share. I can answer everything he said. But I just came back up to let people see I'm not afraid. I love you. Thank you. I'm going to let Lex and Rob go ahead on the top.
All right. Appreciate you. And so I'll just add on to the sister's point that Master Farad definitely had influence on creating two nations within the Black community. You know, and that's the Nation of Islam and then the Moorish Science Temple of America. No matter how you might feel about the belief system, those were two nations that were built inside of that nation, inside of a nation that she's talking about. It's also a really good book, Amari Baraka. That's literally the name of the book, A Nation Within a Nation, right? And so if we start looking at our history, what you will see, and this is the point that most Christians and people that follow belief systems make, when we were together under a belief system, crime was negligible in the Black community. It was a time when my mama and daddy told me, like, people didn't even lock they car doors. You know what I'm saying? They ain't had to worry about, and this is when some of us was shorties, like before crack, right? Where we could play outside, didn't have to worry about, indiscriminately getting shot. You know what I'm saying? And so these are the things that are missing in the community. And like, you can't say that, that didn't help. You know what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam and Christianity, they continue to crank out people who are doing good in the hood, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And so, man.
May I interject? May I interject this? And then I'm not even talking about the people. I'm talking about the literature that they left behind. The 1 in 20, all the brothers on the East Coast navigate in the 1 in 20, which are the lessons that they got from Clarence 13X. You know where them lessons came from? Them lessons came from my daddy and the messenger's son. And it came from Elijah Muhammad from Master Farad. So all of y'all who navigating in the supreme wisdom, in the 1 in 20, who is the original man? The original man is who made the devil? What is the devil? All that's the Nation of Islam's teachings. So all I'm saying is forget the people. Forget about Master Farad Muhammad. Forget about even Elijah if you want to. But what about them lessons that deal with math and science? And you can't tell me they don't, because I'm an educated woman. And some of my education came right from the University of Islam, as well as I went to 2 different colleges. Them lessons is what y'all need. I don't care about if you don't want to deal with the man.
I would agree. Anybody would benefit from living out the 120, lessons. And anybody would be, even if they just knew the math, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the supreme mathematics for numbers. If you just applied it to your daily habits, anybody would benefit. But then we, because we in this social media space, we have to give people, the benefit of the doubt that their belief system and the things that they practice might work for them. You know.
Now, real quick, but I'm about to pass it to Lex because he's been waiting. Yeah. One second. Well, I'm about to pass to him. 1 second. Just to address the earlier thing about the hip hop thing. This is a pro hip hop channel. That's probably why you saw some comments in the chat and everything. And I gotta get a little bit of pushback into hip hop stuff because I'm a hip hop advocate. Hip hop is the messenger, right? Like hip hop talks about the things that was going on in the community in that time frame, right? Like you can look at different eras of hip hop. The beginning of the 80s, they wasn't pushing homosexuality at the beginning of the 80s. It was all about partying. It was all about house parties. Dancing was a big thing early in the hip hop. It's pretty much, and MCing was all about who can throw the best, who can get the crowd to move the most, right? It wasn't about who had the best bars. Like battling back then was completely different with battling this today, which is today is about who got the best bars. Back then it was about who could move the crowd the most, and that's what the times of the era was. It was party era. And then towards the end of the 80s, that's when you had the conscious movement. That's when you had all the 5%ers pretty much take over hip hop for the most part. From the mid to late 80s all the way to the 90s. It was like you mentioned, Clarence 13X and the East Coast motherfuckers, 5% Nation, God Bodies. They was very heavy out here. A lot of the MCs followed this. And yeah, Farrakhan and Khalid Muhammad, more so than Farrakhan, got a lot of love from the hip hop era of that time. We call it the conscious era, right? Which actually coincides with the gangster hip hop, quote unquote. I hate that term, gangster rap, but that it coincides with the same time, right around 87, 88, up until like the early 90s when the bling bling era kind of took over and the gangster, the quote unquote gangster stuff kind of that was the end thing. Like hip hop speaks on the times, right? Like that's what was popular in the community at the time. When the bling bling, we gonna dump bottles and make it rain and everything else was popular in the community. That's what hip hop was talking about. When everybody's wearing African medallions and wearing dashikis and everything else, that's what hip hop was talking about. Hip hop is just a messenger. So I think that's why I don't blame hip hop for what's going on. Hip hop was just talking about pretty much what was going on in society at that time, and now you got all this gay stuff going on, and that's what you see hip hop talking about. Because again, it's just a messenger. But yeah, I want to pass the mic to Lex.
Hey, peace. What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, peace. What's going on?
Yeah, Monty, to all of you, man. Good conversation. Shout out to SYKOPATHeist brother Rob and the Queen Mother Aaliyah, Muhammad. I think Chris is tripping a little bit, man. You got to show a little bit more respect to the elder lady. But in terms of Elijah Muhammad, I just want to say that. 1 second. We're on the dark side of the force. We're really, hard on Judaism, Islam, Christianity. But Elijah Muhammad taught a whole different style of what we call Islam. And while I do disagree with, so a lot of things in Islam, I don't think there's been a more productive black man in America, if we're to be honest, about the effect what Elijah Muhammad taught. So you can't really compare Elijah Muhammad's teaching to regular Islamic teachings, because just like Aaliyah Muhammad was said, he taught Islam was mathematics. So he used Islam, you know what I'm saying, to teach a science and a mathematics. You never heard a Muslim talking about Islam means I sincerely love Allah's mathematics. And so, I think we always got to pay proper respects to Elijah Muhammad, regardless. Like, nobody would be calling themselves gods and all that stuff, and the whole science of blackness, and that came from the Nation of Islam. They instill that whole feeling divine about yourself concept. You see what I'm saying? So I approach the Nation of Islam a little differently, even though I'm heavily against the Abrahamic faiths, because truly there's only one, I'm talking about in this modern day, there's only one religion on the planet that was specifically designed for black people in America. And that is the Nation of Islam. Like, regardless of how you look at it, that is like the black religion in America. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, they went into the gods and earths, and that whole knowledge and information spread. But if you was to say, if there was anything ever catered to the black man in America, even though it was Islam, that is one thing nobody else can claim or will claim. White people are not going to hijack the 1 to 20, where it's calling them the devil, and then go try to propagate that around the earth. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to say that, man. All respect to the great ancestor Elijah Muhammad. And and I don't know, I heard y'all was speaking briefly on the situation earlier with the gay agenda coming in, Psycho. I don't know what was going on with that.
Well, we speak out against that all the time over here, and I noticed old girl, like apparently something happened on your platform. I didn't see it, but apparently something happened on your platform and carried over to Chris's joint today. And every time I see old girl, she's just always a victim, and she's hella messy to me.
Yeah, man. Like, y'all can go listen to the show for yourself at the Lex Vortex show, man. She was tripping, bro. And like, we see you coming a mile away. And I don't really have nothing against her personally. I don't hate her because she's gay. But like, we gotta watch out for that stuff in the community, because she's coming through the back door. And look, now she talking about she got a lawsuit against Sarnetta for anti-gay rhetoric. That's COINTELPRO stuff, because y'all gotta understand that sets a precedent. You bringing the law to the conscious community over some, your feelings are gay. Pretty soon, when that happens, then everyone else won't be able to mention anything about, how we feel about homosexuality in the community. So it's like, that shows you right there, don't even give her a voice or a platform anymore, man, when it comes to, like, keep that, like, your LGBT whatever issues over there. When you come over here, deal with black issues, but don't come in blackface with a gay agenda. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was that's what we was telling her the other day. And she's trying to make it look like someone was insulting her because of the traumatic event that she experienced. No, we feel you on that. We wish that never would have happened to you. But what we're saying is, that trauma has now perverted your perception of the world and sexuality. And you will not heal from it, but yet you want to come in a conscious community, so-called conscious community, like you ready to be a master teacher and a debater, and you supporting black men and all of this. But your actions and your agenda is obvious. So we got to check that type of stuff at the door. And it's like almost today, they're trying to force us to be liberal to that. And you're attacking my heterosexuality. You can't tell me, you can't demonize me because I don't agree with that lifestyle. I'm not going to hunt you down and kill you, but you can't force that lifestyle on me either. And especially with black issues. You know what I'm saying? Once I heard, and I'm gonna wrap it up. I know I'm long-winded right now, but once I heard the show she was doing with them weirdos, a dude talking about, black men, this dude got a blonde weave talking about douching his ass and all. Like, come on, bro, what are we doing? We're not even giving you a platform. You're done. She should be out of here because you bringing that. We've already brought too much light to her in what she's doing. And the more light and more trolling she does, the more homos are going to be trying to infiltrate the goddamn movement with another agenda, just like Black Lives Matter. That's my only problem with her. Other than that, love her. She seems like a very cool person. But you ain't fooling nobody. We know you gay. And that's cool, but you coming sideways, talking about you asexual and all this. Then gonna ask me if I did I ever sleep with a white woman? Like, what if I did? Well, what's that got to do with what we talking about? And I ain't even never told her nothing like that, but that's just a deflection. You know what I'm saying? Like, I married a black man. So what? There's racist white men who have married black women. She hates black men. And she got some color purple stuff going on, right? And we can see it. She gonna talk about the black man is gonna be left behind if he don't change. Now, black men, we definitely are a disgrace right now. We can't deny that in the world in terms of when it comes to, governing ourselves and protecting our women. And, we supposed to be seeking an independent black nation. But nigga, the black woman ain't going no goddamn where. See, when I hear that type of talk, where you going without me? Nowhere. Right into the hands of the enemy? What you gonna do? You ain't gonna do nothing. So we ain't going nowhere without each other. So when I hear that type of language, I know what's going on. You're not healed, sister. You need therapy, and you need to put on your big girl drawers. And don't bring your traumatic sexual experience into the community and try to hold us emotionally blackmailed. That's called emotional blackmail. Oh, you gonna listen to me because I'm trauma, and so I'm not gonna acknowledge and see how you trying to come in through the back door, and you're gonna try to make everyone look like they just anti-gay haters. No. But yeah, man.
Right. That's when the shaming tactics start coming in. That's when you all kind of homophobes and everything else. This, that, and third. I'm just not a fan, again, of trauma bonding. It doesn't work. It's pointless. And like I said, it creates extremism, right? That's when you start getting these extreme ass type things like the manosphere and divestment movements and everything else, because these people all trauma bond under echo chamber, and that's just going to point them into being extreme. And everything is going to be, they're going to be hyper focused on whatever they trauma bonded, whatever banner they trauma bonded under. They just going to start hyper focusing on that, and yeah, it's just going to cause all kinds of problems. I've seen it for years here on YouTube with all different types of things or whatever the case may be. Like these things form the little coat.
I would say that we.
May I interject this? I'm sorry, Brother Rob. You know, when she was on our channel, and it's Lex's channel, but I'm a part of it. You know, we were trying to talk to her, and I was trying to offer her that although this has happened to her, that she can't acquiesce to it and let it be her journey forever, be a victim. She just needs to just get healed, like Lex was telling her. Another sister on the panel was telling her also, sister, that is an illness, you need to get some help. I was trying to offer her this. There has been a very high profile homosexual, and that was Don McClurkin. He is a gospel singer. He died, I think, a couple of years ago. But he was a homosexual, but because he turned his life back around, yes, it was to the church, but it can happen. He changed his life around. So I was offering her, sister, don't let this trauma keep pushing you down a road with an alternative lifestyle. You are a woman. Come back to being a woman. Come back home. And she just took it and ran with it and started questioning Lex and accusing us of being homophobes and treating her bad. And that did not happen. Yeah, me and her got into a little hollering match because she wouldn't listen to me. She tried to throw me under the bus like I didn't care anything about her, like I was trying to beat up on her. And that wasn't true. So I got a little loud with her, trying to make her hear me. But bottom line, me and Lex, before we closed out the show, we sent out love to her and told her, sister, get healed. We don't hate you. We're not saying that we don't like you. We're not saying we don't even like you being whatever you are. That's your business. But don't keep bringing it and spreading it around, because we don't need this in our community. And that's all we were trying to tell her. So we wake up, like Lex said, I woke up this morning, my ears burning. I come on your page and I start hearing all this stuff. I'm like, what is Psycho talking about? And then I jumped over on his page just for a minute to see what was going on. And I said, oh, that's what's going on. And I came back over here because, first of all, I don't need Chris to teach me mannerism, how to be a woman, how to talk, when to talk, where to talk. I know how to do that. if you allow me. But everyone that knows about him and have witnessed him debating or whatever can bear witness that Chris can be very rude, very, very demanding, and try to strong and roll right over you. And what you're saying is, though, he can dismiss what you say, what you believe, your research, because his is better. And that is an element we don't need in our community, because everyone should have a voice, whether it's right or whether we agree with it or not, or whether it's wrong and we don't agree with it. But the thing about it is, like Lex said, we want to start developing panels where we can come together and discuss calmly as we can, because some of us get passionate, but it's all love. It's not to create enemies, but we need to create more panels like yours where we can come up and talk and be real and not be afraid to speak out against all this liberal social engineering that's going on. So I'm going to say it again for your panel. I don't hate Sister Neil. I'm not mad at her. I hope she can heal, and I hope she come to an understanding of what we was trying to tell her on the Lex Vortex channel. Thank you again.
No doubt. Yeah, I don't think most people are mad at her. Most people don't think about her until she pops up trying to dump her trauma on everybody. And that's it makes herself the topic of the conversation, whatever the conversation may be. She entered the room, everything must stop, and everybody must talk about her and what she got going on, and somebody else who did her wrong today or yesterday or day after, or whatever the case may be. There's always something that somebody did to her. Every time I hear her, I have never heard her complain about somebody doing something to her, and it's always a different person, never the same person twice. So again, this is at some point you got to look in the mirror. This you. There's no way everybody's coming up with the same conclusion independently, and it's not you. Obviously, you're doing something wrong, and you refuse to acknowledge that, because all you're doing is just pointing fingers all the time. It's fucking annoying.
And the little whippersnapper is just a baby. She trying to jump to the level of master teacher in a half a year. Just you know what I'm saying? Just came out the Bible last year. Like, you got some good ideas, and you studying, but she needs to humble herself, man. She's dealing with serious narcissism. The stuff you dealing with, man, people been studying for 20, 30 years. You ain't saying nothing new, and some of it you got completely wrong. Even outside of the gay stuff. You got stuff philosophically when you're a baby, man. Just stop trying to act like you on the level of, you know what I'm saying, like one of the greats right now. You got a long way to go.
Like she don't even got her own ideology all the way together. Like, when I hear her answer questions about being an omninist, like, it seemed like it was kind of all over the place.
Let me tell you something. This is what it is. They don't know what they don't know. That's what it is, dog. They so unlearned. They don't even understand that they don't know what you like. You make it was on plain display a couple of days ago. It was an A.B.A.T.E that was on Sonetta channel. He didn't even know what Rob Bourne was talking about, bro. On the real, he was bringing up arguments that didn't even have anything to do with what Rob Bourne was talking about. Most people that's on social media feel like they should have they say, even though they don't know shit. That's the truth, bro.
Yeah,
they don't know a damn thing.
I think just like to hear themselves talk and really understand them. Yeah.
And I mean, and that is why these echo chambers are somewhat effective. Like, that is why, like, man, bro, think about how long we've been railing against ABOs and have debunked them in so many different ways. Like, think of how many different ways we done cooked every idea that he came up with. But yet,
That's the problem. Just like the gay community, they're a cult too. They don't even see themselves as such, but that's what they are. They're a cult. Just look how they move. Tell me what's the difference between them and a radical zealot? What's the difference?
Man, it's
the same shit.
Yeah, it's an idea from a really good book. It's a really good book. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And quote from Stephen Covey in the book, it says, we tend to believe that we see reality as it is. The truth is, we see reality how we are. You see? And so because she is so trauma informed, every time you talking, you know, she like, why don't you see this trauma that I'm going through? In her mind, she feel like everybody is going through the same thing. Same thing with Abos and Hebrew Israelites and whomever else. You know, they got the true gospel. You know what I'm saying? That's
and
what
by
it
the way,
is, dog.
Chris, you need to calm down, bro. You up here being very wild with the Queen Mother. Like, bro, when I met you, you was rolling around in the Levant in your own blood like one of them Hebrews. Now, I'm your master teacher. Calm your arrogant ass down. All that shit you out here talking, nigga, you sound like a Lex clone. But you acting like you got the most scholarship. Nigga, you got half that shit from me. Let's just be real. You was a capitalist, whatever, you know, and I love Chris, but bro, you getting a little too big for your britches. You know what I mean? Everybody know where you come from. You got all that stuff from the dark side. All the way you talk about the Bible, you know, burn the Bible and religion and against the you come on, son. Stop playing. You was an apprentice.
Man, on that point, bro, like, can't you see my point about like us not throwing away the Bible, right? Like, certain things in the Bible, like lessons like honor your mother and father, you know, simple stuff like that. You know, I mean, wouldn't you say there is some value in things of that nature?
There's value in the Bible and the Quran and all that. I don't think we need them anymore. We know all the value, and we know how it's been used as a tool of colonization. I mean, it's only a value if you're well studied in it. If you can go in it and you understand how the ancient writings were, and you can pull the esoteric meanings and the principles out of it. But it's laced. It's like rat poison is what I tell everyone. Rat poison is 99.9% food, 0.1% poison. And that's all it takes. So it's mixed with a lot of things that touch our soul, because its foundation is in African spirituality anyway. But the problem is that it's laced with social-political Eurasian supremacy principles also. And that's what most people are not able to make that proper divide. So then it becomes a double-edged sword. So that's why I say, you know, you got to remember the Bible and the Quran and all that stuff. People wasn't walking around with that in their back pocket. Those are priestly documents. And you got to know priestly language to really understand. You wouldn't know, you just couldn't go to Barnes and Nobles back in 2000 BC. Now everybody got it in their hand, and that's why there's so much confusion. They don't understand the language, the symbolism. So yeah, you approach it from...
And like you were saying, let me make it more clear, because I was born and raised in the Nation of Islam until my messenger left. So let me make that more clear, like you were trying to eloquently speak and share. The Nation of Islam program did not have any elements of no Bible and Quran in it. It was not about that. Messenger Muhammad looked at our condition. He also took the knowledge and wisdom and understanding he got from Master Farad Muhammad in 1931, and the knowledge that he gave him about the world around where he had traveled, and he knew and seen people, because he come from the hierarchy of society and of humanity. And so it was a program. The Nation of Islam is nothing like what y'all see today. It was nothing like you see today. I have to repeat that. From 1931 to 1975, what I was raised up in and lived under and was so happy as a little girl and a young teenage girl was beautiful. And it looks nothing like what y'all see today. It sounds nothing like what y'all seeing today, what y'all are seeing today and think is the real Nation of Islam. And the messenger was not religious. We were not religious folks. If anything, we were like a village, like a kingdom. And he was the emperor. But he also had one over him, and that was the higher power, the God. And that God taught him that we all are gods, male and female. He taught him that this planet we live on is heaven. And we have damn near been kicked out of our heaven because another man and his whole program has came in and damn near killed us all. So no, Lex is absolutely right. The Nation of Islam teachings was totally different from any type of religious teaching. And it definitely was not like the Arab Islam or any other Islam over in the East, Middle East, or in Africa or in the islands.
Yeah,
and I hope y'all understand it. Let me finish and I'm gonna say let me say this one last thing. That's why those teachings, the supreme wisdoms, was so important to us all. And the white man with all his propaganda came in and made y'all all start hating the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Therefore, you didn't go and listen, or you didn't go get them lessons. And that's why we are all behind as a nation. Though some of us have ran to the 100-yard line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't speak for everybody else. I actually have an aunt that was a part of the Nation of Islam, and she was right there at Mosque number 25 in Newark, New Jersey. And I actually went to Nation of Islam summer camp.
You was in the baddest temple. Hey, you was in the baddest temple we had at that time.
Yeah, and this
number 25, brother minister, but we called him the son of thunder, baby.
Right, and yes, and I actually have a message to the black man from Elijah Muhammad. Read the book and everything else way back in the 90s. So I'm well familiar with, and you know, absolutely. I talk to Muslims from my.
Now let me share something about that book. Right in that book, he lets the Arabs know. What I'm teaching my people over here, y'all don't have nothing to do with it. Go to the book and read where it says the messenger's answer to Mecca. He told the Meccan because they had sent some lies. America publications, the Washington Times and all that, had put out that the Arabs in the East said we are not really Muslims and we are not really practicing Islam, right? Messenger sent them a telegram and he put it in that book and he told them, number one, what I'm teaching my people, y'all don't have nothing to do with it. Islam is universal and everybody have their way of living in peace. Yeah. So until y'all get the authority to tell me what to do, I'm gonna keep on doing what I'm gonna do because y'all are not the authority.
You are right about being two separate nations of Islam between Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan's. After Elijah died, the split happened. I think that was at 75, right?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Died, and then the split happened. His son took the nation one way. He started leaning more towards Sunni Muslims, and at first Farrakhan was okay with it. Then he broke off. And he back to, he said, the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. That's why the newspapers got different titles. The original paper was called Farrakhan Speaks, and now it's called The Final Call. That's because that was after the rebranding. So I know the history of the nation.
Well, the East Coast is really emerged in the knowledge of the Nation of Islam. That's why I said what I said. And it was because we had a lot of temples over there at the time. And then a lot of the temples were really some of the most powerful temples at that time in the nation. And that was temple number 25 and then temple number 7. Mm-hmm. That's in New York and Harlem.
Right, Harlem, yeah.
So, but now temple number 2 was still the headquarters, and temple number 2 was popping too. You understand what I'm saying? And temple number 5, where I come from, it was popping too. We had some all-star hitters there too. I know we talking all before 1975, right? So I'm just saying, you had the blessing of being introduced to one of the most spiritual, high spiritual, powerful temples that we had at that time that taught that black man is God. And then it's not just talking about the males, it's talking about the females too.
Yeah. Like I said, I got a lot of experiences with the nation, and even before and after split, as far as like the ideologies and everything else. Like I said, my whole city is ran by Muslims. Muslims run my city. Right, like that's not a secret, right? Like that heavy stronghold here, because most of the people that are of age now to run the city or whatever the case may be grew up Muslims. They from the local and they grew up Muslims.
That's right. Tell them, brother, they don't know. That's what I be saying that for.
Yeah, well, now I know it's like that out here. It's not like that everywhere though. You go other places, it's totally like you go to the South, you don't see that same nation stronghold like you do up here, especially back then, forget about it. Muslims,
forget about it. Messenger had a hard time going down that way, trying to speak without somebody trying to get killed, by them Ku Klux Klan people and stuff. And and can I say this too? Let me dispel that lie too. Messenger Muhammad never had an agreement, a contract, or a friendship with the Ku Klux Klan. Messenger Muhammad invited the leader of the Ku Klux Klan and some of his boys to Savior's Day to let them see and for them to know that just like y'all, we don't want our blood mixed either. Just like y'all don't want y'all little girls to marry black boys, we don't want our black boys to marry your little girls. We don't want to deal with y'all. Y'all don't want to deal with us. So let's make an agreement. Leave us alone and stop hanging my brothers down there in Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. That's what happened. See, y'all don't know because we didn't use public television back in them days.
I've criticized Elijah Muhammad. That's one thing I did not criticize him about, because I don't have no issues with him agreeing to separate with the Klan, because the Klan is separatist, and so the nation pushes that they're separatists. So them meeting up, trying to figure out how can they both make that happen, where people over here and black people over there. I don't trip over that. Marcus Garvey did the same thing prior. So I don't have no major issues with that. Now I do have a problem with him being funded by the Klan. That starts to.
But see, I have no brother. Let me tell you who I am. If you're looking at a kingdom, then my family would be some of the royals, okay, in the nation. So my father was a captain. My mother was a captain also. So what I'm saying is, and then I was a captain. When I got old enough to become an officer, I became assistant captain. So what I'm saying is this: I have no knowledge of the Ku Klux Klan ever funding us or giving us any type of funds, brother. With the funds we ever received from any organization or any country, it always got talked about in our paper. It always got talked about in the videos, and the ministers in the different cities, especially one like yours, Temple 25, it would have been publicized, brother. We was not hiding nothing from our people. So I don't know anything about no funding from the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, not directly. Let me specify. Not directly from the Klan, but somebody who was Klan adjacent. With a white dude by the name of H.L. Hunt. He's Klan adjacent. He's not an open Klan member, but he definitely is Klan affiliated. Yeah, and he was the richest man in the world at the time, and he's a separatist, and he was funding the Nation of Islam because they was promoting separatism. So that's why he was funding them. But he was funding them though. He came out.
I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be fair and say this: I still have never heard anything about that because it still would have been televised. No, it doesn't matter if he wanted to hide it. The messenger wouldn't have hid it from us, the body, the members. You see what I'm saying? even if he had to send it to us telegram.
Members did know. Malcolm, one of the people who put it out there, like members knew.
And you know what? You want to have a whole show about Malcolm and why we feel the way we do about Malcolm. First of all, let's be fair. Let's be fair, psychopath. Let's be fair. But I'm asking you to let's be fair when it comes to Malik El Shabazz. Y'all in love with Malik El Shabazz. Because when he died and was buried, he was buried as Malik El Shabazz, aka Malcolm.
We got a high school named after him out here. Yeah.
But you can't, he can't be Malcolm X when he left the nation, bruh. When you leave the nation, that X don't go with you.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying. And he had changed his name willfully. He changed his name to Malik El Shabazz. So now, that was what Malcolm did. We didn't do it.
The only thing difference between Malcolm X and Malik El Shabazz is his faith changed something. Like he started leaning more towards traditional Islam a little bit and was getting away from Elijah's teachings. But his social and political views were the same. He was the same. Malcolm,
but let me say this: we loved Malcolm. See, this is what I'm not even going there. I'm not criticizing anything. What I'm trying to get you and your public to see is that Malcolm X belonged to us. Malik Haj El Shabazz belonged to y'all. And we know Malcolm X. I grew up loving Malcolm X like an uncle. His daughters and I are around the same ages. So what can y'all really tell people like me about Malcolm X? Malcolm X was a young man when our messenger took him under his wing. He wasn't number 29. By the time he died, he was about 39. So what do y'all really know about him? And what do his children know about the nation when they was little bitty girls? And let me tell you something else. Malcolm left the nation. He did not get kicked out. Malcolm told the messenger he did not want to continue. He was going to go out and do his own thing. Just before February.
They silenced him indefinitely. That's why and every time he wrote to Elijah, he wrote many letters to Elijah.
Can we go chronologically, babe? Can we go chronologically? We talking about when he first left. When he first left, you're not being honest, because he left because of 1963. When President John F. Kennedy got killed,
and he got silenced. Right.
Now I tell you what happened. I'm part of the nation. Can I give you the history?
Yeah, I know the history. He got silenced in depth.
Well, I'm telling you why he left. He left because he got set down and he did not want to obey the rules. And he was not exempt from the rules just because he was Malcolm.
Right. My whole thing is, why was that a rule? Like, because
the rule is okay. I'm gonna tell you what the rule he wrote.
Let me explain why I said that. But let me explain why I said the question. I'm saying, why was that the rule? Because he's always said negative things about John F. Kennedy. But like all during his life, you go back and listen to all the things that he was saying before Kennedy got elected, after Kennedy got elected, all the way up to his death. He was very consistent about everything he said about John F. Kennedy. That day, he said it and he got silenced. Now we have to wonder, why did all of a sudden they all of a sudden said, now you can't say nothing? Why then?
Okay. The reason why is because messengers sent out letters to all of the ministers and all of the captains, all of the body, that if we are questioned about the assassination of John F. Kennedy, to say nothing. Why? Because Black folk love John F. Kennedy. Matter of fact, I have family members that love John F. Kennedy. I was young, old enough to know and be aware of what was going on. And the messenger told us, don't say nothing about it negatively, like Malcolm did, and like we probably all would have too. Because of the fact, he said, it would make our jobs harder trying to get to our people's minds because they love John F. Kennedy. And if they look at it like we are laughing at his death, then they will look at us as being evil and they will not want to ride with us.
But isn't that contradictory what they always
No, sir, it's not when you are doing a mission. Psychopath. If you are a leader of a group, you have to know how to maneuver amongst the masses in order to keep their attention and to keep their trust. So the messenger did not want to offend our black brothers and sisters who were still Christians or who were still loving the government. He did not want them to be offended by us.
Is it that he didn't want to offend black people, or he didn't want to offend white people?
He did not want to offend black people.
Because I think white people was way more offended by what Malcolm said than black people ever was.
It wasn't about what Malcolm said. See, you're missing it. It was about what he did. It was going to be a time when the minister in Newark, Minister James Thunder, son of Thunder, would have been able to speak out against John F. Kennedy. It would have been a time where Malcolm could have. But at that point, if you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is rude.
You said Brother James. Were you talking about James Shabazz?
I'm talking about Brother Minister James Shabazz. Yes, your minister in Temple 25.
Right.
They all would, and listen, the messenger loved him like a son. That was his boy.
Yeah, he was right under Farrakhan, because Farrakhan's the one that actually founded.
No. You talking about nowadays? I'm talking about 60s, 50s,
I'm talking about
70s.
That's what I was talking about, the 60s, because Farrakhan.
He didn't stay under Farrakhan. He broke away from Farrakhan.
I'm talking about in the 60s when Mosque number 25 got founded. Farrakhan founded it and then appointed.
No.
James Shabazz.
No, he didn't. Brother Minister James Shabazz been around the messenger since the 50s and the early 60s. Farrakhan didn't come into the nation until 1955. So I don't know what you see. Y'all got y'all history wrong. Listen, I'm just gonna put it to you like this. Minister James Shabazz, before he got killed, was one of the messenger's main ministers. He loved him like a son. He is the one that would be up on the stage at Savior's Day. So please, bro, that's what I'm saying. How y'all gonna disrespect people who live this life? This wasn't just something we put up on a shelf.
We're just talking history right now. We're just talking history.
But the history is live and living right here on your station. I know all this stuff. I keep telling you, it's a hierarchy. The nation was like a kingdom. It was nothing hidden from us. Even as a child, you knew if you understood. But my father and mother being officers really gave me insight on everything that was going on. So I'm just trying to share what really happened instead of what you think or what you done read. So now Malcolm got in trouble because he disobeyed the order. He was no better than Minister James Shabazz. He was no better than Farrakhan at the time. He was no better than the messenger's sons. He was no better than my dad. And when they were told to be silent, don't say nothing about that right now, and that was told to us who were going to public schools if we did, we all were supposed to obey that order from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And Malcolm disrespected and said what he said. So when the messenger heard about it, he sent for Malcolm. He had to go to Chicago. They talked, and everybody agreed, bruh, you broke the rules, man. I mean, you know, you Malcolm, but you still got to go by the law. And we were a nation within a nation. We had our own rules and regulations. We had our own penal system, everything, bruh. So he got 90 days where he wasn't going to be able to teach on the dais in New York City. He had 90 days just to show. We called it seat time. You ever heard of that?
90 days, they didn't let him come back, though.
No, sir. Listen. That's not true. 90 days would have put it from November, December, January, February, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. February is the biggest holiday we had. Savior's Day.
What day was the eviction again? Because that's when he came out and said that he wasn't down with the nation anymore. What day was the eviction when they tried to get him evicted out of his house, the nation? What day was that?
I think you're talking about stuff that happened after Savior's Day.
This is after the sound. Yeah, this is during the silencing and everything else, and this and the third. Like
no. During the silences, nothing was happening to him. He was talking to the messenger. He was still on his post.
He wrote him. He didn't talk to him.
Excuse me. No. That came later. That came later. I'm talking about the period between November 1963 until March 1964. Now y'all don't know nothing about that because he was still Malcolm X and he was still in the nation.
He was trying to reach out to Elijah.
No, not that time, bruh. The 90 days didn't mean he had to stay at home. The 90 days he was not locked up.
He was silenced. He wasn't allowed to go speak anywhere. That's what he did.
Couldn't. You're not listening. You're being evil, and this is what's going on.
How am I being evil? I'm telling you what.
Because you're being misleading, and I'm trying to tell you what happened. You try to make it seem like I should know, and I do. So I'm trying to tell you, he was not locked out of the temple or anything. He could still go to the temple. He just couldn't get up on the dais and speak.
Right, that's what I said. That's what
okay, well, that's a punishment. My daddy went through it. A lot of other people, daddy went through it. Malcolm was no different. If you do something wrong in the nation, you're going to get penalized.
He got shunned. He got shunned.
No, he didn't at first. It wasn't shunned. He had to do the 90 days. The 90 days would have took him up to March the 1st, 1964. Right. And I'm going to tell you why Malcolm left. Because he knew he wasn't going to be able to speak on the biggest day of our years, and that's Savior's Day. He left on the 21st of February, 1964. He told the messenger, I'm leaving, I'm going out, and I'm going to do my own thing. And he left. Now, from that on, what you saying might have happened, I don't know nothing about. Nobody in the nation trying to shoot him, or he got evicted because properties belong to the Nation of Islam. He said he was gone. So after he left on February the 21st and turned in his membership, then he was no longer a part of the nation. Why should he keep a house that we're paying for?
No.
Why should he keep a house that we're paying for?
Because he felt like he earned that house.
He got paid every week like every other minister.
Right.
He could have saved up some money and bought his own house.
Malcolm did more for the nation than anybody up to that point.
No, sir. No, he did. Brother James Muhammad of 25 was the biggest contributor to the nation. Newark, New Jersey brought in more money, sold more papers than any temple in the nation.
He was the biggest recruiter. He was
not. Y'all lying to yourself.
He was the national.
He was not.
Yes, he was.
Now I'm telling you, he was not.
When Malcolm joined the Nation of Islam,
this is the problem right here. This is the problem right here, Lord.
When Malcolm joined the Nation of
Psychopath, you are wrong this time.
Let me speak. When Malcolm joined the Nation of Islam, they had less than 500 members. When by the time he left, they had over 50,000. He was the national speaker. He was the main recruiter. He brought people, especially out here out in the Northeast. People didn't get to see Elijah Muhammad out here unless they went out to like Savior's Day or something like that. Like because for the most part, Elijah was just a picture on the wall. You know, he was a picture on the cover of a book. But they didn't.
And guess what?
They didn't get to experience Elijah. Like they got to experience Malcolm.
So is that anybody's fault that they couldn't afford to come to Chicago to see the messenger? Because many thousands of hundreds did.
No, I'm not going to blame Elijah for that. I mean, he was old. He couldn't travel.
Okay, like that. So don't blame us for that. But let me say this to your other point. In the Midwest, all we had up on our walls was Master Muhammad, because Malcolm was not a big contributor in the Midwest.
Rewind a little bit. You broke up. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said, just like you said, it was just a pivotal image over there where you come from. Malcolm was just a pivotal image over here where I come from in the Midwest. He was not the intricate part of the nation to us. Mm-hmm. See, you have to understand that. He might have been important to y'all in the East Coast region a little bit because he was the East Coast regional minister too. He had two titles. He was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. See, y'all got that wrong. He was titled the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's assistant. He was not the Nation of Islam's assistant.
He was the national speaker, yeah.
He was the national speaker of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Not the nation. Okay, it's two different things. He was the national spokesperson for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, just like Farrakhan claimed he was. He was not he was not the national speaker of the Nation of Islam.
Wait, I gotta jump in here. So wait a minute, sister. He was speaking for Elijah Muhammad. Him speaking and being the national speaker wasn't a benefit to the nation as a whole. I mean, if he wasn't, I mean, it just seems like we're just switching up titles here.
You know, beloved, I cannot deal with 22 million different black people's feelings in America. I'm just telling you what the program was and how we lead. He was the national spokesperson for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That meant, his title meant that wherever he went, he spoke for the messenger. And he was telling, wait, let me finish. And he was only speaking what the messenger told him to say.
Right. Here's my question to you.
Now, let me tell y'all something. I'm older than all of y'all. And women don't like to give their age, but I can tell you.
Okay, I was gonna ask.
Y'all act like Farrakhan the only one that got this knowledge, and that's a lot.
Let me say this before I make my point, all right? Just this idea that because you're older, we're supposed to sit and listen. Hold on, let me finish.
But you listen to white people who've been living for 2,000 years. You read their books and believe them.
You don't know me, so you can't say.
I'm talking about, when I say you, I'm not talking about just to you, because you're not the intricate person right here. Is this man's channel and the people who are listening to him. So you're up on the panel with me. I'm not speaking to you.
So because we have a different opinion, we listen to white people. Last I checked, the Nation of Islam is fully hooked up with a full white organization. Okay,
that is not my nation, and you're late, and I'm not going to even go through that.
Okay, that's fine. Miss,
I don't deal with Farrakhan, so I don't know what you're talking about. So, Psychopath, I'm going to go. Seeing you was having a good conversation about facts, I'm ready to go.
One second.
I'm just going to ask a simple
question. One second, Nappy. Just to be clear, she did say she don't mess with Farrakhan's version of the Nation of Islam. That's why we were talking about Elijah Muhammad's version.
Okay, that's fine. Let me ask you this. Let's go back to Elijah Muhammad. Please explain how you said that Malcolm broke rules. I get it. Explain how Malcolm was a traitor. Traitor in what way? How was he a traitor?
I don't think, you know what, Psychopath, what time was you planning on closing down, bro? Because it's 2:53 our time, Eastern Standard Time. You got time?
Anywhere between now and now. It depends.
Okay, bro. Because I didn't want to come up here to be the source of your panel today. But you know what? It's very much needed that the truth come out about what the real nation was about. So now, what you want to reword that or re-question that or what?
It's a simple question. How was Malcolm X? How was he a traitor when? I just want to know because
so now I'm gonna give you a scenario because I think you need one. Okay, so say you had an organization and you took a younger brother under your wing and you gave him an order, you know, and you taught him a lot and you took him a lot of places that you don't even probably take your best friend or your family members. And so you are the head of this organization, and it has rules and regulations and specifications. And you know, I'm not ever trying to look at you as a rival or enemy. You like a son to me just as much as my own sons. Right. And then are you following me? And so then you get to a point, and then daddy tell you or brother tell you or your master tell you or you are an apprentice under me, and I tell you, look, or you tell them, we're talking about you now, and you tell your apprentice, look, I don't want you to do this like this because of this. And I'm probably told him, I'm telling you more than I'm probably gonna tell everybody, but we don't need this to happen right now because this is gonna mess up some stuff. So don't do this. And then you turn around and do it. And then when you do it, then you have to suffer the same penalty that I and everybody else around me or in the organization have to. But then before you humble yourself to that understanding that though I have given you a lot of rope, bruh, I'm still the boss. And then I'm answering your question if you allow. finish. I'm getting ready to finish. So then when I give you this rope, then when I pull you in and say, bro, I got to pull your coattail right now. You got to stick with me for a minute. And then you don't want to do it. And then you go out and then try to form something else. And now you go out, think you're going to take everybody with you. That don't happen. And then you go out and then try to do something and it don't even come to fruition. And then you go out and then start to try to put bad mouth on me and my people because of you and your disgruntlement. And yeah, maybe you are beefing with some of the brothers, but hey, that's real life. I ain't got nothing to do with it because why? I'm too large. I'm on a mission. I ain't got time to worry about you. And that's how that went. So yeah, to me, you trading out the whole community of black people because not only did you leave, but you left and started running your mouth, backstabbing your people.
Wasn't that after?
That's what he did. Nobody asked him to come out with all them lies that he was coming out with.
Well, okay,
he could have handled that in the house.
So let's break down these lies. Now these lies you're referring to the lies that he got from Elijah Muhammad's son?
I'm talking about the lie about the Ku Klux Klan. You were saying something about that Malcolm said that Ku Klux Klan leader was giving the nation money. We don't know if that's true. Where's the proof? Where's the receipt?
He's not the Ku Klux Klan leader. He's Ku Klux Klan adjacent.
And it doesn't matter. He a white person, and we didn't need white people money.
Oh,
now, that came out. That's documented. That came out. He was funding the nation. That's
a quick question. A quick question to the sister. Because you said a lot of stuff there. You said that Malcolm was given all this rope. I don't know where the other rope was before the Kennedy incident, but you said you said that.
That's what I'm saying. Now I don't even understand what you're asking.
It's my turn now. I'll let you speak. All right. You said earlier.
That's what's wrong with y'all panels. Y'all be speaking a lot of lies and a lot of untruths to these youth.
Let me say this.
You get a chance to the bunker.
Let me say this.
Okay,
you said early on that no other black person called the white man the devil like that, like Elijah Muhammad did. Well, actually, Nat Turner went to war with white people, and there were others. But let's just stick with that. Let's say if I called. Hold on. Let's say, sister, I called you the absolute worst thing I could possibly call you as a woman, right? Like the worst. I called you a slut or whatever. You can't get any worse than that. All right?
Okay.
What was Malcolm, after calling the white man the devil, Malcolm, all he said was the chickens are coming home to roost. And that's betrayal. That's something that's worse than calling the white man the devil. He didn't say, I'm glad Kennedy got killed. He didn't say they should have been more close range. Nah, he just said, listen, whatever, the chickens came home to roost, whatever, I'm not crying over it. And he gets cut off by the knees for something like that. You understand? So what you said is kind of, but hold on, let me finish. I just find it interesting that you claim that the nation has instilled such militancy in black people, but then when someone doubles down on the militancy, like a Malcolm, like a Khalid Muhammad, they're cut off at the knees, and you don't even acknowledge them. I mean, you have. You know what you want?
Look, bro, you ain't because you're lumping two things together. You're lumping two things together, and I'm only here for the nation of Islam.
Miss.
We didn't have nothing to do with Khalid. See, you keep lumping things together. Khalid has nothing to do with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Okay, so let's stick with Malcolm. You said that he was given a lot of rope. What rope was he given before the Kennedy incident? What, like, please explain. And
you know what? You sound like one of these people who live and navigate in this realm of victimization and weakness. Because I just said what the situation was. He was no different than any other minister in the Nation of Islam. He had a title. May I finish? You want the answer or no? If you want to keep on navigating in the lies that you're telling yourself, then go ahead. But if you want to hear the truth, I'm trying to tell you. What rope he had is that he was just a minister in the Nation of Islam. He had a membership card like everybody else. The only head of state of the Nation of Islam was Elijah Muhammad. And so nobody did nothing unless Elijah Muhammad told them they could.
Right. So
now, if you can't understand rules and regulations, I'm sorry. That's probably one reason why no other organization out here has ever beat the Nation of Islam.
No other, or like, what do you mean? Explain.
No group, religious or otherwise, political or otherwise, has outdid the Nation of Islam between 1930 and 1975.
In what way, miss? I mean, they collected
in organizing people, pulling people up, supporting people, changing people's lives, Black people being happy with their space. That's what I'm talking about.
Miss, you can, there are Black churches that's done that. All right. So I'm not going to sit here and give him props for making.
I know you don't have to. You don't. You will one day.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Psycho, because clearly, this woman is very indoctrinated in the nation. I get that.
No, I'm not indoctrinated. I lived it. I didn't do like you. I didn't have to read about it. I lived it. I was about it. I wasn't new to it. I was true to it. You the one that read some books, listened to some audios, and think you know more about the Nation of Islam than I do.
This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go out and read. I mean, I'm not going to just listen to the Nation. I've just seen, honestly, and I have nothing. I used to listen to Farrakhan and what have you, but it's
all right. But Hajj el-Shabab, that's who y'all love. Who cares? I don't care. I'm talking about Malcolm X and what he did.
But again, you didn't tell me that anything so egregious.
Because you won't let me. Because you keep bringing up cornball statements, and I'm trying to tell you, it had nothing to do about him. The chickens are coming home to roost, which was a code. What else did he do? White people understood it as a code. He shouldn't have said nothing because his boss had told him to keep his mouth shut.
Before that, what did he do that was so egregious?
We're not talking about Malcolm. Never did anything. I don't even know what you're talking about. See, them all lie.
Psycho.
Nobody disliked Malcolm. Psychopath. Let me say this, your panel. Nobody I love Malcolm X. He was like an uncle. All of us love Malcolm X. We love the work he did over there on the East Coast and wherever else he went. But let me make this perfectly clear. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the spearhead of the Nation of Islam. He was the power. He was the light. And that was understood until he left us in 1975. So that's who gave the rope. He was the master handler, not Malcolm. Y'all got that wrong because he was over there with y'all. The headquarters was in Chicago, Illinois, on the south side.
Can I ask you, Aaliyah, Sister Aaliyah, do you live in Chicago right now?
I live in Detroit, Michigan, the home of Temple Number 1.
That's fine. Have you been to Chicago? I'm assuming, right? I mean, it's basically
1,000 times or more.
Do they
have been to the original Temple Number 1? That was like a movie theater. You've been there before?
Of course, and I'm living the D.
So I'm assuming that you've been to Mos Mariam, right?
Absolutely.
Are there any statues or monuments of Khalid or Malcolm there?
And you know what? Are you asking my opinion about that? It should be.
Okay.
It should be. But Psychopath, I'm gonna let you tell him again. Didn't I say I am never and not a part of the Nation of Islam with Farrakhan?
I understand that, but
so why would I know what they're going? Why would I know what's going on with them, bro?
Okay.
Why?
Let me say this, Psycho, and I'm gonna step down. You were speaking earlier about, the LGBT and people who got violated and what have you. And I just want to tie this into this whole idea that we have to bow down to elders. I've said many times that. Can I? I'm not even addressing you, sister. Let me address him, and then I'm gonna step down.
You are, but what you're saying is totally a fallacy. because elders are all in the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible.
I understand.
And elders are going to be important, especially elders like me. I say I'm an elder because I was born before 1975. Anybody born after 1975 ain't got a clue about this history around Malcolm, Elijah, Khalid, Farrakhan, Brother James X. None of y'all know what's happening. If you was born after 1975, too bad for you, unless you are blessed to have someone like me in your life.
I got you. Psycho, I've said many times before that the conscious community, all they did was look at the black church and they peeped game and they flipped it and remixed it. And the black church, and you've grown up in the black church, Psycho, as you said, you've seen, these old dudes, these old deacons, these old, deaconesses and so on. And people try to force you to listen to people who do nothing but read the Bible. They don't understand it. They don't question it. They don't do anything. It's basically sheep trying to teach sheep, and that's a form of oppression. And I just saw this past week an example of two quote-unquote elders, all right, that have made spectacles of themselves, one being a James Small, the other being Sarnetta. I don't know if you caught it, but Polite happened to go up on a platform that Sarnetta was on. And Sarnetta, who said he'd never deal with Polite again, never, mess with him again, he allowed this guy to come on the platform. He didn't question him, and he even chastised his audience for not holding Polite to any sort of standards or even question him and say, is this true? He in fact chastised the audience and say, oh, he wasn't convicted, he wasn't this. Those are your elders. These are the ones who people keep saying we're going to listen to. And the sister said, well, Elijah Muhammad, she mentioned all his accomplishments. Well, Elijah was just bigger. I'm sure there were other people around that time that were going after white people, but he just happened to be bigger. Just like Sarnetta's bigger than you, Psycho, but does that mean he's right just because he's bigger? Look at all the pseudo shit and all the bullshit he's pushed off that platform. So bigger and influence doesn't always mean better. Just because you're bigger, let me finish. Just because you sold a lot of records and music doesn't make you a great singer. Then Vanilla Ice is better than G-Rap. All right. So we really have to start looking at people who claim to be these elders, and we have to get out of the trap where just because they're older, we have to sit down on their feet and listen. You could be dealing with an old fool. A lot of old people, they don't change. If they were a liar and they were a conniver back then, they're a liar now. So we got to be careful with dealing with quote unquote elders. Again, if you missed that, go check out, as far as
the Sarnetta thing, like, I feel like he should probably just chill until the Polite case is over. If he wants to deal with him after the case is over and he's found innocent, that's his choice. I just don't think he should probably jump out the window. That's just my opinion about that. But and as far as James Smalls, what is James Smalls? I know he had a conversation with Tariq, but
with Tariq. Basically, he was on Omar Wali Africa's channel. All right. And
I know about that. Yeah, I played that.
Yeah. But then goes on Tariq and not only does a total backtrack, but he attacks Omar Wali, and I'm gonna just keep it a buck. It's almost like a pimp grabbing one of his hoes and saying, "Yo, what did you say? You better get out there and say such and such and such." That's what it was to me. I mean,
what I think it was, how I took it. I'm gonna tell you how I took that.
Sure.
James Small was on Africa Awani. I can't pronounce his name.
Olawale Africa.
Olawale Africa. Okay, yeah. He was on his platform, and in the midst of that interview, he asked him about Tariq, and he gave his opinion about Tariq. He was like, I played what he said. He said he don't agree with some of the radical positions that FDA be taking and everything else. He's like, he going to have a talk with Tariq about it and everything. He don't like the direction it's going. Now, he wasn't saying it to bash him and everything, but when he uploaded the clip, it came across like James Smalls was coming after Tariq on some other shit when it really wasn't like that. Like, he had some issues, but he said he would talk to him about it behind the scenes and all this other stuff. and that got blown up and everything else. So he came up like, well, he kind of did some clickbaitish type shit and made it seem like, you know, I was saying, you know, I got issues with Tariq on a personal level when my thing is pretty much ideology, and I just feel like, you know, going down the wrong rabbit hole, and you know, like kind of like took him out of context.
Bro,
Right.
I saw the, hold on, sister, brother, I saw the whole.
You hold on, because I'm getting ready to make a point. You see this psychopath? You gave us a whole nother picture of that whole scenario. But
Miss, I watched the whole live.
Him and all the people like him, they go around from panel to panel spreading shit to cause a problem in our community. And that's the only reason why he came up here today. Because no matter what I've told him, nothing has been a solution to him for him to get off of his rhetoric. I tried to tell him it wasn't about what Malcolm said. It was about Malcolm breaking the rules of the Nation of Islam. He was no better than no other minister or brother. And when it comes to the rules, his ass went when the wagon came too.
Like
he was on a screen like my father and everybody else. Y'all are stupid to think that Malcolm X was running the nation and that Malcolm X controlled the Nation of Islam. He did not control the money. He did not control the rules. He did not control any movement in the nation. He did not travel over to Africa with the messenger on his own. He was taken. He never went to Africa until after he left, and then the UNIA and all them actors and shit out of Harlem is the one that funded him to go to Africa then. So you don't want to know the truth. You are a shit starter, whoever you are, and you need to stay off these panels spreading gossip, because that's all you are doing. And psychopath, I love you, but I don't want to be up here with no sissified gossiper. Talk to you later, bro.
That's it. Period. All right. Look, I saw the whole live. All right. Everybody knows that I don't rock with Tariq, but I saw the whole live. All right. And he put everything out there in context, and he asked specific questions. All right. So I guess we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. But like I said, I'm not gonna. There's this idea that we should respect you or get behind you just because you old.
Do you think the Africa clip, do you think he was like attacking Tariq, or do you think he was kind of like just
all he
did? What was your take from the original clip?
He didn't. I don't take it as him attacking Tariq, but what happened is Omawali asked him specific questions and brought up specific things about FBA. All right. And James Small said, look, I'm not going to say anything behind your back. I'm going to name names and say it to your face. And Omali Africa didn't bring up just one clip. There were several clips that he broke down where when he brought up specific talking points on FBA. And
I'll give you an example.
Sure.
I got a lot of respect for James Smalls, right?
I know you.
But I don't agree with James Small and everything, right? Like I've actually challenged him on some of the things he said in the past, right? Because he kind of believes a lot of that Alvin Van Sertima stuff that I pushed back against heavy, right? And so I disagree with him there. Now somebody could take a clip of me saying how much I disagree with James Small on that particular topic and spin it to make it seem like I got smoked with Professor James Small when I don't. It's just a ideology disagreement, right? It's philosophical. Like I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? But that don't mean I disagree with him on everything else, right? Like I agree with him on a multitude of things, but it's certain other areas that I do not agree with him, and that will be one. But somebody can clip that up and make it seem like I got all this smoke with James Smalls when I don't. So that's kind of what saying. He was like, people clipped that up and kind of like this sound bit me and made it seem like I got all this extra smoke for you, and that ain't the case.
The bottom line with that James Small clip with Omawali, he said he disagreed with him cursing. He disagreed with he named several points about what he disagreed with FBA, and Tariq Nasheed went back and said, oh, you're just using it. No, listen to the whole thing on what this man said. All right. And what's funny is James Small said, oh, I'm going to speak to Tariq in private. Instead, he goes to Tariq's platform, lets Tariq say, and he said, listen, I'm going to speak to Omar Wally. And Tariq was like, nah, it's not over. It's not over. Well, I thought you're the elder. I thought you're supposed to squash things between people. Omar Wally did a whole live telling you how he was trying to speak to Tariq many times. See, what bothers me is that James Small went on his platform and said, why are y'all attacking Tariq? Why are you going after him? Bro, Tariq is, how did ADOS get broken up? Tariq is the one who he started the Froggy and Strappy shit. That's how that shit broke up. And so Omar Wally has shown receipts on how he tried to do just that, sit down with Tariq, and he wanted none of that. So this idea that you can't critique what he's doing, basically putting out all this anti-black, xenophobic shit, and not get caught on it. And now all of a sudden, oh, they're attacking Tariq. And James Small, who they say, oh, well, James, maybe he doesn't know about this, but James Small admitted on Tariq's platform that, yeah, he is on the internet and he does see all this shit. So that's what bothered me when he said, oh, why are you attacking Tariq? Tariq is the one who's putting out all this shit separating black people. So that's, again, just back to this whole respecting the elders. I can't respect any of that shit. I can't respect that. If you go on a dude's platform and Tariq, you can't say, well, Tariq, I want to bring peace. Let's just, don't go after the dude. And Tariq's like, nah, it's not over. It's not over. Then you're not a respected elder. All right. Back in the days, you follow hip hop. When the Tribe Called Quest and Rex in Effect got into a big beef, Bambaataa stepped in. He was able to bring peace between two groups that were about to kill each other. He did the same thing with Ice-T and LL Cool J. He did the same thing with BDP and X-Clan. When he stepped in, they stopped. That's respect. But you mean to tell me that you go on that dude's platform and all of a sudden you can't tell this guy, listen, cut down on your rhetoric. I'll tell him to cut down his rhetoric. That means that these
we don't know if he didn't say that behind the scenes, though. We don't know what he's doing behind the scenes.
Well, hold on. Everyone's talking about behind the scenes. Does Tariq go behind the scenes?
Well, I'm saying their relationship ain't like that, though. Tariq, their relationship ain't. They like you talking about Tariq having smoke for people that he don't fuck with. But I'm saying like he fucks with Professor James Small, so they're gonna have a conversation behind the scenes. They're not gonna do it publicly like that.
Right, and he still
had a conversation before he got on the platform. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the first time they spoke since that clip came out.
Right, so, and he's still putting out the same rhetoric, bro. That's my point. So but yeah, that's.
Well, he probably don't agree with James Small. That don't mean they didn't have the conversation though, just because he don't agree with him.
Right. I hear you, man. But basically, that's all I had to say. And that sister, she can scream all she wants. She's totally neck deep indoctrinated to that NOI shit. And yeah, man. I mean, she couldn't even give a definition of what a traitor was. She just gave me the same shit that all these other NOI people do, man. So that's, whatever, man. I mean, she can do the wordplay all she wants, man. That's basically all I had to say.
Yeah, she's definitely down riding.
She's indoctrinated. I mean, don't
she was specific though. She doesn't rock with the new.
Okay, no, I understand that. I respect that. She was
defending Elijah. She was defending Elijah and that form of nation, the form that had the Farrakhan Speaks newspapers. Excuse me.
So she doesn't believe Elijah Muhammad knocked down a bunch of young girls.
Well, I highly doubt she believes that. I'm pretty sure she thinks that's a lie. She didn't mention it. We didn't get too deep into that, but I'm pretty sure that she would call that cat.
Even with the full video of not just one video, a couple of videos where Farrakhan brought his kids up there. All right.
Yeah. With no date of birth, no nothing, just accusations. Yeah.
Including at the Justice or Else March, where he brought them all up there.
It wasn't all. It was only about 2 or 3 out of a bunch named. There was a bunch of people named, of females named, and kids that was allegedly, born or whatever. But he brought up about 2 or 3 of the alleged people. But again, we don't know the birth dates or nothing. They just said what they said. You know, it's kind of hard to take people's testimony without any evidence supporting it when I know they're part of an organization. It's kind of, it's just sketchy.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll
you got Big Game up here. What's up, Big Game?
I'll catch you tomorrow, bro. Peace.
All right, no doubt, Nabby. What's up, Big Game? You there, OJ? Okay. OJ might be having some mic issues. Okay. Well, OJ, you there?
Hello? Ahoy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, hey, peace, Psycho.
Peace. What's up? What's the word? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Your mic messing up again, OJ. Okay, I don't know what's going on. OJ mic messing up. I think he wanted to probably do it. Take on that Tariq. I know Tariq is boy. I'm not a Tariq hater, nor do I promote him. I got a love-hate thing with Tariq. Like, some things he do I love, some things he do I hate. It's a love-hate thing. Like, I don't agree with everything Tariq say. I don't disagree with everything Tariq say or do. I do find him entertaining though. I'll be lying saying I don't find Tariq entertaining. I definitely find him entertaining. He's hilarious. But, you know, I don't agree with everything he say either. Tariq be saying a lot of pseudo information. He be indoctrinated. It ain't just him. That's because he follows a lot of these pseudo-ass motherfucking teachers out here. And he promotes their rhetoric and he gives them a platform, and then we gotta debunk a lot of that crap, and it's just like, anyways, that's a whole different topic. And I ain't too keen on the whole, I'm a little bit confused by the whole FDA thing. That confuses me a little bit. Like, I understand, you know, the purpose for identifying ourselves as certain things for reparation purposes, but I'm a little bit confused because one minute he's saying this shit's about reparations, and next minute he's saying it's not about reparations, it's just about lineage. So Tariq confuses me with this whole FDA thing and what it's really about. That's why I can't really get down with that shit. I mean, you know, whatever. If people repping it, they repping it, whatever. It's a little bit trick bag to me. I don't know. I don't know about the FDA thing. I don't know. Ain't really my cup of tea, right? You know, I'm Pan-African, and that shit seems very anti-Pan-African. So it doesn't seem very welcoming to a motherfucker like me. You know what I mean? Like, don't got smoke for no motherfucker. Even though I fall under the category of FBA, you know, I don't have this smoke for foreigners the way they do, right? Like, I don't have that smoke. I don't have that energy, right? Like, you know, the foreigners are who they are. Like, I don't have that same smoke for them that they had. Like it starts to coming across like a religion. Y'all know I don't do coke. But yeah, your mic fixed, OJ?
Can I be heard?
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, now we cooking with gas. Yeah, man, he know damn well the way that title was worded and that clip, the way it was clipped, he know damn well that was being disingenuous. And he knew that people was going to take it and run with it on the internet. That's exactly why he did it exactly like that. Like, come on, man. We know that dude Omawale is a low-key slime ball. And I mean, you know, he may got some good rhetoric sometimes, but that nigga's a shyster. And for whatever reason, niggas mad at FBA because now, like I say, people are delineating. And what it was that they used to delineate from us and we'll try to be with them. But now we delineating from them and we see they trying to be with us. And that's the difference. They want the ability to shit on us while simultaneously like exactly how Tariq say, tethering on to us when it benefit them. And niggas see that and niggas are trying to separate. And also trying to say that James Smalls is a bad elder, like because he can't stop Tariq, he's not respected. No, you can't stop somebody. Like, how can he stop Tariq when, like, because this guy is coming at him constantly? He would have to stop Omawale first and then stop Tariq, because Omawale is the one that's throwing stones. Like, come on, man! The whole orientation of his argument was disingenuous. And Nappy Yankee, he always do that. Whenever he talking about quote unquote FBA or ADOS or anything like that, he always make the argument that somehow we in the wrong and somehow all the immigrants are in the right. When, let's be real, it's not even that, like I say, it's not even that maybe we should be able to come together. But we tried to come together. I always point this out. Everything about black people currently, these niggas love Africa. And it's always been like that. And that's why people fight so hard against the FBA shit, because they love Africa. Like, come on, man. Black people love Africa. We love the Caribbean. We love all those places. It's just that we see that they not feeling us. And now we reacting accordingly. And for some reason, black people are the only ones that's not supposed to react accordingly. We supposed to react. We always supposed to take the high road. We always supposed to, be the bigger person and all that, which we've made. That's part of our culture.
I hear you, and I don't disagree with most of what you said. But my issue is this: it started off as being defending Black Americans to now is being, it went from being on the defense to now it seems like it's just on the offense all the time. And that is a little bit of a problem for me, because that it seems like motherfuckers are running around here looking for smoke instead of just, and it's like I said, it's one thing to defend yourself, and it's a whole nother thing when you out here shit starting.
But let's be real.
How it starts coming across like these shit started.
Let's be real. The best defense is a good offense. So even if we going on the offense,
that's not exactly a diplomatic way of handling things. I hear you when it comes to certain things, but when you're trying to be diplomatic, that's not the proper.
No, I know. I know. I'm just joking. Obviously, that's a joke. Yeah. Now, they do be going in a little bit hard sometimes, but at the end of the day, let's be real, man. These people been doing little slick, underhanded stuff for years and years and years and years. They still do underhanded stuff. They run all these little BS platforms, and then they'll show like they be showing black people doing ratchet stuff, and then some random, it's always like a little 14-year-old kid just graduated college or something. They be like, yeah, this Nigerian kid just did it. Like, come on, man. We already see all the underhanded tactics, and we see it. And I mean, Sandy Darity said it. They're put in place. They're literally put in place because they're less radical. That's like everybody sees it. That's why they preferred in college admissions. And that's not to say they're not intelligent people, because they are. The ones that come over here now, all the ones that's over there, the more downtrodden people, they over there living in squalor. And if somebody points that out, like, notice, I'll give you a perfect example. Notice when I guess Beyonce or somebody went over to or just any black celebrity, but I'm pretty sure Beyonce did this. She went over there and she was filming like some not favelas, they're not called favelas, but like, different, downtrodden areas. They're like, why would you film that? You just trying to show the bad parts of Africa. But literally all they do all day, every day on the Shade Room, on Media Takeout, is show the bad parts of freaking Black American culture. Like, what are we talking about? But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, like,
to the choir about that Media Takeout and World Star Hip Hop and all that shit. I spoke out against those two entities for the longest. Yes, but without World Star Hip Hop and Media Takeout, what would the gender banging circle be? Gender banging circle would be crickets. It'll be a ghost town. It'd be
no, it wouldn't.
It'll be big ass dust balls flying all over the place. Yes, it would. That shit,
That's a
the
non.
whole
I mean,
gender-
that's a non sequitur for what
the
you're
whole
saying,
gender
but
banging sector, Will. The whole
that's
gender
not true.
Real quick,
Yeah.
the whole gender banging sector was centered around World Star Hip Hop and media takeout videos.
No,
Like
you talking about Tommy Sotomayor.
Tammy and Phil and all the other motherfuckers. That was the
You
original
talking
clout
about
chase.
Tommy
The original
Sotomayor.
clout chase. The original clout chase on YouTube was to grab those media takeout World Star Hip Hop videos, show it to everybody, and talk about how fucked up black people are. That was the original grip here on YouTube, and that formulated the whole gender banging shit because Tammy
That wasn't no original grip. That wasn't.
Tammy would run to those websites, grab all that stuff, talk about all these ratchet women. That's where the whole BT 1000 shit came from, and all this other stuff. The hair-hatted hooligans. Look at these hair-hatted hooligans, and all this other stuff. And then you had the women would do the same shit. They'll run the media takeout, World Star Hip Hop, find these derelict Negroes, and show them and try to present them as the face of all black men. Like this, the gender banging circle was all centered around
No, see now you're
ass toxic videos.
Yeah,
No,
look, I'm gonna.
That's not accurate. Wait. No, real quick. Let me respond to that. That's not accurate. The quote unquote, because you're trying to say that Tommy Sotomayor is the progenitor, which is absolutely not true. The progenitors of any type of relationship space, and it wasn't even really about. It was about black. It was a larger discussion about black culture. They were delineating who was the problem and what was happening and why these problems were arising. But the progenitors of any of these discussions are SWP, Captain Solo, K Soul and Black, Thug Titian, and then there were females who were like Statuess One. It was another one, You Heard Me the First Time, Pink Elephant. Those people did not center around any of that.
Hip hop and media takeout videos and using these as
no, they absolutely weren't doing that.
I just want to say this. First of all, OJ, you sound dumb as hell what you just said. And how do you bring up Sandy Darity?
Wait.
Hold on, no, I'm gonna finish. How do you bring up Sandy Darity after what Tariq did to slander him and the whole ADOS movement? You sound dumb as hell. Let me just say this. Psycho, you were talking about.
How do I say? Wait. No. You can't just call somebody dumb. Nah, you can't say no dumb. No. You can't say you sound. No. We're not doing that.
Why? Okay.
We're not doing that because you're lying. Because wait.
My dude.
No. You can respond. You can respond.
You're not doing.
You can respond.
No, because he over here calling me. He's saying you sound dumb, and I didn't even say that to him.
Darity, Tariq Nasheed shitted on
the
whole movement.
And what does that have to do? What does that have to do? What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Masters, sir. How do you?
What does Tariq Nasheed? What does Tariq Nasheed?
You just showed how confused you are. How do you serve two masters?
How am I confused?
Yeah.
How am I serving two masters?
And Tariq Nasheed chopped down that entire movement.
And
how is that?
Again, this shows you how dumb you are. This shows you how dumb you are.
Here's the deal.
What does Tariq Nasheed's opinion on Sandy Darity have to do with me?
It has everything to do because you're saying
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it is. You're getting behind him.
No, it doesn't. I can. No. See, and this is the point. This is the exact point. This is the exact thing that Shyster
Psycho,
Omawale
you wanted
did.
to know what FBA.
This is the exact thing that
almost.
Wait. No. This is exactly why. This is exactly what that Shyster Omawale did.
You
he tried to say, oh, this guy said this, so that means he doesn't agree with that. That's totally
you don't know
incorrect.
What the fuck you're talking about. Psycho, here's the
No,
deal,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Nowhere have I said that black people. I've come up here and I've given a figure of what black.
And where did I say you said they don't? Where did I say you don't? You said they don't. Anybody doesn't reserve. Anybody doesn't deserve reparations. I didn't even say that. You just a clown. Short fat. You're a short fat bald nigga. Mad as hell.
Calm down, OJ. Calm down. Let him finish.
He's mad because I basically told the truth. Psycho. Here's
no, nigga. You up here lying.
I'm gonna send you a link of a recent video of a dude who Tariq was supposed to, I guess he was supposed to have a debate with them and he turned it down on No Jumper. But the guy clearly he's like a MAGA dude or some guy on the right, some white guy, whatever. But he took the time out to read Tariq's race baiting book, and in the book he talks about what FBA is all about and what route they're going. And you might have been right as far as what direction he's going with it. He breaks down exactly what FBA is. I'll put the timestamp in. I'll send the vid. I mean, all the other shit. Like I said, the dude seems like this Billy Bob, white, like a MAGA dude or whatever. But he read the book, and it'll tell you exactly what FBA is all about and clearly what direction he's going. So that's all I want to say. And again, I'll send it out to you, and I'll leave the timestamp. All right. Peace.
All right, no doubt. All right. We got.
But yeah, D.A.B.A.T.E Yankee's a damn clown, and he know he's a clown. He know he not like. What does Tariq Nasheed having a bad opinion on Sandy Darity have to do with me having a bad opinion on Sandy Darity? Do that even make sense?
No, that's false. That's false.
Like, come on, man. All right, as long as we under that perception.
Yeah, how he feels about I could agree with somebody on something, but disagreeing with him on something else. So that's fine. Sankara, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, but Africans are causing the division. You know what I'm saying? but Nigerians are the problem. I just wanted to say, because y'all were talking about FBA and all these, what's dangerous about these type of movements, and it's not that Tariq don't bring anything of value to the community. It's not that, but the whole thing with what OJ's trying to push, if you're caping for these type of little movements, just like he did the same thing with ADOS when that was hot, and we see where that went. These are bait and switch groups. They use rhetoric like reparations. They haven't gone anywhere, but they haven't done anything but produce division. They haven't produced anything that's moved us forward. They've moved us backwards, which we all know now. So anyway, what I was saying was, what happens is, what I notice is whenever these groups pop up, let you have a pro-black, pan-African discussion or panel somewhere, you're going to have ADOS people all in the chat trying to kick dirt on it. Just like now, whenever you try to have some type of conversation talking about anything pan-African, anything, independent, black independence, anything on that, you'll have FBA people all up in your chat trolling. Because what's dangerous is it thwarts any type of effort to connect with the continent, because that's a big problem as to why we can't progress, is we have no resources, and we don't have land and resources. They know if we were to connect back to the land in any way, we might be able to fix that dynamic or improve that dynamic, so we won't be so far behind. And that's why it's kind of like, what are these groups really about? When you deal with ADOS, they topped all that reparation stuff. You go in there and you get into discussions, and it's a whole nother type of agenda. Once they grab you in with the rhetoric on reparations, they talk about something else. And so it's sort of like you have to be careful about some of this stuff. Some of the people out here that appear to be about black first, it's not always the case. Like that B1 group, same thing. Oh, we're B1, and you go in there, they're talking about a bunch of feminist bullshit. It's bait and switch. We don't have any room for trying to act like Africans are trying to thwart any type of movement, reparation movement or progressive movement over here like they a problem. Our problem is white imperialism, white domination. That's the problem. Period.
I agree that the problem is I don't know if I say white imperialism, white domination, but
yeah, I know you wouldn't say that. That's what it is.
But at the same time, but let's be real here. You're talking about Africans, us hooking up with Africans. What hand have they extended us to hook up with them? Like every time they
by you saying that,
let me finish. That was rhetorical. That was rhetorical because we know the answer. Every time they try to hook up with us, it's on some tourist shit. Okay, come back to Ghana and spend all your money, and then go back home. Where are they offering us any type of dual citizenship, any type of easy visas, any type of anything? And not only that, these people don't. I mean, you're talking about resources. These people are the dominant they're the dominant person on their continent, and they don't even have control of their resources. So
how are they
what are we
dominant?
talking about?
So okay,
what I mean by dominant. What I mean by dominant. No. What I mean by dominant is the dominant population, meaning they.
I feel what you're saying. Yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Populated more than.
I feel what you're saying. Yeah, that's true. But here's the problem, though, OJ. You're Negroes that talk like you talking right now. I can tell they don't have any dealings with Africans. I can tell you don't talk to Africans by the way you're talking right now. Because if you actually talk to Africans like I do, you would know that's not how most Africans feel. If you would talk to Africans on a regular basis, you know what a lot of Africans are over there saying? What in the fuck are y'all still doing over there? Why are y'all still subjecting yourself to that kind of treatment? Come the fuck home. A lot of Africans, that's how they really think. Now, a lot of them are a bunch of coons, just like there's a bunch of coons over here. That's correct. But you don't know, you don't have any type of connection over there to be speaking on what Africans think or don't think, OJ. That's the issue I have with you.
Well, they ain't reached out to me, so.
You ain't reached out to them.
If they ain't reached out to me, so what are we talking about?
I mean,
why is it always on? See,
I've had foreigners. I had foreigners. Well, living out here in the Northeast, I've had foreigners help me with a bunch of stuff. And I don't know. I
bet you had white people help you too. That don't mean they're your friends. Like, what are you talking about?
No, but I had them help me on the strength that I was black. Like when I got my first job, I'll give you an example. When I had my first job, right, it was a shit job, right? It was a piece of shit job. Everything else, first job, I was valet parking and shit, right? It was a crap ass job, but a motherfucking Jamaican saw what I was doing and everything else. He was like, "You like working here?" I'm like, "Shit, it's a job. You know, I got a family to feed. You know, I gotta do what I gotta do. But I ain't crazy about it." And he was like, "Here go my number. Hit me up. I can get you up out of here." This, that, and third. And he got me a better job. And this, that, and the third. He did that straight. Like, he didn't do that because, you know what I mean, he did that on strength, but I was a black man. Looked like he was struggling at the time. I was backed up, had about 5 cars waiting. I'm rushing and everything else. He see me running ragged, and he was like, "Yo, this don't look like fun."
Now you said foreigner. Now you said, because he specifically talked about Africa. Now, was he African or was he Caribbean?
He was Jamaican. What's the difference?
How did I know that, dude?
What? I thought this was about foreigners.
No, I know, but I just point. Even then, it's like, because let's be real, Jamaicans talk about that over in England. Jamaicans talk about the Africans separating from them. So even though we do have separations from each other, which the Caribbeans, they feel better than us. But even then, the Africans feel like they better than everybody. There's a hierarchy.
Okay, who told you that, OJ? Did an African walk up and tell you that? You haven't talked to no Africans to tell you that.
I know African people, man. Like I grew up with.
You do not. You don't talk to Africans. I can tell by how you talking. You don't talk to no Africans.
And I grew up with Caribbean people, but a lot of people don't tell you. Somebody was talking about this earlier on. That dude Brandon channel, they was talking about this earlier. He was like,
"Okay, when was the last time you talked to an African?"
I don't know. I probably haven't talked to one in a minute because it was.
I know you haven't. I know you haven't. I can tell by how you talking.
I don't have any. I mean, that's not neither here nor there, but
it is because you up here telling us what Africans are saying, and you ain't talked to one since you were 8.
Not since I was 8. Come on. Wait. See, and now let's be real. If an African came up here and said, "Well, I don't like African Americans because they was calling me an African booty scratcher," you'll be like, "Well, yeah, that is true," and that didn't happen since he was 8. So get the fuck out of here, dude. Y'all niggas picking.
Yeah, but that didn't happen though. We talking about what happened.
Y'all niggas picking and choose.
Whatever, man.
What to get mad about? And that's what
But
I'm talking
OJ,
about.
you
And
ain't
I'm not,
talking no
and wait,
African though.
let me finish. I'm not even saying don't hook up with Africans. We should be hooking up with other people. But what we just happen to see is that they don't like us. And now that we see they don't like us, now it's a problem.
You haven't talked to an African since when?
Bro, it don't matter since when's the
Then
last
why are
time
you
I talked
speaking
to an
on if
African?
Africans don't like us if you ain't talked to one?
Because they haven't made an effort to do anything to help us. That's
You
why.
haven't talked to them.
They
How
haven't
do
made
you
an effort.
know?
They haven't made an effort to do anything to help. How do I know? Because I know.
Why don't
what
you do
efforts
this?
are they making? What
Why don't you
political
do this?
efforts? Wait. Look, what political efforts in any African country are they making to make a way
I'll tell
for
you what, OJ.
Americans to come over there easily?
I'll send you some YouTube channels of some Africans that are
Can you
trying
answer
to
my
do.
question? No. Can you answer my
I'm
question?
trying to. Yeah. What I'll do is I'll send you some channels on YouTube of Africans and Caribbean folk that talk about Black progressive, all of us getting together and unifying and talking about all the things you say they should be talking about, reparations, everything. I will send you some channels of Africans that are actually doing that. How does that sound?
Yeah, put it in. You can put it in the comment section of this video after it's over. But
I will do that.
But at the end of the day, like I said, those are still not. What did I just say? What are some political movements like people who are really involved in the upper echelon of politics in those places? These sound like which I appreciate, even if it's people, grassroots people who don't have that much power saying, yeah, we like Black people in America. Okay, that's cool, but like, come on,
Well,
man.
their leaders are all clowns. I mean, that's just I'll say that. Their leaders are clowns. That's just the reality of it. But as far as the regular people, they're on the same page as us. If you talk to some of them aren't, some of them are.
I don't think, and just like just what happened in Ghana with Meek Mill. Meek Mill took a picture took a video in some kingdom or something. Now, oh man, he's a scumbag. He don't know it. Like, come on, man. We try to we always go over there, open arms, try to help out, and y'all don't do nothing.
Wait,
just like how they was
somebody called Meek Mill a scumbag? Who called Meek Mill a scumbag?
Just like how they was shitting on what's the sister name?
Yeah, who called Meek Mill a scumbag? And why they call him a scumbag?
What do you mean? When he made that video in he made a video in like a kingdom or some crap, and Africans was on his head.
Oh yeah, why?
Because he made a video in the kingdom or something. I don't
Was
really
he
know.
somewhere he wasn't supposed to been? Like, was he like on stage?
He was there. No, he was there. It was a castle or some shit, but he was allowed there. And he like, shit, I'm about to shoot. He shot a music video, and obviously the people that was there let him shoot the music video.
Oh, okay. Well,
But
I don't
somehow,
know too much about
but
that.
now, I don't think this is some sacred religious place. And let's be real, these people are Christians anyway. So, I mean, do Christians have sacred outside the church? Is there sacred places?
I was just about to say, yeah, the church.
Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about? And then again, the other sister, this is a perfect example. Ari Lennox, I think that's her name, Ari Lennox. She was over there. She was like, man, when I went to Ghana, I felt like family or something. And then they was like, man, you ain't no family. Like, all over Twitter, they was like, you ain't no family. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You're just a kind of like, so come on, man. If we're gonna chastise people, we gotta chastise both sides. Like, that's all I'm about.
I do. There are people on the other side that is just as extreme. Yeah, and I get on them as well.
So that's what I'm about. Because at the end of the day, I would love to not have to live in America. So and be able to live in Africa around Black people. But come on, man. We know what the deal is. They subjugated just like us, and they come over here and talk trash on them.
They don't just all do that.
I mean, they don't all do it, but some of them do.
That's
a lot of them.
Another thing I gotta always remind y'all when y'all talk this, you gotta remember the mindset of the people that are coming over here. Y'all start. That's like people making a pretty much a broad statement about Black people based on the Black people that live in the suburbs that couldn't wait to get out the hood and hate the neighborhood and hate the Black community and hate Black culture and everything else. It's like, yo, Black people in America is a bunch of coons, blah, 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 and everything else. And the only experience with black people they've had is those coons out in the suburbs. And they like, well, that's how all black Americans are, because they don't experience the other people that didn't move out to the suburbs to be around white people and bragging about being the only black person on the block and everything else. Not saying that everybody live in the burbs think like this, but let's keep it a buck. A lot of them do. And people can just look at that small sample size and paint that as a narrative of how all black people think, and that's not the case. So, and that's what y'all pretty much doing, because these are people that moved out of the hood, pretty much. This is how they see it, right? Because that's how they view it. This is them moving to the burbs. Even if they living in the hood, it's the burbs to them because it's better than where they just came from, right? In their minds, right? They moving on up. So they coming. So these are people that have this type mentality that you're dealing with. Like these people aren't, these, let's call it what it is. A lot of them are coons, right? But that don't mean that the whole continent is full of coons. These are just some coons that came out of Africa, that came over here and got a disdain for black Americans. That's all.
But I mean, let's be real. They got a disdain for each other too.
Just like us.
Like y'all act like they all together. Like if you go to fucking South Africa, the Nigerians, people don't like the Nigerians over there. Like, come on, man, let's be real. In different countries, they have different
over here.
Who they don't
How
like.
are we doing over here? We don't like each other over here either. What's the difference?
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that y'all make it seem like, because let's be real, man. Everything we've ever done, the early roots of hip hop, whatever it is, we've always wanted to be included as African. Hell, we talking about church. What's the church? What do we call our first church?
African.
Psycho. I know you. Exactly. Like, come on, man. Like, so
that's because they were Africans. What are you talking about?
But the point I'm making is we've always wanted to be seen as we always wanted to be allies with Africa. No matter how you slice it, you can't say we never wanted to be. Now, This is really the only recent time, only in the past 10 years, not even 10, less than 10, have we ever even thought about separating. Now, there maybe been some people earlier who thought about that, but I'm saying as even a small minority or a bigger minority, this is the only time we've ever felt this way. So come on, you can't put it on us. We've been wanting to go back to Africa our whole lives.
Yeah, you do have Africans that have slapped our hands back. When we reached out, we have had some hands slapped by Africans. That's true. I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
So come on, man. Like, and that's all I'm saying. And then that's all I'm saying.
But again, that's not
I don't
everybody.
even think.
I just want.
Like I said,
that's not all. Like I think y'all just take the small sample size that came out here and feel like they better than other people because they came out here and have this mindset that they pick themselves up by the bootstraps and using them as a large sample size of how all Africans are, and that's just not the case.
I don't think people are doing that. I think some people may be doing that, but I don't think I'm doing that. And a lot of people that are in these movements, I don't think they're doing that either. Now, like I said, a lot of people, they be cooking niggas. I mean, come on, let's be. And it's another thing. This is a part of Black American culture. This may be a cultural thing.
It's
cultural difference.
Yeah, it's westernized.
But no. What I was about to say is that we cook people. That's what we do. So if you seen as any type of opposition,
you talking about just cooking people?
Yeah. That's a part.
But that's over there. It's different if you're doing it in jest and if you do like if it's malicious intent behind it. And I'm hearing a lot of smoke behind with the FBA stuff, and it's like I just don't have that energy, y'all. I don't have that.
Like I say, some people do take it too far, but I think that's a small minority. And I don't even think Tariq Nasheed or Yvette Cardinal or anybody is taking this quote unquote newfound Black American lineage thing. I don't think any of them are taking it to any type of level that they're trying to make it seem. It's just that what happens is, nigga, if you had the first control stick your whole life, and now nigga like I don't want to watch the game no more. I want to play. And now you just died, and nigga you like I don't want to. Let me play again, and that's what's happening. The African niggas, they have the stick, and they like let me play again. But it's our turn to play. And now when it's our turn to play, now the rules change.
Well, I don't know what you mean. Our turn to play. We should both be playing. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
What I mean by that is, people been separating from us, and we don't even realize. You know, we just having fun. You know, we having fun because when you're a little kid and a kid is playing the game, and you can't play the game, so you having fun just watching them play the game. You have basically like black people we've been repping, you know, Bob Marley. You know, we rep all types of different. Oh man, you know, all these black people from all these different places. Oh man, yeah, we love that. We love Bob Marley. We love what's that? I can't even think of the Nigerian dude name. Fela? What's his name? Fela Kuti? Is that who I'm talking about? He like a jazz singer or something. Fela, that's his name, right? But his name, anyway, we love Fela Kuti. We love all these people. We got dashikis on. And now we like, shit, it's our turn.
You acting like Africans don't love Black American stuff. They ain't down there listening to hip hop. You don't think they down there watching our movies? You don't think they love Black American?
Yeah, but we see, here's the difference. We actually love them. Like, we're like, oh man, yeah, you guys are great. Like, you guys are our ancestors.
A lot of black folks don't like African
standard.
African Americans don't like Africans like that either. Now, I mean, some of them, they don't want to be associated with Africans. They think Africans are, dirty and.
I see Africans down there
primitive.
I see Africans down there wearing fitteds, Jordans, all types of shit.
But that's because, but see, that's the same thing that happens in Japan and whatever. You wouldn't say Japan thinks we are brothers.
Well, you got a lot of Japanese motherfuckers embracing our culture as well.
No, what I'm saying is you wouldn't say that they think they're our brothers. You would just say they like hip hop, which is that's what it is.
The Africans do. The Africans do because they share same phenotype. Yes, they look at us as brothers. Yes.
Oh my God, yeah. But yeah, I'm not, like I say, I'm not trying to cause no division. I'm just trying to make it. My
yeah, but you are though.
Hey, can I be heard? My fault.
Good.
My bad. Yeah, I just wanted to make my point. Talk. My bad. Yeah, my only point is, like I said, everybody else was doing it to us, and now we not even really. We just saying, hey, look, we Black Americans now, and that's what we gonna rock out with. And now they like, nah, you African, nigga, or nah, you this, you that, you can't.
Well, like, you are African.
But you get what I'm saying, man. I'm not.
No, we don't get what you're saying, OJ.
You get what I'm saying, man. Get out of here, dude.
I agree with you, OJ. Like, why is the onus on Black Americans on over here? Like, who's the only one that's been holding down these pan-African ideals other than Black Americans over here? Hello?
Yeah, exactly. Who has it been?
Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba.
But let's keep it.
Do I need to go down the list?
But let's keep it a buck. When we talking about true pan-Africanism, right? We're talking about mainly Black American figures. Because they don't even, we have more reverence for their leaders than they do. They learn more about their leaders over here in America than they do over there. Let's keep it a buck. Marcus Garvey couldn't get pan-Africanism popping in Jamaica, even though the ideal was before he came. But once he came here, Black Americans all over here was ready to set it off. You get what I'm saying? He couldn't even get it popping from where he was from.
You're right. Yeah, that's why we need each other.
But how? Like, because let's keep it a buck. I get the concept of pan-Africanism. I get the perception of it. But we're talking about working practice. Like OJ said earlier, where's the DACA plan for Africa to America? Where's the civil rights bill for them to bring us over here? Not the perception, we should be together, because right now pan-Africanism has been an inside joke. Basically, pan-Africanism is Black Americans stand on the front line, sacrifice and die and fight for everything, and everybody else gets to come over and piggyback off what we did. That's pan-Africanism.
Well, we have had some African leaders that wanted to try to do that, but they got killed. A lot of the leaders, well, not all, a lot of most all the leaders, they're hemmed up with politicians that are controlled by outsiders. So they're gonna do what the outsiders want as far as the people controlling the governments. So that's kind of a problem. But there has been some leaders that have tried to reach out to us. You had the one guy that tried to reach out to Farrakhan, which, you know, I'm not down. I don't rock with Farrakhan, but there has been some people that tried to reach out. Thomas Sankara tried to reach out to Maurice Bishop over Grenada, the island of Grenada, before they got him. And then they got Thomas Sankara. Maurice Bishop, his next move was going to reach out to us over here from Grenada. That was going to be his next move before the Reagan administration took him out the game. So there has been people that have tried, but you know, it's not that there's no Africans that want to try to reach over here or whatever. It's just that there's a lot of stuff working against all of us, and I don't think that we should try. I don't think this is a good time, or it's a good rhetoric to try to put a wall up from them, because we have to do that. We don't have any other alternatives.
But brother,
we need their demographics, and we need their resources for us to be able to have any type of progress. And so, I mean, it's just not.
The divide has always been there. It's not like when y'all say that what the rhetoric now is causing a divide. The divide has always been there. So what we're saying is, okay, cool. That's how you feel. You know what? We used to banging on this beast. I say this: white supremacy is like an octopus. Octopus has its tentacles in each part of this globe, but the main body is in America. We done seen this beast tooth and nail, and we done fought it. So what we're saying is, listen, we done been fighting it, and we've been 10 toes down. So my thing is, now y'all not used to doing that, because you're the majority in your country over there, and you're not fighting them over there. So basically,
they are fighting.
Bruh, they're on the first thing smoking over here. The Chinese, the Dutch, whoever, a bunch of them groups over there, just destroying the resources and just sucking up the resources over there. Yeah. Like there's no Black American over there affecting their body politic. I mentioned this on a stream before that Psycho had. You got a senator somewhere out in Michigan talking about if he gets a Nigerian dude talking about if he gets elected, he's going to stop. He's going to get rid of Black History Month. That's also talking about your history, fool. If you acknowledge yourself as being Black, and then you got this that governor for Virginia talking about, oh, we should stop talking about slavery. But when she went to go visit that Jewish Holocaust museum, she's saying never forget. The Caribbeans got CARICOM. They don't ever mention us in that. But now all of a sudden, now that Black Americans, now we're talking about fighting for something for ourselves. Now everybody wants to put themselves in the conversation.
Can I speak right quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on? What's going on, Sankara? Hey, check this out, right? I'm good, my brother. Check this out, right? When Sankara spoke about division, and people talking about ain't no division, the immigrants divide. No, first they had ADOS. Y'all already divided themselves with ADOS and FBA. That's division, right? So now when I hear people talk, they're talking about all of the negative things, right? As if they never had any encounters, any good encounters with any Black people outside of the United States. Like when I was in the military run from down south, people from down south and people from up north always went at it. So that would mean we not the same. So it just become crazy if you can't never focus on no positive. So now the other brother just speaking. See, we can go back and forth about which one cooning the most, because Herschel Walker is from the United States and say, what he say, you shouldn't get no reparations unless white people get reparations. He say you shouldn't teach, as he called it, CTR in schools. You can get rid of Black history. You can go on and on with the things that just happened in Mississippi. Two of the people in Jackson, two of the people that voted for them white folk was Black people from the United States. But if we just constantly focus on if we just constant, and for me, this is mostly social media type stuff, but if you just focus on who's cooning the most, who's causing division, we ain't gonna ever get nothing done. So I always ask this question: is people really trying? Because if you really truly trying to get something done, right? You gonna move the negative out the way. Look, I have partners from the continent, from the islands, and partners from the United States. African Americans, Afro Caribbeans, African from the continent, African from the South, and that's who I deal with. All the negative ones, I just get the hell away from. Once somebody from that continent, Africa, show me who they are, to hell with you. Just like if somebody from the United States show me they like Herschel Walker, to the hell with them. Or like that somebody from the Caribbean show me they like that woman. He was just talking about the governor of Virginia. To hell with. How we gonna ever build something if we ever just trying to look and see who's the worst and who's the best? There's coons. They got people here who have perfected the Herschel Walker two-step. You got people in Africa that has perfected the Herschel Walker two-step. You got people in the Caribbean that has perfected the Herschel Walker two-step. But how about the brothers and the sisters that just don't want to fight one another, that truly want to build and come together and get to know each other? Why don't we ever focus on them?
So just real quick, a couple of things. One, Herschel Walker has dissociative personality disorder. This nigga don't know who he is, what he does. This nigga literally has like 5 or 6 different personalities speaking inside of him, and he doesn't know which one is saying what. So that's the first thing. Secondly, notice all this rhetoric comes after. Comes after we start making a delineation. When they was making delineations and we was the ones always extending our hand, it wasn't man, let's just get past the negative. They were just like, we don't like these niggas, and then people would make excuses for them, like you doing now. Like the point is, look,
who am I making an excuse for? I didn't make an excuse for anyone.
Yes, you did, but just by not acknowledging the history of the historicity of what's actually accurate, you're making an excuse by trying to.
He said we should be building. That's all he said, OJ.
No. We should be building, absolutely. But when they had all
pushing back, there's not even room to push back on. Unless you got another agenda.
It is room to push back on, because you don't even understand what he said. When you try to make it seem like we're the bad guys, then of course I have to push back on that. What do you mean?
Who is we? Who are
the bad guys? I pointed out people from the continent, people from the United States, people from the Caribbean, and then I also pointed out how all this divisiveness, how we act toward people from down south and people from up north when I was in the military. The way all this divisiveness don't get nowhere is what I said. So why don't we focus on the people we can build with?
So you saying
that is what I said.
So you saying that the divisiveness has just started, or has
exactly?
You saying it just divisiveness just started?
Jesus Christ! Like what the?
Who said that? That word did never come out of my mouth about when did it start?
Y'all keep hanging y'all hat on that. Y'all act like this division just started because of what?
Oh goddamn, man! I see why people say y'all slow.
See what I'm saying, Picard?
No, you trying to get over, and you're slow. That's what it is. You're dumb, and you think we're dumb.
Just now, because there's an ADOS and FBA movement, all of a sudden now that they caused the division. The division has always been there. Like I said, I don't care about what your concept or the perception of what pan-African is. When I said earlier, what's the working practice? How is it being reciprocated? I'm not talking about going over there, getting a vacation home. Like I said, what's the DACA plan? Can they go in their law and say, hey, we want these Black Americans to come over here and get citizenship, get these type of resources like we did, like when blacks fought for the Civil Rights Act or the Immigration Act. Do they have that? Not what your concept or your perception is. Do they have that over there?
Okay. So let me tell you what they had on, cause we can't focus. We got to say they did something for us. So I'm gonna tell you what they tried to do for you. Okay, when Khalid Muhammad was out and he was good when he was living and he had his guns, you do know he went and got his he went and got his guerrilla warfare training from an African president, right? And that's where he was getting his weapons from. Okay, from Idi Amin. So now, when you go to if you look at Zimbabwe, when Robert Mugabe was living, it's not his fault that the news in Obama set down on what he did. But when he offered for African Americans who farm to come to Zimbabwe, because when they were oppressed, they made it illegal for them to farm. We will give any African American $300,000 to come here and show our people how to farm certain crops. $300,000, a house, and your own 3 acres of land. Should I continue? Or you didn't know about that?
No. Yeah, but so we fuck with Mugabe though.
Man, Mugabe's an African. You just got done trashing Africans. What the hell are you talking about?
Man, he's like one out of
exactly 1 out of a billion.
Oh my God.
I could cherry pick all day. That's what you did. You cherry picking. I said as a group, we're 13% of the population over here, but we fight for
Zimbabwe as a country.
But yeah, let's be real. We could have been absorbed by all the African countries a long time ago if they wanted us to come back.
Negro, you said that nobody was trying to make any type of connections or moves with us. That's what you said.
But I actually was going to say something about Mugabe, but Mugabe is him. That's him, though. That's one person.
You talking about one person? You just mentioned Ghana earlier.
And I didn't know he did that, but that was fire.
Can we be real?
And that's done. He's done more than what you did.
Most Black Americans ain't trying to go back to Africa anyway. That goes. Oh, can we be real with that?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. That is true. That's true. But we would still like some connection. We would still like to have it would be perfect to be able to get dual citizenship and be able to go back and visit at least. Nigga, damn, we can't even get that.
Like Israel does the Jews, like Israel has for the Jewish community. They have a right to return. Why is that? How come Africa doesn't have a right to return for Black Americans over here all over the globe, period?
I think Sierra Leone just has, they just put one in effect now. Sierra Leone has a way. You can get citizenship in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's a tricky thing to say. Why can't Africa do it? Because like it's 50-something countries in Africa. It's going to be a country by country basis. So,
yeah, but still, if it's 50, then we can't get 10. We can't get 3. We can't get 1.
We have one in Liberia.
We're not over there usurping their politics over there. We're not doing that over there.
We need to be.
They don't even want them. They don't even want Black Americans.
And this is my point, bro. This is my point. We don't need to be building walls. We need to be tearing these walls that you're talking about down. You trying to build more walls. All this FBA 80 bullshit. You building more walls. Let's tear the walls down.
How? They're making a beeline over here. So you say go over there, but they're jumping on the first thing smoking over here. So what walls are you talking about? The walls
only some, not all of them. Some of them are. And like I said, you guys are not talking to enough Africans to be making these type of statements.
We don't need to talk. Why do we need to talk to a bunch of Africans?
Then don't say what Africans think. If you ain't talking to them, you don't know what they think.
What they think is what we see and what we know.
You don't know because you ain't talking to them. You assume.
Okay.
I talk to them, so I know what they think. And by the way, one of the channels I told you, OJ, Brother Bakari is one of those channels. We got non-FBA, as you call them, in the panels that come on, and we deal with this on Brother Bakari's page.
What do they tell you?
They are with us. They want to work with us. Like I told you, there's channels y'all don't know about.
I'm not saying that there's no African brothers that are down. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ones who's against Black Americans. Not, of course, all of them.
Man, fuck them. Fuck them.
That's what we're talking about, though. We're not.
Okay, fuck them. Let's agree. Let's agree to say fuck them. How about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to the ones we can work with. How about that?
Right. So, but,
All right.
but yeah, you're right.
Good. Squashed. Shit.
But that still shouldn't stop for, you know, what Black Americans got going on over here, the fight that they're trying to get over here. They're trying to fight for benefits for their own group. Like everybody fights for their own group. My thing is everybody now having a problem that Black Americans have delineated. And they're saying, you know what? They're going to fight for their own, get it, because they're tired of fighting for everybody else. Is that wrong? To have a distinguished group from themselves?
It's not wrong to fight for reparations.
Black Americans has fought more for Latinos and poor white folks than they have for Black people. In all honesty, if you just honest about it, they have fought more for Latinos and poor white folks than they have from Black immigrants. They have fought way more for them, but we don't. And nobody never. And they are the ones that you want to talk about getting your stuff and replacing. They are the ones who's getting what should be African American stuff. If you look at it, look and see who they are giving scholarships now to the HB. Oh well, in order for the HBCU to get their money, how would y'all got to get the Ukrainians? Now Morgan State, in order for you to get your money, they getting Latinos. It ain't Africans and Jamaicans who's getting that. It's Latinos and poor white folk getting. But don't nobody ever say nothing about them. Don't nobody ever beat up on them.
They're talking about everybody. What are you talking about? Everybody. They're going against everybody. They don't just relegate it to Africans and Caribbeans. All immigrants.
That's all. Them the only people y'all said on this panel today. Those are the only people y'all mentioned on this panel today.
Because it was brought
They're
up.
the only people been mentioned.
Yeah, but it was brought up. He tried to slander somebody.
Yeah, it was brought up.
Yeah,
they go against immigrant groups. Period. Whether it's the Mexican, whether it's the Asian, all groups, not just African and Caribbean. It was just happened to be brought up on a panel earlier. That's how I came to that subject.
Because watch this, right? Social Security, there's a lot of folks, the Black folks getting Social Security. Have y'all, if you talk to some, see if they getting their checks. Because they dipped into the Social Security and giving that to Ukrainians. I can show you so much stuff throughout history that this country has done for other immigrants. You can't name one time where an HBCU, in order for them to get their money, where they had to give scholarships to a Black immigrant. But I can show you, even in Mississippi, in the 90s, in order for them to get their money, they were forced to give scholarships to Russians. When they had to fight over there in Bosnia, name me an African country or a Caribbean country that this country ever gave a minimum of $25,000 cash, a minimum of 2 credit cards with $10,000 credit limit without a payment, without one payment for 3 years, gave them free housing and gave them a job back in 95 where they couldn't make less than $20 an hour. Show me one time they ever did any of that for any Black people coming in from a Black country. Man, don't fall for that stuff thinking, it ain't even enough Black immigrants here to replace you, to fight against you. And the ones that come up against what you're fighting for, and you're fighting for reparations, and they got something to say, I say fuck them too. Because I don't deal with nobody that's gonna bring division. When I get out of here and I do business, we had a whole crew, African Americans, Caribbeans, Africans from the continent. Those are the type of people. I just deal with people that want to be the ones who want to try to go against me, who come over here, doing the Herschel Walker 2-step, the ones that come over here and acting like they better, I just move on. To hell with you. Right. And whatever they get, they get. But you can't name
to that point, that's kind of a different argument that you're making.
OJ got to push back on everything, Bakari. That's what he do.
What do you mean? That's a different argument. They do give white people more. I mean, who's going to argue against that specifically? Like, what do you mean? That's because we live in a white supremacist system. Of course they're gonna give white people more. Like, but that's not the point. That's not even. That's a
That's not his
non-sequitur.
point, OJ. The point, OJ, is he's saying that we should be focused on building with people that want to build, not focusing on the negative ass coons all the goddamn time. Like they are a big problem. They're not an overwhelming problem that's in the way of our progress.
No,
Our main issues or obstacles are not the Africans and the Caribbeans. Those aren't our main obstacles, but you act like it is.
But nobody's saying they are.
Nobody's saying that. What we're saying is that it's now we're at a point where, you know what, we're just going to fight for out. We're going to try to get our own thing because nobody else is doing it. That and everybody, and it seemed like the pan-Africanists, and it seems like the tethers have a problem, and we've been checking them.
Who seems like what? Where are you getting this from? You got again. You guys ain't talking to no tethers to know what tethers are saying. You listen to the fucking Tariq Nasheed goddamn videos.
And I knew that's where it was.
You don't know what the fuck they saying.
Hold on a second. I knew that's where it was going.
Hey, Psycho, thanks for letting me speak. Hey, look, man, y'all, I got the balls out here. This was a good conversation. I would love to speak to y'all brothers again. Nothing but love here. Psycho, thanks for letting me speak. Sankara, I'm going to see you later, my brother. Peace.
All right, yeah. Hey, subscribe to Brother Bakari's page, y'all.
Yeah.
OJ, if you want to see some Africans that's trying to be on the same page like what you're saying, we got some over there.
Yeah. And damn, I just lost my train of thought. I was about to say something. Go ahead, y'all go ahead, Bill. I forgot what I was about to say.
And it seems like that's the issue. Like people have a problem with delineation. Like, what's the problem? Like when you go across this country, you go to Minnesota, they got their little enclaves over there. You go to Miami, you got little Haiti. You go to you got little Mexico. You go to Brooklyn and different parts of the country. Everybody has their own enclave. And before then, nobody said a word. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. I just remember you had mentioned Pan-Africans are the ones having all this smoke for FBA, and I would argue not necessarily. Like Pan-Africans ain't. You got some Pan-Africans who identify as FBA. You got some Pan-Africans who don't agree with it. But to say, I don't think Pan-Africans ain't actively going out here attacking people who identify as FBA. I think the opposite. People are attacking Pan-Africans. Pan-Africanism has been under attack, especially in these spaces, for at least 3 years now, heavy. Like, I
don't see no Pan-Africans in these chats trolling.
Yeah,
I see FBA trolling and ADOS trolling.
Demanding that FBA move to Africa or they needed this, that, and third. Like that's not what I be seeing. Like Pan-Africans get it from everybody, not just FBA. Everybody. When ADOS was doing their thing, Pan-Africans got that smoke. These engines always talking shit about Pan-Africans. You got conservatives. They always represent Pan-African. They call they represent pro-blacks altogether. But when they talk about pro-blacks, they talking about Pan-Africans. That's what. Because whenever you hear them talk about pro-blacks, they always talking about people with a Pan-African ideology. So like Pan-Africanism is the one that's really under attack from everybody. That's the way I see it.
That's not totally accurate.
Yeah, that's totally 100%, 112% accurate.
Just because this is the thing. Pan-Africanism and FBA can exist at the same time. That's what y'all, and that's what niggas don't want to.
I agree with that, but
it's
FBA don't feel that way. FBA don't feel that way. FBA,
that's not true. That's not true.
FBA, well,
yeah, it is.
I would say the vast majority, not all.
No, a lot of them maybe don't feel that way, but a lot of them
issues
feel
with Pan-Africans and don't want. They call Pan-Africans agents and all this other stuff. There's a lot of engines. Let's keep it a buck. A lot of engines identify as this FBA stuff. And they be up there talking crazy about Pan-African, talking.
Well, I don't necessarily, agree. Like I said, I don't agree necessarily with talking trash on Pan-Africanism 100%. But like I said, it can't start. It always started with us, and now we see it's basically ending with us. Like, because they like, come on, man, we the ones who push Pan-Africanism. They don't care about no red, black, and green flag. Have you ever seen the Africans?
Again, who are you talking about?
Some of the African countries.
I'm talking about majority.
Big Gang, you're wrong here. Some of the African countries actually they national flag. Wait. Some of the African countries' national flag is an RBG flag.
Burkina Faso.
It's not a no. It's a red, black, and green flag, but it's not that 3-bar stripe thing that y'all that.
It's
that
not the plain.
Whatever. You don't have no flag, OJ.
It'll be red, black, and green.
Hey, I
like
got an
the symbol
American
in the
flag,
middle.
man.
Exactly. That's why we got. That's why you up here caping, saying stupid ass shit. American flag.
No, the issue with Pan-African is saying that why should we go over there and fight for another country when we had issues over here that we need to fight for? That's the issue. We have to take her. That's like me.
Yeah, I wouldn't even argue with that, twin. Like I agree with that. We got to worry about what we got going on over here before we start trying to save a whole continent over there. So I agree with you on that. But that doesn't mean that we can't try to work together and everything else. Because some of the I feel like we cutting our nose to spite our face by just disassociating ourselves with other black people from the diaspora. And like we can focus on us, but we don't have to disassociate ourselves from everybody else. Again, I agree. We can't fix everybody else's problems. We shouldn't even be focused on trying to fix their problems. But that don't mean disassociate ourselves. And that's what I feel like.
I say like not disassociate ourselves, but kind of put it on hold and say, hey, listen, being that black Americans are the ones who's been consistently fighting oppression as Pan-African. Because think about it. Most of all the famous Pan-Africanists have been from America. I mean, do you agree? If you
Sugu in the chat, I'm Pan-African by biology. I like that. Sorry.
Yeah, like I agree that black Americans are the main ones who push the ideology, and that's because of our situation and everything else. So yes, I agree with that because even though there are other lost people from the diaspora in other countries, those countries like Haiti and Jamaica and stuff like that, these are predominantly black countries, right? They identify with they feel comfortable identifying with their country, while we're still the minority over here and still getting shitted on, and a lot of us don't feel comfortable identifying with what this country represents. We don't want to represent the Star Spangled Banner knowing what that song means. We don't want to represent the Stars and Stripes knowing what these bars really mean and all this other stuff like this. Like, we don't feel comfortable really identifying with it. We live here, but it's kind of like we paying rent, but we don't own the house. We just paying rent here. We just but we don't own the building.
And I get the flag, but in terms of American values, when they say what America is about, there is no America without the black American. You can't spell America. We embody what the spirit and the ideals of what America is the black American. You know what I'm saying? There's one. There's no.
I agree that we have to build the country. I don't think we embody the idea of what a black American is. I mean, American is.
What I mean by when they tell you about about America, tough, hard nosed, hard working. You know what I'm saying? Patriotic. We embody those. We embody. I don't fuck with the flag either. But I'm talking about far as though the ideals when they speak about America. There's no one more patriotic than the black American. There's no one more hardworking than the black American. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, fuck the flag too. But as far as though the principles and the ideals, that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, like I said, I don't disagree with everything y'all say. I just think I'm not as extreme as y'all. Some of the rhetoric I be hearing over there, man. I was like, y'all sound just as bad as the people y'all complaining about. And it's like I said, it feels like it went from a defense mechanism to now we just on the offense and we just gonna go out here and start chopping everybody's head off. And that I don't agree with. I don't think we should be antagonistic towards anybody. We got at least not no black people. Now, if we gonna be antagonistic towards people, it should be people that don't look like us. That's what I feel like.
Hey, Psycho, man. I was listening to it earlier you had the sister on there, and when y'all brought up Malcolm X, I thought you was gonna go in, not on some disrespectful, but I thought you was gonna go in. I'm like,
yeah,
Psycho.
I left it alone for a long time. For a long time, I left it alone, and then I was like, okay, I got to get some pushback here. Like, I got to get some pushback. I was trying, because I want, sister was up here, she's present. I was trying to be respectful and everything.
And the reason why, because she was being a little condescending to the brother. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, yo, Psycho. That's why I'm trying to man, give me the link. Let me get up there, because they act like I'm not taking any credit away from Elijah Muhammad, but Malcolm X already had, like we spoke about on the last podcast you had. Malcolm X already had those fundamentals. He was already a pan-Africanist. He already had those ideals. His father was Garveyite. Yeah, he already had those fundamentals before he came into the nation. That's why the stuff he spoke about, that went over a lot of people's heads.
Yeah, the things that I gravitate to Malcolm X about had nothing to do with his association with the Nation of Islam, and everything to do with those seeds that was planted that built his political, social views. Right, that's what I rock with Malcolm with, and that had nothing to do with Elijah, because Elijah is not political or social. He's a leader of a cult. Yeah, exactly.
And that's why Malcolm was able to galvanize the people the way he did, because of his message. Because his message wasn't just for the sake of the Nation of Islam. It's for the ordinary black person out there, whether you was a Christian, no matter who you was, a more Muslim, hardworking, middle class. His message was for everybody. It was a grassroots message. That's why he resonated with everybody. And that's something that she left out. You know what I'm saying? I thought you was gonna get her on that.
Well, she was very passionate, and I didn't want to poke too hard, but I did have to get a little bit of pushback. But yeah, I didn't want things to blow up or nothing. I wasn't trying to get into no heated argument. Big Game, you back? I don't know if his mic's working or whatever. But yeah, what you about to say?
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Nah, but I was just listening to that, man. I was in there just getting triggered. I'm like, man, like they act like they don't got Malcolm on video speaking about this stuff. The man said it himself. He said, I don't want the house. He said, you could take the house, just allow me a chance to get back into the nation. They act like he never said that. There's videos of him saying that.
That's why I said, like, after his 90 days, they excommunicated, like they shunned him. Like he wrote the minister a bunch of times. It's on record. He wrote him a bunch of times, and he even came out and said, I don't even think these letters even getting to him, because there was other people in the nation that wanted that split. They wanted that split, so it was a lot of jealousy going on. Like I said, there was a lot of nuance there that she was leaving out, but.
I mean, she was in the nation though. It did sound like she had some information y'all didn't.
Oh, she knew something. I mean, I ain't saying she didn't know. Not she was leaving certain things out. Like it wasn't like all. Like I said, like I said, like the part about him still reaching out after the 90 days and everything else. Like he was trying to make things right, because he still rocked with Elijah, but. Once they started messing with him and everything else afterwards, and shunning him, and he realized. He's kind of excommunicated and shunned. He went out and started doing his own thing, but then they started trying to evict him and all this other shit, and that's when he went public. Because he didn't go public until the eviction.
Because I'd have said this to her. Let's just say, Psycho, you buy a pit bull, and you train that pit bull. If anyone comes into your backyard or tries to break into your house, you bite that intruder. But the minute the dog bites the intruder, you punish him. That's what y'all did with Malcolm and Khalid. Y'all said, like she said, who else but Elijah Muhammad said the white man was the devil. That was the most powerful thing. So when Malcolm, and he didn't even say that. He said it without saying it when he said the chickens are coming home to roost.
That's all.
And they punished them.
Right. And he said worse in the past about the same person. This is why that's why I asked her, like, you gotta give me a good reason why why was it a problem? He said something about JFK right then and there. And she said it's because black people was going to get offended. I'm calling cap. They did that shit because white people were going to be fucking offended. That's who they was concerned about. Because very little black people would have got mad about, or did get mad about his statements about JFK.
Yeah, that was cat right there.
Rotting Malcolm hard because he said something bad about JFK. They expected him to say it. They've heard him say things like that in the past. It wasn't no shock. So like that was definitely for white people. That was for to appease them because they didn't want no smoke with. They didn't want too much attention on them. That was bringing too much attention, negative attention that they didn't want.
And they act like
this around time the feds was hot on everybody. The feds was on everybody around this time.
And they act like, okay, you said you was there. Y'all act like we don't live in the information age now.
Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter what y'all live in. Look, y'all don't question what they say about George Washington, even Nat Turner, or nobody else. But when it comes to me, the Nation of Islam and the Messenger, and what y'all don't know about what the going-ons in the Nation of Islam at that time, y'all seem to want to still write your own narrative, but you're not trying to write a new constitution. You're not trying to write a new Bill of Rights, but you want to rewrite the Nation of Islam history that you don't know anything about except for what you have heard.
That's not the subject. This is what was brought up.
Psycho, I keep telling you. See, y'all dealing with emotion. I know what it might appear as. I know what I'm talking to Psycho right now. Sir,
yeah, but it's
Psycho.
A panel though. So.
I'm not saying of what you saying is not. I never said when I was up here because I'm not emotional. Whatever y'all want to think, I'm dealing with facts, and I'm not afraid. Psycho, I'm not saying what you saying didn't happen. What I'm saying is in the time frame that you think it happened, it didn't happen that way. And I gave you the facts and you don't want to accept it. But all you got to do is read the Messenger's books, listen to his videos. He talks about 1965 Savior's Day. He talks about the whole thing about Malcolm. Go listen. He said, I keep telling y'all, it wasn't about what he said. He was right on with what he said. We supported him. We didn't want Malcolm to leave. Malcolm wanted to leave because he did not want to obey the rules.
You don't think the ministers wanted him? I'm not talking about your every average day Nation of Islam member. I'm talking about like the ministers. You don't think the ministers wanted him out?
I think it was an element of jealousy there toward him. Why? And I could tell you why. See, if y'all 50, I'm not much older than y'all. I'm just a little bit older than y'all. Mm-hmm. So, but I was in a family that had been in the nation since the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So now, this is what I'm saying. He broke the rules. It's not what he said. It's when he said it, and he was told not to say it. Not that it wasn't correct and didn't support the literature or the ideology, but it did not support the time because he was not the head of the Nation of Islam. Therefore, he had no right to go out and do what he wanted to do. It was a kingdom. It was a nation within a nation. And we had rules and regulations. And that included Malcolm X.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir. You may ask the question.
Now, Malcolm made these videos. I didn't. Like I said, I wasn't there. You said you was there. Now, you saying it's a kingdom, right? Or whatever you saying it was. Now, there's a video that Malcolm was saying that anytime that black people needed help or any other brothers needed help, they would call on a brother. Anytime a white person attacked somebody in a nation or just attacked a regular person, they couldn't get them brothers to retaliate. But when it came to attacking another brother in a nation, they jumped in on that. Now, I didn't say that. He said that. There's a video. Am I right about that, Psycho?
Okay, now, but what I'm asking you is what are you saying? What's the question about that?
But if you're saying that's a kingdom.
Okay, but he was no longer, okay, now I get where you're going. Okay. He was not in the kingdom after February the 21st, 1964. He was not in the kingdom anymore. He denounced the kingdom. He left. And from February to June, he was doing his own things, I guess talking to people he wanted to talk to. We did not know about the UNOI until it went public like all of you. We wasn't watching Malcolm. We got more followers after Malcolm left as the ones that he took. And a lot of those that went with him came back and they got their status back. See, we have a protocol. He was put on C time. We have A, C, D, and F time. He was on C time, which means 90 days. Not because of what he said, but because when he said it, no minister could say it. And contrary to what y'all think, there were more powerful ministers across the nation just as bad as Malcolm. Y'all probably didn't hear about them because they was in the Midwest, on the West Coast, and down south.
So you saying
Now,
Malcolm was only he only had relevance in the East Coast?
He only had relevance to the East Coast and come no farther. He wasn't even down in Florida. He was down in Philly. Look, let me finish. We had regions. See, this is what killed me. Y'all trying to tell me about what I was raised up in.
No, I'm not crazy.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else.
Yeah, I'm saying
we had regions. He was the Atlantic Coast, East Coast regional minister, meaning he is the one that went around. He spoke in Harlem. That was his main dome. But he could go anywhere up and down the East Coast and teach and whatever he wanted to do. But if he went anywhere else,
he also made
may I finish? I'm trying to give y'all the law, but you don't want to hear. Because you know why? You got holes in kill all that madness in y'all brain. Because y'all don't know what was going on in the Nation of Islam.
No, I'm telling you where he spoke at. I know where he spoke at. I'm saying he spoke in California as well. I'm saying.
Oh no, I was getting to that. I was getting to that. Anywhere else he spoke, he only went on the auspice of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad sending him. He was not allowed to free. Brother, I don't care what you look. If I'm trying to give you what you want, why won't you?
Because you keep saying like what's your age? Because I want to know. Because unless you're 90 or 100 years old, 90, you weren't there either.
Yes, I was there. What do you mean? Malcolm X, you don't even know how old Malcolm X was when he came in the nation. You don't know how old he was. I do.
That's what I'm asking. How old are you?
I just said, if anybody on the platform is 50, I am older than you, just a little older than you. I'm going to make it even clearer. If you was born after 1975, you don't have a clue about the nation. I was born in the late 50s.
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. And my father knew Malcolm X, and I was around Malcolm X. So that's what y'all don't understand. The nation was it was like, unless you had a membership in, you really don't know what's going on as far as the laws, how we controlled ourselves, how we interacted. Malcolm knew these things. Have y'all ever heard him talk about that on any video? No, because he know then y'all wouldn't have sympathized with him. Now let me finish. We have a protocol. If you break certain rules, if you break rank, if you don't hold your position and be obedient, you will be put on a class. And depending on what that class is, you will have to be out of time for a certain amount of time. He only got C time, which is 90 days. That would have been from the time he opened up his mouth until 90 days later. Okay? March the 1st, his time would have been over. But because Malcolm was so used to power and he was so used to being a favorite, he thought he would get away with what he did. And they brought him before the brotherhood. Let me finish.
Well, you ain't correct.
They brought him before the brotherhood in Chicago and told him, bro, you was wrong. We was told not to say anything. And they gave him the time. He did not want to submit to the rule. He left on his own. The messenger didn't want him to go. None of us did. We loved him. But he was not the representative of the Nation of Islam. He was a representative of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, meaning his title was, he go wherever Elijah tell him to go. He go wherever Elijah let him go. But he was never the head of the Nation of Islam. And the headquarters was always in Chicago, Illinois. Wow. Y'all have been totally corrupted by this media and propaganda. Totally. And it's so sad because it was so many gems y'all could have learned from when Malcolm was in the nation. But when he left, he changed. And who y'all in love with is Malik Haj Shabazz, not Malcolm X, because Malcolm X belonged to us. And he was on time. Now just think about this. If he had just did his time, came back on March the 1st, no telling where we would be today if he had just kept on being the leader that the messenger allowed him to be.
The nation didn't allow it to happen.
Thank you.
The nation didn't have anything to do with it after he left.
No,
we don't have to support him after he is no longer a Malcolm X. Now, y'all can believe what you want. It wasn't about, oh, we brothers. We just do whatever. We loved our people. But our main objective was to help our community by building in the community, by having protection in the community, and by supplying means for us to do for ourselves instead of having to go to white men. But it wasn't to take care of a brother or sister once they give up their membership and don't want to be involved anymore. He wrote letters. We know about that. But it was up to the administrative staff with the messenger to make the determination if they wanted him to come back or not.
1 second, Aaliyah. Elijah never saw those letters either because those other ministers kept those letters away from Elijah. Purposely.
Now, you know what? I'm not going to argue something that I don't know anything about, but you very well might be true. All we know is he never came back.
The fact is, Malcolm already had that foundation before he got to the nation.
And you're a liar. You are a liar. You are a liar. Because Malcolm X was out in the street. He was known as Big Red. He was a pimp, a player. He loved white women. He was on cocaine. I don't care what he came from. He was not practicing it.
I didn't interrupt you. Can I finish?
It doesn't matter. Our people don't need to keep on hearing rhetoric like yours, bro.
But you want to be respected as an
okay then. I respect you, bro. Sorry. I apologize.
Like I said,
go ahead on, bro.
He already had those fundamentals before he got into the nation. That's why he spoke the way he spoke. That's why he talked about pan-Africanism. That's why he talked about black nationalism. He already had that. Was his father and his mother not Garveyites?
Man, okay, I apologize because see, it just hurts my ears to hear how people come. If you was gonna ask a question, then fine, but you making statements that's not true. He did not have that knowledge.
His mother.
He was a street man. I'm getting ready to tell you the truth. He was a street guy. Big Red was off into the streets, making money, loving up on women, having a good life up there. He went to Harlem so he could be up there with the talented 10th and all them. Yeah, he used his mouth as a gift of gab, what he knew then. But he did not become eloquent and astute in black folks and our business and our issues until he went to penitentiary for all them years and he ran into Mr. Bain and he started dealing with the messenger. He started writing the messenger was writing him. He wrote him all those years he was in the penitentiary, and then he told him when he come out, boy, you come here to me. He went to Chicago, messenger cleaned him up, gave him everything he needed, and then he went through the processes to become a FOI.
That was his religious philosophy, not his politics. That was his religious. I'm talking about his politics. When you say
if he had so much politics, then why didn't he bring it to the Nation of Islam?
He tried to. Elijah.
No, he didn't. He never tried. He never tried. He never tried. He did it after he left. He did it after he left, but he did not do that in the Nation of Islam because that was not the mission.
That we got to admit, Elijah never wanted to play the political game. That wasn't.
No, it was not that. It was not that. It was not that.
You can't name me a time where
that he wanted to wait until some black men and women were ready, educated enough that they would be in the nation and then deal with politics. Because the messenger said, it's no sense of us voting or being involved in American politics when it don't work for us.
That was my point. That was my point. Elijah never preached. He always preached that we don't even we shouldn't even be bothered with politics. But that wasn't Malcolm's
so then why would Malcolm bring that to us? He never did. You know why? Because Malcolm felt the same way we did.
That was never Malcolm's position. Malcolm thoroughly wanted to get
No, you're not right.
He wanted to be involved in civil rights.
Malcolm did not care nothing about no politics until he left and started the UNIA, and then he used the political realm in order to pull a genre of people, because he wasn't going to come like a preacher, because he wasn't that.
Why do you think they resonated with him so much? Then if he wasn't talking about politics.
Who is they? He only was relevant for a year.
Black
people in general, not just the
No,
nation.
sir. Oh my God. And that's why I'm hollering, because you hollering at me and you got all this vigor toward me when I can be calm. I just want to tell you the truth. I love it. I want to tell you the truth.
We asking questions, man. We having a dialect. No, we just asking
questions. But you're asking me real viciously, like you really know it's the truth, and it's not, and that's not true. Okay, so now you asked the question. He did not start dealing with politics until he left, because politics is not what we were about in the nation. The nation was about getting people's minds, cleaning them up, so we would be the type of people to take care of ourselves and our community and be righteous people. It was not about trying to be part of the American society. We had our own nation. I keep trying to tell y'all. Listen, I'm older than y'all probably, but I grew up, I didn't even know nothing about income tax. I didn't even know nothing about welfare, none of that, until the messenger died, because we had our own system. We did our own thing. We are that nation within a nation that the Bible talks about, that the Quran talks about. And y'all don't understand that, because nobody has been fair enough to tell y'all the truth. Malcolm started the political thing because that was the only way he could go to attract people. He surely couldn't come and be like the messenger. Nobody's taking that from him. Okay, wow, he did it. But in the nation, when he was in the nation, he wasn't trying to pull no political plug with us, because he knew that was not the mission.
Right. That was one of the issues he had with the nation, was they wasn't
political.
No,
if he had a nation, look, all he would have had to do was go to the messenger and say, look, Papa, because he loved the messenger, I really believe, at times.
He tried to speak to him about
and
this.
I believe, no, you keep talking about what you don't know. How? When he in New York and the messengers in Chicago, you can't have no face-to-face with Mr. Muhammad unless you ask for an audience.
But Leah, I ain't say he talked to him every day about this, but they had face-to-faces. They spoke on the phone. I mean,
they spoke on the phone.
Right.
They spoke on the phone.
Too.
Look, this is the only political thing. But what your key factor you're leaving out, Psychopath, with all your good messages and sentences, is the fact that we have a protocol. So though if he talked to the messenger about it once, the messenger would make it clear to him, bro, we're not gonna go the political way, and that would have been it.
And that's what he
wasn't gonna keep on going to the messenger bringing that up. Y'all do not understand the magnitude and the power that Elijah Muhammad had.
And can I ask a question? When you say, I respect it, places have to have protocol. So let me ask you this. Let's just say, I asked Psycho this earlier. If I buy a pit bull and I train that pit bull, if any intruder comes through that window or come through that door, you bite him. But when he does what I trained him to do or what I taught him to do, and I punish him for that, or I sit him down for that, what do you call that? Because when Elijah Muhammad said that the white man was the devil. Now, you can't get no black man not to disagree with that. That was universal. That was monumental when he said that.
Yes, sir.
When Malcolm made that statement, he didn't say, he said it without saying it. you know, when he made that statement about JFK, and I get the fact that there's protocol.
Okay.
So what was the point of sitting them down if that's what he was taught in the nation?
This is the answer. This is the answer. You got a bulldog. You train it to protect you, and you train it to fight anything that ain't about you. I get all that. But what do you do when the bulldog want to go off and just start doing what it want to do, even turning on you? And that's what happened afterwards. For the 90 days, Malcolm was all right until Savior's Day come up. I keep telling y'all missing the point. He is a man. Malcolm was a young man. He was younger at that time than all of you men on this panel. He wasn't none but like 30 something. He had a big head. He was used to power. He was used to the love we gave him. He was used to the messenger favoring him and working with him closely and all that good stuff. When they set him down and he was told he wasn't going to be able to speak, he knew he wasn't going to be able to speak on Savior's Day because his time wouldn't have been up until March the 1st. He couldn't handle it. Y'all can think what y'all want. He couldn't handle it. He got really antsy. He wanted to speak on Savior's Day. Savior's Day is the biggest holiday of our whole nation. Everybody's there from all across the country, from the islands, from England. See, that's what y'all don't know either. And so we got our whole brotherhood there. Anybody who can afford to come to Savior's Day. Savior's Day was the thing. It was the place to be in February. And Malcolm was not going to speak because he was on sea time. Not for what he said, but because he, just like if any other brother had broke the law, they would have been on sea time too. It did not matter. The messenger, as soon as the messenger heard about President Kennedy dying, he sent out a wire. No brother or sister or child say anything about it. If you are asked, say no contest. I have no answer. And he didn't do it, which proved that he had the big head, which proved that he was not being obedient to his teacher. Now, if y'all want to deal with that kind of stuff in y'all own homes and organizations, that's you. But we did not tolerate it. The messenger put his own sons out of the nation. See, y'all don't know that. He put one son out and he put it in the paper.
I know about it.
If anybody see him, don't even talk to him.
It was the same son that told Malcolm that Elijah was having.
No, it wasn't. You talking about Wallace? Akbar. Yeah. It was his baby boy.
Oh, okay.
See, that's why I'm saying y'all click all this stuff together, try to make the narrative stick, but it don't. And you know what? Just like every, Psycho. Psycho. Okay, believe. Okay, thank you, love. Thank you. But just like y'all, I came back on YouTube.
One second, Leah. Let me get it out.
I'm sorry.
Right. It was the other song that got kicked out, but him and Wallace would be beefing back and forth too about ideologies. Like he never agreed with the whole Wallace Farad
absolutely
devil stuff. He didn't agree with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. You know that it was beefing. Well, and you know what? And the messenger talks about that. He talks about how he felt he made a mistake in sending his son over to Cairo to college. He went over there with them Arabs and let them white Arabs get in his head and messed him up, and he did not longer believe in the ideology that we believe and still believe in. And so they didn't argue. Messenger wasn't the type to argue. He just put the law down. So when Akbar turned his back on the Nation of Islam, he put it in the paper. If you see Akbar, don't even speak to him. He's done. He's not even my son no more. So he would have did the same. He would do that to my father, any of us. It wasn't to help to hurt Malcolm. And just think about it. If Malcolm had submitted to it, like, look, this the thing. This what funny. Do you know how many men Malcolm didn't put out the nation? He did the same thing to other brothers in New York. He had to put brothers out. He had to put sisters out for breaking the rules. Ask some of them that was in the nation.
Yeah, I know a bunch of people Clarence 13X got kicked out the day.
He got kicked out. Yes, sir, he did. And you know another reason why Malcolm was tripping? because Malcolm wanted to get guns. I was just listening to one of my messengers' video because I have a library. And he was talking about how, we got a lot of countries that would give us arms.
Out in Africa.
But we ain't getting ready to get no arms to go against this white man. This white man had weapons that we never knew anything about. They got weapons now where y'all think y'all gonna get y'all AK-7s and all that and fight the white man one day. The white man got an instrument, a weapon that will get rid of about 100 y'all all at the same time.
Yeah,
you will disappear.
Yeah, Mike didn't want to be bothered with all that, but yeah, Malcolm did have the ability to get guns from Africa. He got offered a whole bunch of guns.
Well, the messenger knew it, but they wanted to offer him to the messenger, but said no. So when Malcolm was talking about he was gonna get some guns, we didn't have anything to do with that. If he had got them, the Nation of Islam wouldn't have had no claim to that whatsoever, because we were not going to be accused of bringing guns in the country and giving them to our black men to go out there to get annihilated.
Let me ask you a question. We spoke a lot about this Malcolm assassination. We spoke also about James Shabazz. What's your opinion about how he died?
About whom, sir?
James Shabazz and his death.
Oh, you know what? Listen. Now we talking about the late 70s. Mr. Muhammad died in 1975. That's clear. Everybody got that, right?
Mm-hmm.
By 1972, 73, Messenger Muhammad.
James Shabazz died in 73.
That's what I'm getting to. Didn't I just say 73? By 1972, 73, Messenger Muhammad was not even involved in none of the autonomy of the nation except for being the head and preparing himself to go speak whenever he needed to speak. So therefore, a lot of the infighting that was going on, I will not say it was perfect, but as for me, I got to give the Nation of Islam from 1930 to 1975 an A. But it was some infighting. And you know what? It was all circled around the fact that the messenger's son was trying to pull people one way because he already had in his mind when his father passed or when he was ready to pass the scepter on, he was going to give it to him.
Now,
and so that's why Son of Thunder got killed. That's why he got killed.
James Bazz's death was way worse than Malcolm's death. They found parts of his body, they found parts of that motherfucker body out in Branchwood Park and the other parts of his body out in Weekway Park.
But that's all I'm saying. That Messenger Muhammad was devastated about that.
The ponds all the way across town from each other.
That's
did they
right.
say like why did they kill him? Like what happened? I don't know.
Messenger Muhammad was devastated behind that.
It was
but if you go back and listen to some of his old videos, you will hear what Messenger Muhammad say. He was honeycombed with hypocrites around him.
If you go back and listen, all the details, the in and outs behind why he got killed. I know it was infighting amongst the nation and everything else about power. Pretty much. I kind of tend to lean towards what she was probably saying. Like it might have something to do with Wallace Muhammad and everything else.
A power struggle, right? Yeah. It's a power struggle because everybody wasn't born with Wallace, and certain ministers he wasn't going to be able to pull that without their support. And people like Brother Minister James Shabazz, he wasn't going to go for it. My father wasn't going to go for it. Our minister in Temple Number 5 wasn't going to go for it. The LA temples didn't go. He got most of his support from the East Coast, and he got a little support from Northern West Coast, like up there in Oregon and places like that. But the main riders that been riding with the messenger, they wasn't going for Wallace. And then we didn't think Farrakhan would go for him. Go back and pull up Savior's Day 1975. You'll see the whole thing played out right before your eyes. We thought Farrakhan was going to stand firm because now he done took over Malcolm's position as the spokesperson of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. See, y'all getting that wrong. Let's deal with reality. Malcolm nor Farrakhan have ever been the representative of the Nation of Islam. They were the representatives for Elijah Muhammad, meaning they spoke for him when he allowed them to. They spoke when he needed them to. They didn't just go nowhere and do what they want to do. When the messenger was still alive in 1971, Farrakhan tried to get a play off in New York, and he tried to get an album off. Y'all never heard about it until Mr. Muhammad died. Because it wasn't about that. Nobody was going to use the nation to prompt themselves up to be rich or famous. That's not what that
he wasn't he a violin player?
He sure was, and still is, as far as I know.
Okay.
And if you look at Savior's Day 1975, you'll see it all played out. I'm telling you, to the last minute, we thought Farrakhan was going to be that FOI. He was going to be strong. He was going to turn to them brothers and say, I am not going against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And that nigga stood up there and started crying. Go look at it. And that's when everything fell apart. He even went with the messenger's son. We didn't. My family didn't. A lot of people's families didn't.
Yeah, it was a big thing in 75. Let me ask you a question.
Wasn't it, bro? We had to keep our doors locked. We had to pull our shades down. Certain things, sisters couldn't even come outside. All that kind of stuff.
The nation really didn't like the Farrakhan's version of the nation didn't really come out of that until like the mid 80s. I would say hip hop had a lot to do with that too. Hip hop and the rise of the 5%ers brought a lot of
you know what?
to the nation of Islam.
He started teaching again underground around 1977, 78.
78.
By 1985, that's when he hit his apex. That's when people started taking notice to the nation. Right. You know why? Because he came to New York. Don't you remember?
Yeah, and hip hop, like I said, hip hop had a lot to do with it.
He came to New York in 1985 at the Madison Square Garden.
You know what I really give credit to? Why he really blew up was that Jesse Jackson shit in 84?
Exactly.
In 84.
Now
listen. The whole Honey
81, 82, 83. He was running with Jesse.
Thing happened, and he had Jesse Jackson's back. He said, "Y'all bet if any harm comes to one hair on Jesse's head gets harmed, people are going to feel repercussions and this, that, and the third." That brought attention back to the nation, and then after that, hip hop started, putting his name in circulation.
But what I'm saying is,
so sis, can I ask you a question?
That led him to having that big meeting up at the Madison Square Garden in 1985.
Right, yeah.
So sis,
that started in 84 with the Jesse Jackson thing, but yeah.
It got started then.
Sis, like, how did you feel when, that part? I said you said you don't rock with Farrakhan's form of the nation. Like, how did you feel when they made the switch to Scientology? What did you think about that?
I was appalled. And listen, y'all don't know this, but I'm gonna tell you. I did a whole series of videos back then on Underground Railroad out of Chicago, Illinois. I have videos out here that's got like 80,000 views and 20,000 views where I talked about Farrakhan, even what he did to Khalid. Khalid was a good brother. He came in the nation. He was under the messenger as well. But he another one that fell for Farrakhan's charm and rhetoric. And now he's gone. I knew Dr. Khalid personally. We ate together. We have slept in the same vicinity together, like in the same hotel room. My room right here, his room right here, other brothers and sisters' rooms right there. He has come personally to cities where I was to put on programs, all that. And I'm one of the ones that told him when Farrakhan went after him like that he should just move on his own, and he know all the youth will move with him. But he told me personally this at Tuskegee University when he was down there speaking, and I was there, and I'm sister captain, so I was down there checking and checking the women before they got in there to make sure nobody got hurt. And I told him that if he wanted to move, I would move with him, and a lot of other brothers and sisters would move with him because we did not like it. We did not understand it. However, he told me, he said, Sister Leah, I just don't want to pull a Malcolm. That's what he said to me. He said, I don't want to divide the truth. So I don't want to pull a Malcolm, sis. So I'm going to just see what the minister going to do. Eventually, he seen what the minister was going to do. And that's when he started speaking out against his journey with Farrakhan. He was still a Muslim when he died. He was still a member of the Nation of Islam to all of us when he died. And we still love him as our brother supreme captain of the Nation of Islam, because that's who Khalid was. Okay? and we don't like what happened. And and I'm talking about real believers and followers of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who's still standing on their square. We were appalled, and I have spoke out against it many times. So yeah, I was devastated. And when my brother died, I was so hurt. I was so hurt. Yes, sir.
So you supported Khalid?
Not only supported him, that was my big brother. When I'm telling you, understand, nobody could mess with me. If I called him and told him I was having a problem, he would get it in check. That was my brother. And I was so devastated. When I talk about him now, it brings tears to my eyes.
Did you split off when Khalid split off? Or was you gone already before that?
I was already gone.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to tell you another thing. I was so sick when I got that call, because I was also a part of the new Black Panther Party chapter in Ohio. You understand? My name is on the book because that was my brother. But regardless of how he felt and what he was doing, he was still a Muslim. He was still an FOI. He still believed in Allah, and he still wanted to see his people free. And that's why I always loved him. And that's why all of us should still love him to this day.
Right. So you had issues with Farrakhan disciplining him after that King College situation?
Oh, look, it was way before then. When he started going in churches and all that kind of stuff, a lot of us was like, what is he doing? So when you hear people say, I follow just the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, then that's people who broke out from Farrakhan a long time ago.
Sis, I know you remember, I think it was back in the 80s. You remember the show Don? When Farrakhan was on Donahue, and I think he asked Farrakhan. I remember watching. I was young. My mom's was a big Donahue fan, and I remember, him being on it. And Donahue asked him, should white people be allowed to join the nation? And Farrakhan said, I know my brother's going to get mad, and he said yes. How did you feel about that?
Absolutely. Well, I wasn't even dealing with him then, but some of my family members was, and we had to talk about that. And listen, slowly but surely, I'm gonna tell y'all what has happened. From 1977, I would say all the way up to about 1992. Mostly all of the brothers and sisters who went with him instead of going with the messenger's son, we broke off, bruh. We were gone. We were gone because we did not go along with nothing that he was doing. The messenger ain't never opened up the doors to white people, and he never would have. So he also said some stuff about you can't help who you love. The messenger was vehemently against race mixing, period. He said, I don't want my children to marry no white people. I don't want my grandchildren to marry no white people. I don't want my great-grandchildren to marry no white people. And he told us, and you should do the same. And we do. That was a law. So what Farrakhan is doing, I've been trying to tell people since I came back on YouTube in 2021. Y'all talking about Farrakhan's nation. That's not Elijah. That's not us. That's not the true teachings. It's not the true image, nothing about them. Girls wearing makeup and eyelashes and hair weave, that is not the nation, bruh. I'll turn my camera on right now. I got long hair. I have no relaxer. All I have, my hair is straightened like they used to do in the olden days. I don't wear makeup. I don't wear eyelashes. I don't wear lipstick. I don't do none of that because we were told not to do that. That's being worldly. That's being worldly.
I would agree that Farrakhan's nation is not the same as Elijah's nation. I will agree with you there.
And I'm like, when I watched I seen on One Savior's Day when they put the picture of L. Ron Hubbard up there. Even though I'm not in a nation, man, I was definitely offended by that.
Woo, listen, I can only go by what people was telling me that I know that was dealing with him or still affiliated with somebody he knew. Look, when they told me that the pictures of these hunkies was up in Mos Marion, brother, all I could do was fall on the floor and start laughing. That's all I could do. That was crazy. Now, only reason why that matters to me, because I don't care nothing about what Farrakhan and his camp do. We stopped caring about that after the Million Man March, and we seen how that went. Because now, a lot of us, I'm talking about thousands, I ain't talking about no few hundred, thousands of my brothers and sisters who stand on their square like I do, we was watching that. Had he did the right thing, we probably would have went and joined. But when that nigga got up there and started talking about that Masonic stuff and started talking about how basically he was trying to make people think he was Jesus because his mother's name was Mary and he was the one sent to us as our savior. When we seen that, I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to take my TV and throw it out the window. So see, y'all got it wrong. Everybody to say Assalamu alaikum ain't rolling with that. Everybody to say Assalamu alaikum and Elijah Muhammad ain't rolling with Scientology, brother. We went after Scientology hard. You know, at the time we was just on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? But we eat his people up all the time about that Scientology. Because trust me, it's two camps. It's not the same. And matter of fact, let me make it more clear to y'all. It's more than two camps. Okay, you got Silas Muhammad down in Atlanta. You got Farrakhan up in Chicago. Okay? You got Son of Man in Mississippi. You have Royal in Kansas City. All these people got their own nations of Islam. Y'all just don't know. They are standing on the back of Elijah and making Elijah look like a fool, and in the same way, making his believers look like a fool.
So these other sets aren't under Farrakhan?
No, they all got their own divine leaders. I just told you, Silas is over his camp. Marvin Muhammad is over his camp. Royal Jenkins is over his camp.
When these splits happen?
Is over
When
his
these
camp.
splits happen?
Oh, wait a minute. Up there where you at in Newark, you got Ali. You got Mahdi Ali.
I know about that. Yeah.
That's another set. They all came out the nation. But guess who else came out the nation?
Yeah.
Yahweh ben Yahweh. Yahweh ben Yahweh.
Yeah.
He used to be Brother D.A.B.A.T.E.
Yeah, he was another formation person. Yeah. Doesn't Dr. York down?
And I'm gonna tell you something else. He was in the nation when the messenger was here. But that Papa Doc came in later. We don't got nothing to do with Papa Doc.
No, Dr. York. Was Dr. York a part of the nation at one point?
He wasn't when the messenger was here. That was with Farrakhan and them.
Right.
And Jim Jones and them was with Farrakhan and them. The messenger was gone.
So it seemed like
that's why I'm saying it's not fair that y'all lock all this stuff together and put all that pressure on true believers like myself who's still standing. Y'all put all this pressure on us by lipping all this stuff together when it has nothing to do with our messenger and nothing to do with his believers. Because after 1975, the doors to the Nation of Islam originally closed. Period.
It seemed like when the messenger left, it seemed like all hell broke loose. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Thank you.
Well, yeah,
Thank you. That's what it is.
That normally happens when leaders die off in these organizations. You got like same thing happened with Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali died. The Moors split up to like a billion different sets. Like that's why you got some Moors that claim to be aboriginal to this landmass, which is something Noble Drew Ali never taught. But the
Moor-Sign Temple.
Yeah, you got a couple of different versions because, like I said, it's split off into a bunch of different groups, and they all disagreed with each other on different ideologies, and they just kind of split off. Like this is what happens when these leaders die. They disciples start running them up. They start running them up. Yeah.
And listen, the messenger told us before he died. He said, "Don't let them divide y'all into sects." He told us that, and they still did it. And so now the true believers, those who really want to see our people rise, those who really want to see us come together, let's put the titles beside. Let's just be believers in our rise. Let's just be believers that we know there's a higher power and he got to be working in our favor because we haven't done anything to anyone as a people. And it does, the messenger told us, surely The West Africans are our people, but our direct kin come from the East African clans. We are not direct kin to the West Africans. They are just
Yeah, that's right. He talks that Asiatic black man stuff. Yeah.
I'm talking about we are kin to Somalians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Tanzanians. That's what I'm saying. We are direct kin to them. Okay? In other words, that's where the first slaves in 1555 came from. Now, we are all cousins. We are all people. But Master Muhammad said, we got to be concerned about our own plight, because our people been knowing we've been over here in this hell for over 300 years. And none of them have came to help us. But we have cried for Mandela. We marched for Mandela and Johannesburg. Have they ever marched for us?
Yeah, we was real big on apartheid.
Yes, and you know what? Apartheid ain't nothing but slavery.
Right.
And we were still in slavery over here too. What was different? You know what I'm saying? White man use a lot of words to get us confused, to keep us confused, because we think apartheid don't mean slavery. Oh, yes, it does. Them people was over in slavery still in the 60s. But you know what? We were still in slavery over here in the 60s. Our people in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia were still in slavery.
That's
why Fannie Lou Hamer tried to come forth and tell the world what was going on in Mississippi. And they beat her and jailed her for speaking the truth.
Sis, you remember Khalid saying about Nelson Mandela, like, I think he was in prison for 27 years. If they wanted to, they could have just ran in there and broke him out the jail. You remember him saying that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, we love our people in other places, but we got to be, that's in the lessons. See, y'all don't have your lesson. That's in the supreme lessons. Why didn't our people come and see about us? Because they didn't find out about us until 60 years ago. Why didn't they come to save us 379 years ago? Because they didn't know we were here until 60 years ago. Then 60 years ago, why they didn't help us? See, it's all in the supreme wisdom that Elijah Muhammad left us. All the answers about us working hard for no pay. How we gonna be one day, we gonna need a pill for everything. Ain't every time you look at the TV, they talking about a new pill that came out. Pill to wake you up, pill to make you go to sleep, pill to help you through the day, pill to lay you down at night. Come on now, it's right there in the supreme wisdom that was wrote back in the 30s for you in the future. And y'all played with it, threw it to the side. Let the 5%ers and the nation of God and earth make it look like cartoon characters. With all that knowledge, wisdom, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's lesson number 1, lesson number 2, problem book number 1. And it's got all the sides of what has happened in our history since our enslavement.
Don't you think
through our enslavement and to now.
Don't you think the 5%ers brought a lot of attention to
No, sir, I don't. No, sir, I don't. They only divided. They were divisive. Because Plans 13X knew the rules. He was put out also because he broke the rules.
He broke a lot of rules.
Malcolm them had to put him out.
He broke a lot of rules. He used to gamble, smoke, drink, do all kinds of stuff.
So how you gonna be the vicegerent of God on earth and you doing all this worldly stuff? And then you start your organization and let white people walk around calling themselves Father Allah or Rahim Allah or what? This is for us, by us, and will always be for us.
He was working with the mayors and stuff like that out in New York and shit, like councilmen and shit like that.
Listen, you know, we didn't even get married. And if people did get married by going to get a license, that's because they didn't have the ability to do and didn't have the resources. But, you know, we did everything in our own way. That's why the women dress the way they dress. That's why the brothers dress the way they dress. And contrary to popular belief, my father and them walked around in other clothes besides bow ties and suits. And again, you know, although y'all might not know for sure, the sisters also could walk around with other than the outfits we wore to the temple and our headpieces on. So see, all this has been a force to get money out of people, to mislead people, and all that. The true teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad are on the YouTube. I would suggest to my brothers and sisters to go and listen to them videos. And then you will see the heart of Elijah. You will hear Elijah. And you will understand where Elijah is coming from for us. And then you will understand this divine way we are living. We are divine people. And though y'all might not see it or feel it or understand it right now, everything getting ready to work in our favor. Just be ready to be in line. Be in line, up front and center when that time comes. If you are a righteous person, we will all see each other there, because I'm striving for it. See, I don't want to come up here and argue with my brother. I love y'all. The black man is God. But when the messenger was teaching the black man was God, he was talking about y'all and us. He wasn't just talking about the males. He said the black man, the species, is God. Not just the men. He did not write that book. Matter of fact, it's not even been written like that. It's a conglomerate of his speeches put together in the Message to the Black Man. So when he put that together and he named it the Message to the Black Man, that means all of us, the whole species, not just the males. That would be too much pressure to put on y'all by yourself. We all went through enslavement, not just y'all. So how could that be balanced if y'all get a message and we don't get it, and then the table's still slanted to the left side? Don't make no sense. And Allah and the messenger wouldn't have did that, and it didn't happen. So it's message to the black man, all of us, man, woman, and child. My children even read the Message to the Black Man. Y'all missed it. Why? And it's not too late. Lord God, Allah knows it's not too late. But you need to get ready. World War III is coming. They fading it out of the news because they don't want y'all to be ready. I'm telling you. You better get you about 20 gallons of water in your house. Get you some extra canned goods and some food that you can eat right out the can if you have to, like some sardines and some salmon. We don't eat tuna. So, I mean, if you want to get tuna, that's you, but we don't eat tuna. But get you some extra blankets. Try to find some apparatuses that will keep you warm. We are getting ready to go to war within the next 2 years. You better be ready, because when war starts, ain't no water gonna be coming out of them faucets. Hey, you're not gonna be able to go to the grocery store and buy nothing. And Iran and China and Saudi Arabia and Venezuela and Nicaragua, they all getting ready to drop the U.S. currency. Now y'all keep playing with your lives and your babies, fighting it. I would advise you to get at least 3 months worth.
Yes.
And water, I would go get those big 2.5 gallons, get as many as you can afford. Because see, people don't understand, you can live without food for a little while, but you cannot exist without water for 7 days. After 7 days, you're done.
Yep. Yeah.
Unless you're going to drink your own piss. And then you might not even have no urine to drink. You see?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been
now,
on for a long
sister came
time.
up here to just relieve herself of these allegations from Neo. I didn't do anything to Neo. I love my black sisters, but I will not tolerate or condone alternative lifestyles and stupidity. I will not. We all could be a victim. But see, this white man in the last 20, 30 years have turned the society into a victimized society, and especially our children. That's why you see so many children taking their mamas and daddies to court. That's why we see so many of our children now in foster care. That's why you see so many of our children now out on the street, because they turned against their parents, because the society turned them into victims. And every time you turn around, they want to go up against their parents. You did this, and my mama beat me, and my daddy wasn't there, and I was raised up in a single parent household, and all that. Boy, who wasn't? It's people. Jesse Jackson was born in a damn single parent household.
I mean, yeah, like I said, you know, if you want to tell your personal story, that's what your channel's for. You can go there and tell your personal story. When I talked about things I went through as a kid, I did it on my channel. I didn't go to other people's channel, dumping my problems on everybody and this, that, and third. You know, I spoke on it on my joint and I was done with it, right? I didn't do it to dump my problems on everybody. I just wanted to share that story or whatever, because at the time that was a hot topic in the ring. But at the end of the day, I'm not into like dumping my issues on everybody else and expecting them to fix my problems. Everybody, they got their own problems, right? Like,
absolutely. And I appreciate you, but I just came up here to say that because I heard my name. I woke up and I was like, what is going on? What did I do? And then, but I am thankful. This was the will of Almighty God Allah, that this panel has went this way, because the truth has to come out. Once we all understand the truth of the matter, and we understand that the only way to beat the devil is to do what the one thing devil don't like, and that's for you to be righteous. Love your people, yourself, and strive to do the things that's going to help us be in a position that when our turn comes, we gonna be ready. And it's getting ready to come. That's all I'm gonna say today, okay?
Okay, no doubt, no doubt. I appreciate you coming up. I get ready to shut this.
Love one another. Love one another. Don't worry about everybody else. We here in America that went through all this hell for the last 400, now it's 500 years. Love one another and do roast spooky word. That's why we on these panels trying to talk about, make sense out of it. But the only way to beat the devil and his wicked ways is to be about goodness and do right and be righteous. Okay.
All right.
Peace out. Salam alaikum to all of y'all. Y'all, everybody have a good day. Be in touch with you ladies.
Y'all already know. It's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that